After 2 weeks in Austria, our adventure finishes here today with 4 T10 international matches. This tri-series is wide open. Austria, the hosts, lead the way, but the others are in tow. And with a perfect day, they could end up with the trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the fan code ECI Austria, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. I'm Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We have 4 T10 international matches coming your way today. It's fast, it's furious, it's entertaining, and this series is very much alive. So we are starting the day with match number 6, and this is going to be the 2 touring teams. It's going to be Czech Republic versus Hungary. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters is over there, and he's got the 2 captains.
Hungary to call. Heads is the call, and that is a tail.
Little bat first.
In a bat.
Yeah.
So the news from the toss is that the Czech Republic have won the toss and they're going to bat first. I like that move. I think it's a good, confident move. One thing about the Czechs, their batting didn't really click yesterday. Despite that, they did beat Hungary when these 2 teams met yesterday. That was the only meeting between these 2 nations. They'll play twice today in the first and the last game. So both of these teams with a 1-2 record, if they could win all 3 of their matches today, then very possible that they could win the trophy. So we've got 3 possibilities, and really it's going to be very unpredictable to see what happens. I mean, Aaron Ashokan, the captain, he's likely to open the innings, I think, in this game. For me, Aaron Ashokan, the beast, Wickramasinghe and Davitsi, they're a bit like the big banks of Wall Street in 2008. I think they're too big to fail, and I can't see them not firing at some stage today. For Hungary, though, Dara Peretti, he was the player of the day yesterday, wasn't he? His first time in the green shirt. He looked very, very at home, didn't he? With runs, with wickets, with his fielding as well. He's going to be a handful, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him bowl maybe even a power play over if things aren't rolling the Hungarians' way early in this one. So let's talk about the conditions today. I've never seen so much sunlight and blue sky, and it's about time, to be honest, after we had a rough time last weekend. But at the moment, it's about 18 degrees. We'll have our warmest day so far. About 26 degrees is expected maximum. Rico Full, been great to be with you over the last couple of weeks in Austria, and it all comes to a climax today, and we're starting with a doozy. These 2 teams had a tight one yesterday. Czech Republic versus Hungary. Czech Republic winning the toss. They're going to bat first. Over to you. Let's get ready for day 14 and the final day of this ECI.
Hello, good morning, cricket lovers. And yeah, what a day it's going to be. It's going to be the final day of these European Cricket Internationals. And certainly looking forward to it. The first match, the Czech Republic are taking on Hungary. And Hungary, I think they had a good day yesterday. They'll be slightly disappointed that he couldn't finish it with a win. But what a final game that we had last night. And I think we're going to get some more close ones here today as well. The pitch is looking absolutely sensational. The weather is great. And I know that we'll see the umpires, Lukas Patel and Santosh, taking the field of play ready for the first one. But why don't we take the opportunity to look back at what we saw yesterday with Austria? They made a scintillating start with Iqbal Hussain, who carried on the good work following his European Cricket Series, where he scored a century. He made 88 not out in that player of the match performance in a partnership of 111 with Mark Simpson-Parker. Just too many runs on the board for the Czech Republic, who finished 99 for 7. So a good strong win for Austria in the first match, winning by 46 runs. But then after that, all the other matches were pretty close, as Austria, they weren't able to continue on a winning run against Hungary. Hungary were hungry for success. Austria batting first, just didn't click. Only Umar Tariq, and now remember his name because he ended up having a sensational day. Only he clicked with the bat, but Sandeep Mohandas for Hungary was in top form with a player of the match performance, taking 2 for 9. Restricting Austria to 105, and Hungary knocking them off with 8 balls to go. So good victory for Hungary in that match. And Hungary then were up against the Czech Republic, and they were, I think, boosted by that win, and they were expecting probably to do one over the Czech Republic, but the Czech Republic made sure that all 3 teams in the first 3 matches all picked up a victory. It was quite sensational. It just tells you how close the teams are. Czech Republic They got to 108, and that was thanks to Riaz Afridi coming in late on and smashing 25 of 10. He ended up being the player of the match as well because he took 1 for 3 also with the ball. Hungary couldn't get there, and Czech Republic winning by 7 runs. So this one, the next match, would see which team would go top of the standings, with all teams having 1 victory under their belt. Czech Republic, they put on a good fight with the bat. They got to 113, losing 7 wickets. It was Kari who was sensational with the bat, scoring 68 of 26 deliveries. And Abdullah Akbarjan coming back into the side for Austria, taking 3 for 13. He was player of the match. Austria got there and won, but won with a ball to go. What a tight match that was. And Austria then took that into the last match, and it was when they took on Hungary again. And remember, they wanted to get revenge for the defeat that they got earlier. Hungary, they batted first and put a good score on the board, 126 for 8. And Ashrith Darapareddy, who was everybody's player of the day, was sensational for Hungary, 52 in 21 deliveries. But Itibata Dida, 2 for 14, was the player of the match with the ball. Austria, they got there in a very tight match. What a classic it was, winning by just 1 wicket with the ball to go. It was quite sensational. Umar Tariq doing it again with the mat. The Iceman kept his cool, 24-14. So Austria, you can see there, they have a 3-1 record sitting at the top of the table, whereas Hungary and Czech Republic have a 1-2 record going into the matches here today. So as you saw from those results yesterday, things were very tight and very close. So really, I think a lot of people looking forward to the action today. So namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal to everybody watching around the globe and to everybody watching via fan code. Let's have a look at the teams here. Czech Republic taking on Hungary, and well, why not discuss this with the man himself, Vinny Sandhu, coming in to join me in the commentary position. Vinny, what are you thinking? What are the changes there?
Yeah, I mean, I see that Ramakrishnan out of the Czech side, and they've brought in Tripuri Kanyalal, who's another spin bowling option. I think Venkatesh Magasham was really effective with his spinners yesterday. For Hungary, Marco Huja comes in, very experienced player. Not quite sure where he'll bat. He comes in to the side at the expense of Ali Farasat. So, you know, it's going to be a really interesting game. Obviously, both these teams identical records. Both of them could potentially still win the trophy, but they'd have to be perfect today. They'd have to go 3 for 3. Have a look at some of the top performers from yesterday. Paras Kara's breakout day for him, wasn't it? He did a great job behind the stumps, and he put together a very good half century for the Czech Republic. Davitsi and Afridi, their second and third top run scorers, but no sign there of Ashokan or the beast, Sudesh Wickramasekara. I feel like they're going to have to fire at some point. Dara Paredes, what a day. For me, he was the player of the day yesterday, not just for the Hungarians, for any team. He had 133 runs, but he also bowled very well. He caught very well. Yeah,
I mean, you see there, I mean, he was the top run scorer by far yesterday, 133. Iqbal Hussain from Austria behind him on 101. But don't forget, Iqbal scored 88 in just one of those knocks. So he was great, not just with the bat, but in the field as well. He took some amazing catches. In fact, we did see some amazing catches yesterday. This is some of the stats from the day one. Yeah, so in day one, we saw 11.8 runs and over, so 118 par score. We saw 9.8 maximo rate. That's pretty much 1-6 and over. Yeah. Right? The fours rate was slightly down from the ECS. I think that's because the fielding's better. I just think less are getting through. Yeah. That's gone down from about 7.5. 6 wickets per innings, about average. But look, we saw 95 maximos in the first day. We saw over 1,000 runs. Look, I think we're in for even more action and excitement today. So, yeah, just looking at those figures, I think that 118, I would say at this level, about that 120 across the board is probably a good score to defend. Now, that's a big move as well. Aaron Ashokan to the top of the order. They've been kind of experimenting with Davitsi's partner at the top. So, Aaron Ashokan, I think, is a good man to put up there. I mean, Kari, that means he slips down to 3, but he had a very good day yesterday as well. Here's Mohandas with the first ball of the day, and he swings one away from Subwin Davitsi. Just want to say a quick good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Happy Sunday, and hello to Chris Smith, who's watching. Hello to Dave B. I know that Rob Thompson's watching from New Zealand. I know the weather's a bit crazy there, so thinking of you. Stay safe down there, Rob. To Kroom, and anyone I might have missed, why don't you drop into the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Nick Devonshire's in there as well. But, yeah, great contest yesterday. It was Czech Republic that got on the board with a win against Hungary. And as you can see, a bit of agricultural stuff in the background as well. Yeah, well, those crops are growing pretty quickly. There's a few grizzly balls going to be growing in there as well. I can tell you this. Saba He tucked up for the first 2 deliveries. He made starts yesterday, didn't he, Sabawoon? But on a couple of occasions, down to his own errors, he was out, getting into the teens, getting into the 20s. He's got, I'm sure the coaches would have given him a bit of a grilling yesterday about getting the basics right. And if he does that, he is on for a big score. He goes big outside the leg side, but this is an opportunity, but it doesn't get taken. It is Zishan Kukihill that comes in, gets a slide in to try and get the ball under his body, but unfortunately for him, it gets away from him. So Davizia gives a chance on 0, but he survives.
Yeah, and look, first up in the morning, it's a chance. I think Zishan, he feels he's good enough to take this. He gets 2 hands till he slides in. It just bounces off. So Davizia gets the life first up, dropped without scoring.
Yeah, that'd be disappointing for Hungary. I'll tell you more on that in a moment. This is a good delivery. He almost catches the air. They were doing a lot of practicing before the start of the match, a lot of fielding. And the balls were hit up in the air, and they were catching them pretty cleanly. But when it comes to it, with the pressure on, that one goes down. It wasn't an easy one, but you'd expect him to take it.
Exactly, and these conditions that we're in today, probably among the easiest catching conditions we've had. Bright skies and not too much moisture around. Here's the thing, though. I know Davidzi's a player that polarizes the audience. I will say this, natural talent only gets you so far when you're getting to an international level and a high level of cricket. So, you know, one of his dismissals yesterday when he got run out and he wasn't really running, that's not a good look. Other times he got out, okay, it's acceptable. He's trying to be attacking, and you kind of have to be attacking this form of the game. But you can see that he struggled a little bit with the away move from Mohandas, who bowls a pretty good first over. 2 runs come off it, and they came off a drop catch. 2 without loss after 1.
Yeah, hasn't he bowled well to left-handers, Sandeep Mohandas? I think he's going to be key in this for Hungary. Just that really niggly line that he bowls and the swing away. 98 to 95 is what the bat versus ball wall is saying, and this one in favour for the Czech Republic. And only Hungary, though, they have a better average runs for than against. So, interesting one. Remember, all of those stats are based on the matches or previous matches, all-round matches that these teams have played. So, that's where the computer gets its information from. Prashar coming on to bowl here. And I will say that with Abhitesh Prashar, he was one man that was very disappointed with the way that last match yesterday went. He knew that he's over, or one of those deliveries he bowled was really expensive. The no ball that went for 2 runs, and then the free hit went to the boundary. So he's looking to come back strong here and put that behind him. In comes Prashar with his first. Just raised.
Yeah,
down
good
the
heat.
leg side.
Good heat there from Prashar first up. He just loses it down the leg side. But yeah, it's really important for these 2 teams to hit the ground running. Both of them had a losing record on the first day, 1 and 2. Yeah, the idea would be, you know, if you win all 3 games today, and there's no game here that any team would say is unwinnable. I mean, they've competed on a pretty even basis. If you can win 3 games today, you go to 4 and 2 record. Okay, Austria, you know, it means that you've beaten them. So, you know, they could potentially at best get 4 wins if that happens. So that'd be the idea. But I think the enduring thing about yesterday is how many close contests we have and how there was an unpredictability about this series. You know, that each team could beat each other. You saw that with Hungary beating Austria and then losing to the Czech Republic, who'd lost to Austria pretty badly in the first game.
Prashar has a lovely smooth stride run up, and he comes, and then right at this point, it really gets the arm over. And he wants the single this time, does Arun, and he gets there. He'll be looking for a big score today, won't he? I think he would have been disappointed yesterday. Maybe he was just a little bit too eager, and maybe he was just too keen to go big straight away. Liking the action there in the background.
Yeah, I'm loving that.
And
so much for no movement behind the bowler's arm. He got the tractor spraying a bunch of stuff.
Should we give him a helmet? Just in case.
You know, at the driving range in the golf, how you'd always try and hit the little buggy that's picking up the balls. Do you ever do that? That guy has a torrid time. Well, you know, you're speaking of Ashokan, and you know, these 2 and probably the Beast, I said those 3, the big 3, they're a bit like the Wall Street Banks in 2008. They're too big to fail. I can't see them not getting going at some point today.
This one gets through. This one doesn't come up at all, does it? I mean, it's a good length. You see that Ahmad Ghani, well, well done to him for making the stop, but it was a difficult one, wasn't it?
Well, when you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. And Davizzi right now, he might as well be batting with the toothpick. He's not close to any of these. It's a similar movement you'll get from Prashad that you get from Mahandas. Probably not as much genuine sideways because he's a bit quicker. But Davizzi, you know, if he can't get a boundary, at least he needs to get out of the way. He's chewing up balls here in the power play.
Yeah, it's not like him at all, is it? Well, he gets after this one, and this will go, and I think it will go all the way. It will. Bolle, and that is the first Maximo of the day. In fact, it's the first boundary of the day, and just like yesterday, we start with a 6.
Yeah, gets back deep in his crease and creates a bit of length there. Just throws the hands at it. And that's exactly what Sabah needed. Maybe he can get going now. Thing with Sabah is he's one guy, is pretty much irrelevant where the ball's bowled. He's already kind of setting up to play a certain shot. So you can see there, he was back, he was deep in his crease, and then he's just swinging no matter where the ball is. So that works sometimes. Depends on if it's where he wants it or not. But you can see he kind of sets up with a pre-movement that then limits his options once the ball's bowled. So all his footwork's actually before the ball's released.
Yeah.
Like I said, it works sometimes. As a bowler, I think I like the idea of Prashad. They're pushing a bit wide. It was going to be tough for him to reach, considering that pre-movement he makes.
Yeah, nice look there off the field set. You can see that on the offside. That man has now been moved to backward point, where Sabawoon played the boundary shot. Yeah, this time, it's a bit of a tight call.
Yeah.
Prashad doesn't like it, but the umpires have been very tight and very consistent on this. And I think that is tight. You know, I think if I'm bowling that many, I'm going to be spitting feathers.
I would have been, spitting something. To be honest, you got to judge it at the crease, I suppose. It's a tough call. But yeah, you see why Davizzi's such a curious case. You know, like I say, he never moves his feet once the ball's bowled. He sets himself. He's in that position, and then from there it's all hands. It's just his own technique.
And this one is going to be into the fielder's hands. He needs 2 attempts at it, but he holds on to it. And the catch has been taken. Prashad gets the wicket of Sabawoon. And you have to say he was a little bit too one-sided in the gang in this area. The field actually, just before that ball, I don't know if you noticed, they just changed it before that ball. So you got the man who was at the backward point boundary moved across to the point, and the guy at backward point came inside. So what a bit of masterclass that is from the captain. So well done to Vinod Ravindran, making the field change and getting the wicket of Sabawoon.
Yeah, it's nice when the plan comes together. Not easy with just 2 outfielders in the power play, but this one's perfectly placed. And yeah, it has to drop it once, but he catches it the second time. And Davizzi, I mean, I don't mind the way he gets out there. He's attacking. He just happens to pick out the fielder. If it had gone, a few metres either side, it's probably 6. But, I mean, the frustrating thing there is that he's used up 9 balls in the power play, and he's only gathered 8. Did that 1-6, but that was pretty much it. And the first wicket falls 12 for 1. Paris Kari had a very good day yesterday. He comes to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, comes to the crease at 3. But somebody else who had a very good day yesterday, and I think we're in total agreement, is Dara Paredes. Who takes the catch? Dara Paredes. He's back, and he's ready for another big day.
Yeah, and you got Dara Paredes and Vinod Ravindran from UCB in Budapest, that both wearing the Hungarian shirt for the first time. And Dara Paredes in particular, he was very impressive yesterday.
It's going down the leg side, and there may have been a bit of bat on this as well. I did hear something, but I don't think it is. It does too much.
Yep, agree. Certainly goes late and goes a lot. Look at that go. That's gone heap. I mean, okay, look, it does hit him a more or less middle stump, but I think with the dramatic movement, maybe middle and leg, it hits him. That dramatic movement was going to take it past the leg stump, and it's a good decision.
Yeah, it is a good decision from the umpire. The umpire's out there, umpire Santosh. He's still there at the bowler's end. Nilkesh Patel is there as well. And the third umpire is Praveen.
End of the over. It's 12 for 1 after 2. So Ashokan's been sent up the order to hopefully do a bit of damage in the power play, but he's only faced 2 balls so far. He's on a single. Kari at the other end. Got a Waka Yunus-like in-swinging Yorker first up from Mahandas. And his over was a very good one as well.
Yeah, just 2 came from it, Vinny. So it's his thing with him is, and I can see why it's so difficult for batters, because he's coming in, you're thinking there's going to be a bit more pace. There isn't. But for somebody who doesn't generate a lot of pace, he gets that ball really to move a lot.
Yeah. this breeze does suit in-swing bowlers because it is left to right. And it's not super breezy, but I mean, still reasonably breezy here.
A lot of people yesterday were saying, well, maybe Mohandas, maybe he's the little daddy because he bowls very similar to the big daddy, to
We did
Danny
say that.
Eckstein.
It's like we put Big D in a time machine.
There's that swing.
I know we got the Big D. I don't think anyone really wants to be known as Little D, to be honest. So we'll probably just keep calling him Sandeep. But anyway.
There is a way to play him, though, isn't there? You know, because let's face it, you know what he's going to do.
Exactly.
So, I think we saw Mirza Ashan sort of take that approach. You know what's going to be happening. So I think that what you will do is teams that will see and know what's coming, they'll maybe change the batting order for somebody who can play this guy and play him away. And it's about getting on the back foot and playing him with the swing. You see here, you know that's coming. You know it's coming. So basically, you get ready for it.
Comes late as well. That's the thing. This is actually a really good one because really does go pretty late, going down the leg side again. But yeah, but someone like Austria have like a Mirza who I'd say, you throw him on the grenade. You get him out there and say, look, take him on.
Would you look to sweep him every ball? I mean, because the chances of getting LB are pretty slim.
I'd look to clip him or sweep him every ball. That's what I'd be trying to do, sideways. A bit like this, and there's going to go to the boundary. So get away from the fielder, you have a good time.
Yeah.
And Kari gets off the mark with 4.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So Kari knows this ball is going to come into him, and he plays for it, he clips it away, and gets 4 runs. So the second boundary of the innings.
Because he's getting so much movement, you can also kind of counter that by getting forward and getting across. So it makes it less likely that a ball will hit you in line that will be hitting the stumps. So you can kind of use your body as a second mode of defence a little bit as well. But that's a nice shot by Paras, gets him going. Czech Republic still just struggling a little bit to get going in the power play. That's a good shot as well. Goes inside out. Ravindran does the fielding. He'll be hoping for a better day today as well. Vinoth, he kind of never got going with the bat, but he certainly is a very destructive player when he does get going. I wonder if we'll see him at the top of the order. I imagine we will. But interesting, both, we saw 2 occasions yesterday where we saw tactical retirements with these 2 teams.
Good bowling again. So the batters this time do go on the hit. I think the ball before he hits it too low. It was a good shot to play, actually, for nothing. This time it's softer hands, and they take the single. And that also, though, is the end of the over. Not a bad over. And at the moment, I think the power play certainly belongs to Hungary as the Czech Republic after 3, 18 for 1.
Yeah, Mohandas, every time we see him play at a higher level, he does a very good job. Like I said, he's the kind of guy who plays his poker with his cards face up on the table, saying, look, I'm going to bowl you some big in-swingers. What are you going to do about it? And the answer that time was not much from the Czech Republic, top 3, as he just goes for 8 in his 2. Doesn't take a wicket, but he does a very good job. And now Czech Republic are really going to have to attack these middle overs. It's not going to get much easier because Ashrith Darapareddy is going to come on in over number 4. And we were talking about already how good his first day in international cricket was yesterday.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, welcome to everybody. You're joining us now. This is the fan code European Cricket Internationals, and quite fitting that we've got this weekend and this day happening on World Diversity Day as well, as we see the Czech Republic, Austria and Hungary go head-to-head.
Darapareddy slides that one in and kind of cramps Paraskari for room. A bit of discussion about some Australian football in the chat. Not from too many Australians, actually, but a few people talking about my team, the West Coast Eagles. They are struggling. Let's just say it's like there's no relegation in that competition. This could be gone. It's dropped. Oh. Well, Wele Gamagay is a very safe pair of hands, and that's 2 that have gone down so far. He kind of came in. He probably didn't need to come in the extra metre or 2 and probably forced him to rush the catch. And Aaron gets a break. He's dropped on 2.
You said your team's struggling at the moment. Another man who's struggling at the moment is the captain of the Czech Republic, Arun. He gets given a chance. Could that be the change of his fortunes?
I don't even think they run there.
They don't, no.
They don't even run there because he was in shock. So I think he thought he was gone.
Yeah, the coaches watching will not be happy with that. That's not good cricket. You always run. You got to go. And especially if he, let's just say he ends up getting out here. Really, he shouldn't be on strike. But if he helps it for a big 6, you'd probably say,
he was using all his mental power like Yuri Geller. Wele Gamagay dropping that. I think the trade-off, they'll be happy with a dot instead of a wicket, considering who it is Can Ashokan make the most of that life he's been given?
Plays this well, and it's going to be a spicy one for the fielder who tries to get there, does Zishan, but he can't. He gets beaten, and he goes for 4. And so Arun gets given a chance, gets given a life, turns down the run, and now hits the next ball for 4.
Yeah, double knee plant from Zishan. Boof. And he wipes himself out. Like the effort, though, from the big all-rounder. So Ashokan gets a 4 off the very next ball.
You just get the feeling here now he's thinking to himself, the captain, all right, I'm being dropped. I shouldn't be here. Now let me try and make the most of it. And it's just trying to be a little bit perhaps more aggressive.
Good bowling. I mean, Dara Peretti his accuracy is his main feature, isn't it? I mean, not really turning the ball. Like this modern left-arm spinner, it's more about just sliding on and cramping batters more than genuinely trying to challenge the outside edge. It's twice he's gotten past Ashokan.
So it goes in the same area, but this time no mistake. Well, Willie Gummergate put him down earlier in the over when he was on 2. He hit the next ball when he gets the live for 4, but Willie Gummergate does get him in the end. And you don't often get a second chance in life. Well, Ashanka Willie Gummergate does, and this time, I've got to say, it's probably a harder catch. He takes it.
Yeah, they're all hard. I think when they hit this hard, it was flat. You can see he's kind of got this slight plaster on the hand. You get a great view of it here. Bang. And they had to get their head out the way. It's about also just having hard enough hands to absorb this impact. And Aaron this time, he just tells his story walking. Frustration for the big skipper as he becomes the second wicket to fall. 23 for 2. And, well, 2 of the big 3 have fallen. Here's the beast, Sudesh Wickramasekarat. See if he can maybe get going and turn this innings around.
Yeah, he has to. I just get the feeling there that Arun, he wanted to come down the wicket. He did. But something in his mind was telling him, no, don't. I think if he does come down the wicket, hits this, he clears the fielder. But he backs himself to hit it from the crease. Obviously worried about the wicketkeeper, Ghani, sort of breathing down his neck. But, yeah, he doesn't get the power in the shot. Well, Gummergate, well done to him. And he would have had thoughts of the drop in his mind when it comes hurling his way. But he holds on to it.
The other thing is about Dara Peretti, he doesn't really give it too much flight, so he doesn't give you too much time to get down the wicket. He hits that hard enough to go for 6, just didn't get the elevation. Now here's Zishan Kukagel, who's going to bowl over number 5. Paras Curry is going to be facing up. Wickramasekarat on strikers end because it was the change of over.
So this is well hit in the gap, and there'll be 4 runs as Lennon, we say good morning to Lennon.
Yeah.
For the first time today. This is a good hit. It's too short. And though there is movement there as it swings and cuts back into the batter, he's got a lot of time to put it away. Nice shot played there by Kari.
It's just a bit too short from Zishan. And you see the wheat's grown another inch overnight, I think, as well. I think Paras Curry wasn't quite looking up, so Zishan aborts the run. Certainly Zishan has got to be careful to make sure that he bowls more like he finished the day yesterday. I know that a couple of his deliveries are suspect, and we saw him called for an illegal action yesterday. But he's one guy that, you know, his stock delivery, if you like, you know, there's no problems with it at all. Anyway, here's the beast. What a good contest this is. I can see Sean.
Oh, he's a big unit, isn't he? That bat just looks little in his hands, doesn't it? It doesn't look like it's a proper bat. It's like he's holding a toy.
That's true. he's a great character as well, Sudesh.
So he gets called wide. Ghani getting a little bit excited behind the stumps.
Just gets a little bit of movement back in. That time doesn't go enough to keep it legal.
He goes for it. Is he going to get it in the gap? Yes, he is. So the beast, Wickramasekarat, gets his first runs, and he gets them with a boundary.
He does. Once again, it's just a little bit too short, and that movement in is straight to the swing plane. That's gone all the way, actually. Maximo. 6 runs, and the beast is off the mark.
Yeah, nice shot. Place it from deep inside his crease. And once again, you can see the reluctancy to come out of the crease. But that time, as you said, because it's short enough, he's able to play the shot from where he is. Bats deep inside his crease. Now he goes the other way. Balle, balle. Ginnasona Shakalagya.
Well, I hope that tractor driver's got his affairs in order. That was a little push from the beast, and you can see what this guy can do when he's on. And yeah, maybe a little bit of luck with that first one that went to a gap because it only just cleared the boundary. Nothing lucky about that one.
Good comeback from Zishan. Just a change of pace and line. Gets one through. End of the over. But that's a far better over as 18 come of it. The score 41 for 2.
So it's been a pretty interesting start today. I want to welcome all of you into the commentary position here at the Sabun Cricket Ground. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. And of all the ECI cricket we've seen this year, and we've probably done our third, fourth, fifth series, I think yesterday was the most competitive, was the most unpredictable. And yeah, right now the series is up for grabs. These two teams, they had a very tight battle yesterday. Right now, a bit of a topsy-turvy start as well. Czech's coming back into it with the beast hitting his straps in the fifth.
Yeah, I think what we saw yesterday is that all three of these national sides are going to be very competitive. I think they're very, in terms of the standards with the bat and with ball, I think they're like for like. And we saw an entertaining and close encounter yesterday. Only the first match, match number 1, you would say it was a one-sided affair when Austria beat the Czech Republic by 46 runs. But after that, the other 4 matches were close. I'm expecting the same today.
Yeah, well, you know, Paras Kari pushes a 4 there. If this was a Disney movie, it'd be Beauty and the Beast, I think, because Kari does look good, doesn't he? He's very stylish. This time he uses his feet. Doesn't quite get it out of the middle. Yeah, but Paras, it's not that he's not powerful because he can extend those strokes, but you can just tell technically he's a very good player. We saw that when he was batting for Burno in the ECL. No, Burno didn't have the greatest time there, but you know, you've got Paras Kari, you've got Riaz Afridi as well from Burno in this side. Tripuri Kanyalal comes in as well as the beast goes up and he just gets lucky. This is the luck factor though, because you know, if he hits this slightly better, it probably goes straight down the throat of the fielder. But Beastie gets away with it.
Yeah, he does. You're absolutely right. And you see, he's looking to rely on his wrist and arms rather than power. It's a nice-looking shot. Work to be done here by Mark Desfontaine. And he does really well. Makes the stop. Makes sure the ball is not in contact with him as he recovers.
Yeah, he had the choice to try and make a clean pick-up and put pressure to stop the 2, but I think he just wanted to be uber careful that he didn't, well, number 1, didn't let it go to the boundary. Number 2, didn't want that hair to get out of place either. It's got a lot of product. Don't want Mark going next to any open flames today.
Yeah, that's true. As I said yesterday, I think Akib Iqbal, well, Akib normally does tune in. Well, he's got some competition with the old hair from Mark. Uses his feet and he absolutely clobbers it. Now this is what I'm talking about. This is Arun Shakur, and I think even Rukram Sakura don't want to use their feet. They're a little bit put off by that keeper. But look, if you back yourself, this is what you do. You get to the pitch of it, you hit clean through it, and you get yourself 6 runs.
That was pure from Paras, wasn't it? He's just gaining confidence. I think sometimes you see players, I mean, Paras is probably one of them. He's still fairly young, you know. They rise when there's more experienced players around them. I think it probably maybe even too much responsibility playing for Burno in the ECL. And the other thing is he only played 1 T10 game before that.
Yeah.
He only played 1 game in the ECS. So right now he's looking very good, 24 off 13.
Okay, doesn't really play at this at all.
Yeah, he was hoping that would go for a wide and came back and hit him.
Yeah, don't forget last time we saw him, he made 68, 9 out of 26, and you said it's probably the best innings that we've seen so far.
Yeah. And Peretti, it was really spin, but kind of tied up. Paras, anyway, after 6 overs, it's 55 for 2, so this innings has gotten going. 118 was their average score per 10 overs on the first day. Tripuri Kanyalal coming in. If he's batting at 7, he'll be very happy with that. But yeah, he's another spin option. And Venkatesh Magasham, I think, was a very effective bowler for the Czechs yesterday. So it gives them another slow bowling option. And that's something maybe all the teams, they have kind of one genuine spinner. If you can find a second one, then I think it's been a pretty effective mode of attack. We've seen that. It's one way you can slow good players down.
Ali Yilmaz coming into the attack. He was expensive yesterday, but he is a wicket taker as well. Let's see how he fares today.
Beastie, 2 sixes in his 5 balls so far.
Gets an edge. It probably would have been wide anyway, but it'll take the 4. Nobody back there. And this one goes all the way. So 4 carreras to start. the over from Yilmaz.
Yeah, he throws the hands at it. Again, bit of the luck factor. If you get a thinner edge on this, you're caught behind and you're kicking yourself because you've probably spoiled wide and gotten yourself out for no reason. That he gets enough bat in it to get it past the keeper and gets 4. Yeah, Yilmaz being used again. He had a bit of a hit and miss day yesterday. Kind of got the options of the 5th bowler. He's still got Mark Desfontaine, who I think bowled pretty well when he was called upon yesterday. They are going for Ali here.
This one's just stroked out towards the man you're talking about, Mark. Yeah, I think he bowled very well, the young man. I love it when we see the young cricketers also playing and representing their nations. I think that's the future there of the sport. Future generations coming in and being given their opportunities.
Hello, Louis Bruce. Speaking of young cricketers in Europe, Louis, hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the international action.
Wide ball called by Nilkesh Patel.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well. Where was it when it passed the line? If there's doubt, what I will say is the umpires normally call it. I mean, that's because it's a batter's game. You don't want to encourage too much defensive bowling, I suppose. That one I feel like could have gone either way.
Oh, this is whipped away. Beautiful shot. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And this is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweet at the bowl of Rasmalai. 6 runs.
It's been a busy quarter of the field, hasn't it, over the last 2 weeks? Anything with a little bit of length. It's not like this pitch has a lot of pace in it. So, with the ball decelerating on the bounce, batters that can get inside it and whip it away, it's very hard to protect that quarter of the field as well. And, well, that's a bit of a bonus because 1 ball went in the wheat, 2 come back. So multi-ball mode activated. Paris Curry to 30 off just 15 balls.
Well, this is like when you go to the supermarket and you get one and you get another one free. I don't mind that.
He's chucked it back to Lennon and said, hey, hold on to this one. You should get the selection of whichever ball when you come back. They say it's a batter's game. The bowler should get to pick them. Anyway, Yilmaz has to get back to plan A here, I think.
Nice looking shot. Makes a bit of room for himself. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. And that's what I like about Paraskari. And that's what was so good about that innings yesterday when he made that 68, 9 out and 26 against Austria. He just batted beautifully. He stroked the ball around. Whereas, and the other thing about that was wickets were falling all around him, but he just concentrated on his game plan and executed it so well.
Keeps it simple. I like that from Yilmaz, though. That's his plan. He's got the deep point in place. He's trying to get the batter punching to the offside.
Well, this one's a bit of a full toss, and it's been hammered down the ground from Rukram Sakura, and this partnership now moves to 51, and not a good delivery. And the Beast, well, it's almost like no effort at all. Smashes it straight over the head of Willagamagate there on the boundary.
It's a baseball-like swing, just like a line drive from the Beast. He gets a knee-high full toss and puts it out of here. Yeah, 51 partnership, just 17 balls, so striking at 300 is just what the Czechs were looking for.
Yeah, he pulls himself out of the shot. Oh, well.
See, this is one. I think it's fine. Look where it bounces.
I think, but it looks wider than the one that was called, though.
Yeah, this is my thing. But, I'll tell you why that one's not called. Because the umpire saw it bounce on the crease and he got a good look, so he knew when it passed the crease, even though Paris's big head was in the way. Whereas the other one, because it had bounced earlier, you're having a bit of guesswork about where it passes the crease. I feel like it was a good call. Anyway, let's have a look at the upcoming events. And it's just tomorrow, Rico. That will be starting in Bulgaria. I know Charlie Hunt, I think he might already be there. He might be travelling today. I know you're travelling tonight. We'll probably see you on day 2. But 2 weeks in Bulgaria. That'll finish it with an ECI as well in 2 weeks' time, featuring the host nation Bulgaria as well as Greece and Turkey. And then 2 weeks in Sweden. We're in Stockholm. And then 2 weeks in Romania. And wedged in there, we'll have more Bulgarian cricket because they'll have a T20 International Series we'll be covering for 3 days towards the end of June. So plenty more places after that, including these 2 countries you're watching right now. They'll have their European Cricket Series and European Cricket Internationals in July. So we'll have 2 weeks in Hungary and then 2 weeks straight away in the Czech Republic.
So much cricket. So write those dates in your diary. Those T20Is, we got any, obviously apart from Bulgaria, any info on the teams?
Yeah, we do. But give me a second, because I don't want to get it wrong, because there's so much cricket going on at the moment.
Bringing Prashar back, probably bringing him back an over earlier than they would have wanted. I think this is all about trying to break the partnership. Well, this one, I think it's been called a wide. This is a minimal. I think, again, it's an umpire's call this. It maybe does catch with the line. The wicketkeeper, though, Abbas Ghani, He can't hold on to it. It goes straight through his gloves. You can see he's very disappointed. He tries to take this croc style. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, do we get a good look at this? Yeah, I think it is a wide, but yeah, Ghani knows he needs to take that.
Yeah.
It's not good glove work from him.
Yeah, Ghani's still kind of learning the craft. And this one, I've got half of the line once you look at it, I think. But the most important thing there is it goes to the boundary.
This one will go to the boundary as well, I think. And I think, does he stop it? I don't know. I got the feeling this may have just clipped the rope. We'll have to have a look at this because I don't think the fielder knows because he's jumping over it. He's thinking he's got a touch on it. Keep an eye on the ball here. Do we see any touch on the rope?
I mean, you can't really tell.
I thought a little bubble just here. I thought this was here, perhaps the rope. But, of course, we can't really tell from there.
I mean, it might have been it hitting his foot. I mean, you're only seeing the top third of the ball there. A little bit like a natural eclipse. The grass obscuring the ball. I think if there's doubt, you've got to give it to the fielder.
Yeah, I don't think the video evidence helps us there, so it won't be a boundary, but it was a clever shot. And this one will go all the way. Vale. Manos arriba, árbitro. Vale, sí. Así, hay poquito de suerte ahí. Pero no pasa nada. Hay suerte, pero también hay 6 runs.
Yeah.
So going after it. So Prashar's been brought in to try and break the partnership. But in fact, he just helped it accelerate, especially with those 5 wides.
The extra pace, and it can work against you as well. Hey, you were talking about the Bulgaria T20 Internationals. 4 teams taking part. You got Bulgaria, Croatia, Serbia, and Turkey in that series. It's going to be probably 8 matches over 3 days. Should be great.
And, well, this is ending up being a great over. What a lovely shot this is as Prashar goes a little bit shorter to Kari. And Kari says, well, you know what? No worry. I'm in a hurry now. As he puts this away, gets the acceleration in. This is another Maximosa 2 on the spin. And this partnership continues to grow. And, well, Paras Kari is eyeing up another half century. Can he go back to back?
Yeah, we'll soon find out as we look at some statistics from yesterday. And you can see Iqbal Hussain from Austria, the top 6 hitter. But, I mean, Paras Kari not too far behind.
He's taken over now.
Yeah, well, he would have with this innings. This will be a wide first up. I think it bounces right on the tram line. But Prashar having a bit of trouble losing the battle with that tram line. Tariq, a bit of a surprise inclusion in there.
There's not much off him, but doesn't he hit it well straight down the ground? So, yeah, you can see Paras Kari now being the numero uno in number of 6 being hit. But I tell you what, we're going to see Dara Peretti back in action in this match. And Iqbal Hussain will be looking to go back to form as well. Just went off the ball, didn't he, after a good start yesterday. Another wide from Prashar. So Prashar, this over has turned out to be a bit of a mare. And once again, just having a few issues. One observation that I have with Prashar, I like his Yorkers. I like what he tries. I like the way when he tries to get that ball in just inside the line, the full delivery, but he's predictable. He doesn't have, for me, 2 things. Doesn't have the slower delivery and doesn't have a short ball. I think bowling at this pace, he needs to have a short delivery. You see what I mean? I think as a batter, you know it's coming there. Yeah, he gets it right. But I think at this point, especially with Kari on 45, he should be seeing that and knowing where that's going to be.
They've kind of tried to plug up that area with a pretty square third man. It's pretty much halfway between a third man and a backward point. So, yeah, trying to protect against the slash. But you're kind of right about Prashar. You know, maybe that's something he could add to his game. Thing is, his kind of plan A has been working so well over the last couple of years. He hasn't needed really too many other plans.
Well, this is that slower delivery. It's slower and shorter, but the batter picks it easy. And that's the thing. You've got to master it. You've got to work on it. And though he does take the pace off this, it's too short. Now, we have seen in international level, haven't we, where, I mean, the likes of Sebastian Bratt has mastered this sort of delivery. Yeah. But I think just the batter picks it really early. He moved to 49.
It's a good shot. I tell you, Lennon has been fielding so well this morning as in the ball boy position. Hasn't he been clean? Anyway, Paras on the verge of a second half century for the series.
Well, he wants to bring it up in style, but he may have given an opportunity, Willigame, or has he? No. He goes all the way. Well, so does the cameraman. So that's a double 6. 6 runs. I hope that camera's okay. Yeah, put them up in the air because you deserve it. Board Badanya Paraskarinu, back-to-back 50s. He made 68, not out in match number 4 yesterday. And now, well, he scores another. But this time around, he's hoping that this partnership can be a fruitful one for the Czech Republic and they can get a win.
Breakout series for Paras. I mean, he bangs that straight as the day is long. It's been a position that's been a bit of a hassle for the Czech Republic, and I think he fills both roles, top order bat and wicketkeeper. Brings up the 100 as well for the Czech Republic with that shot, end of 8 overs, and Prashad ends up in the naughty 40s. He has that 1 for 41 off his 2 overs. But yeah, Paraskari, I think he's a real key part of the puzzle for the Czech Republic. I think also just technically he's a very good wicketkeeper. I know they've got Ushan in Brno as well. He's a very good keeper, but he's rarely available. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be gone. So at the other end, the Beast plays a bit of a cameo. He scores 24 off 10, but he's going to be the 3rd wicket to fall. Hungary trying to fight back in the 9th. Yilmaz with the wicket, and it's 105 for 3.
Yeah, Yilmaz takes the wicket. Zishan, this time, he does hold on to it. But that over from Prashad, supersonic, Vinny, supersonic. I'll make it 34.
Let me just get my bean counter out.
I'll make it 34.
That's a big one if it is, isn't it? Yeah, 30. I'll go 31.
31. There may be some.
Still supersonic.
Maybe some extras there as well.
You got a margin of error. When you start talking numbers this big, you got like a 3% margin of error, 3-run margin of error.
But they get a wicket, and we do know that you get 1 wicket and things could slow down because that's exactly what Hungary need to try and do here. So good time for Yilmaz to get a breakthrough, but look who comes in. Somebody else who was exciting yesterday, Afridi.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I mean, Riaz Afridi, I like the way he's up at 5 now. He's kind of batting him based on the situation. So I think they've decided, towards the end of the innings, let's just get him in there. So he's batting a couple of slots higher. First up, he gets a decent york, gets the bottom of the bat on it. Yeah, Afridi's one guy I would use more or less, not in a particular position, but at a particular time. I'd be saying, as soon as you're into the last 4 overs, if you lose a wicket, you get him out there. And kind of what they've got now, this situation with him at 5, there's kind of genuine batters still to come, like the tank Riddick Toma. We'll probably see next if he gets out. Buyan as well.
They've got to go here, and they do. So it's not bad because it means that you get the in-form batter. Kari will face the 50% of this over.
I'm pretty happy that the catering van hasn't opened up yet because Riaz put it under attack yesterday, actually put one on the roof of the catering van. I'm excited for when they do come because that Sri Lankan food smells really good. It'll get your appetite going. Yilmaz gets it right a couple of times, but now he's going to have to deal with Paras, who's on 55.
And he gets through him. Good bowling this from Yilmaz. He has, as I was saying yesterday, throughout the day, got better and better. It didn't start so well as he was going for plenty, even though he does pick up wickets.
You see why they're using him, though. I mean, when he gets it right, it's pretty simple, but it's effective. And that's 3 good block hole deliveries. He's beaten the batters with this over.
This one is disappearing, and even Lennon is going to have to get into the field to find this. This is a top shot. Just waits on it. This is what I like about him. This is what's so good. Because there's not been a boundary here, because there's been a couple of dots, it hasn't flustered him. Still keeps his shape. And he still, when he gets it, he bangs it.
But
Good hit.
Yilmaz misses his spot. It's 2 metres shorter than he wanted it. He was trying to bowl the same delivery, I'm sure. But as soon as you give length, and you've got good players out there, you've got international players, and you've got players that are in, especially, it's going to disappear. And Paul Lennon, he's got an Easter egg hunt that's not that fun going on. New balls, please. Last ball, the 9th, coming up from Yilmaz.
Goes full. And good delivery, good finish to the over. That's not a bad over when you think that the one before was the supersonic one. He comes back well. And Zishan just noticed taking off his cap.
Look where this bounces, though. Look at that bounces pretty in line with his front foot. And the difference between that length and the ball before. And the ball before he gets it wrong gives Paras some length to work with, and he smacks it for 6. And then that one, he's just forced to take his medicine, takes a single. moves to 62. Czech Republic, they needed something, didn't they? That partnership between Wickramasacre and Kari, Beauty and the Beast as we were calling it, got them back on track. Now they're 113 and they're on track for more or less an average score, which is 118 based on yesterday. In fact, with a good over here, they should get more than that.
They should. They've equaled the highest score, the team score that they put so far. With this one, was going to be a wide, and he wastes it because he's only going to get one from it. So I'd be disappointed with that. This is definitely going to be a big wide from Zishan. Doesn't really need to play at this.
Paras, he wasn't really quick to take off. I think he was thinking it was 4, and then he realised it would have been good to get 2 here, but it was too late. Probably not a bad thing. Afridi's a wild card.
Afridi, well, he played some good shots out the offside yesterday, which went all the way, and this one goes all the way as well. Well, it doesn't quite hit the top off the catering tent. Well, he's getting there, isn't he? A few more meters on this, and he will be. So manos arriba from the arbitro, and Afridi, he says, hey, this is the way to do it.
Yeah, what a shot. Maximo to start the over. Afridi's contribution anyway, and yeah, that one just goes over the rope. Gets immense power, doesn't he, in that cut shot.
Oh, well, this time, trying to be clever, he spoils it. If he stays still, I think he'll be putting another one away. But look, just by doing that, it means by the time he gets back to position, back to base, he's already missed it.
Yeah, it's the old fake footwork. It often does the batter more harm than the bowler.
Slower delivery. Slices it up. I think this is going to be okay. We'll check the height on it. But I think the batter knows as well. It's slower. He also comes out to it. I think you'll find there's no issues with this at all. And the captain, Vinoth Ravindran, takes the catch. So they do get a wicket. Another one. And the key thing is they've got Kari at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, you can see by the time it reaches the batter, it's dropped significantly. So just throws Riaz's timing. And presents a simple catch, but I suppose he does his job right. He comes out, he hits a 6, keeps the line moving. He will go with 2 balls remaining. The score is 120 for 4.
Yeah, so the captain, going to key his name in the book this morning, Vinoth Ravindran. He'll be hoping for a better day for himself, especially with the bat. He didn't really see him spark the way that I know he can and seen him do back in Hungary. Oh, well, this one probably is a no ball. And I reckon they're going to have to call this.
I think this has just never come down in time. I reckon I got this as a no. They're going to have a look at it.
I think it is.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, that's a no ball.
Like, I know it's come down a bit, but I think you got to call that.
Yeah.
He's pretty much still at the crease, essentially. This is Buyan.
That's dirty because not only is it no ball, it's a free hit, but they changed the strike over. So Kari now gets on strike with 2 balls to go.
All right, 2 to come still. Here's the free hit.
Hits it beautifully. What a lovely shot. And this is a couple of bounces and goes for 4. Lovely shot over the infielder into the extra cover zone. Beautifully executed. So they're eyeing up here. Another good hit. They're eyeing up 130. So remember, previously the highest in team score they put on was 113. Well, they're eyeing up 130 here now.
What
a good score on the board.
Remember, they're only 18 off the power play as well, right? So
yeah,
they've been so good. Here's the last ball.
He drags this one, trying to get it in the gap. They've got to try and come back for 2. And they should quite easily. In comes the throw. And
they're looking for an impossible 3. I like the thinking.
Buyan.
So, look, I think he'll end up one better than yesterday, won't he? Kari with 69 not out. And, yeah, we talked about Dara Peretti being the player of the first day. I mean, Paras, I think, after 5.5 matches, he's not far behind. I think he's scored runs well. He's kept well. No, he's just looked good. And, to be honest, without him, I think that innings is in trouble. He's the glue that holds it together. And in the end, Czech Republic, very healthy score, 128 for 4. And it's not that dissimilar to the score we saw last night. Create a very tense finish when Austria chased it 9 down. The Hungarians, though, this time they'll be on the chase, as it was Aaron Ashoka, the Czech captain, that opened the innings with Davidsy. But once again, the big 3 not quite getting going to their potential, but it was Kari that really stood up for the Czechs.
Yeah, there was that opportunity to remove Davidsy early. Zishan put him down on 0. But Davidsy, well, he didn't quite get going today. He got 1 out of the middle of his bat, which went for 6, but that was all it was to be, because when he goes for the same shot again, he gets well caught by Dara Peretti. We know he's a key player for Hungary, and he made a brisk start, and with the ball, he was pretty useful as well, as this one was dropped by Wilagamagate, which was a bit of a mare for him, but luckily enough for him, even though he does drop Arun Ashokan, he does get a second chance. It's not often that you do. Ashokan, though, he did hit the next ball for 4. But he finds Welagami this time. Welagami makes no mistakes this second opportunity that he gets. So at this point, you would say that Hungary were on top, especially with the power play. It was only 18 for 1, and then at the end of 4 overs, that one for Dara Peretti, 23 for 2. They needed a partnership. That's most important here. And partnership they got. It was a partnership worth 80-plus runs between Paraskari and the beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe, and they played some lovely shots between them. And it was nice to see that Paras was able to and wanting to come down the wicket and play some of the shots. Okay, there was a little bit luck involved as well. A veces que necesita poquito de suerte, but they made the most of it as well. And there was some lovely shots. But you got to say, there was that one over. Prashar coming back to bowl his second. It started with this. Started with a minimal. And, well, it didn't get any better. This one, once again, a little bit of luck. But there was no luck in this. This is a lovely shot when he does the MJ swivel and puts it away to the boundary. This was another. It was an over to forget from Prashar, and he went supersonic as 31 runs came off that over, and it also brought up with that Maximo another half century for Paraskari. What a couple of days that he's had. Then that partnership coming to an end there with Zishan, who takes the catch off the beast. And then Afridi came out to see if he could get some acceleration going. Well, he got 1-6 out, and once again showing how powerful he is over the offside. Then he tries to get a little bit creative with this one. And if he, once again though, I think my tip to him would be forget doing that. It don't work. It's for nothing. Not at this level. And it just means that he gets himself out of shape. Gave his wicket away. But there was still a good finish. And Czech Republic put there on the highest team score so far, 128. It's a good score, but I still think that it's not a safe score. I think unless you get past the 140 mark, the standard and the quality of the players that we've got, I don't think that's a safe score. And I think Hungary, they'll be fancying themselves on this. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Paraskari take about what a knock from him. So 68 not out and 69 not out. The last two knocks that he's had, he got good support there from the beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe. And then also towards the end there, I think Afridi coming out and blasting 1-6, just helping the team to get closer to that 130 score. Bowling figures, Hitachi Prashar is one that he'll want to forget. 1 for 41. It was not a good second over from him. Dara Peretti, once again, he just continues to perform and excite. 1 for 19. Zishan, a little bit expensive. 1 for 33. But you got to say that the Czech Republic, despite a slow start, just underlining just how important it is to get a good partnership in. And that's what Paraskari and Wickramasinghe did. So we're going to start with an interesting match. And just remember that one yesterday. Hungary 126 for 8. Austria 127 for 9 with a ball to go. Losing 9 wickets on the way. Could this be another thriller? We'll stay tuned to find out. Rico Pool here along with Mr. Maximo. And we'll be right back for the conclusion of this match number 6 on this international weekend. We'll be back in 10 minutes time.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to a beautiful day here in Vienna, Austria. And of course, we continue with day 2 of the European Cricket Internationals. And well, International Sunday here. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. And it's great to see so many of you tuning in. And what a match this is going to be. The Czech Republic have posted a healthy score, 128. And we're seeing a reply of Hungary. Senagupta come to the bowl. Something we didn't see yesterday. We were wondering whether it was injury related. Certainly doesn't look like. And you can see the batter, Ghani's pretty keen to take the single. Whereas Zishan Hill is probably saying, nah. Single? What's that, he says. What's a single? Look, he was very unlucky yesterday when he got out. Chasing him wide down the leg side, got the ball on the back of the bat, and the catch was taken, and he was out with 0. So he's looking to make amends. This time he will take the single, or will he come back for 2? I think he may come back for 2, and he should, and he will. As the fielder, Sabundavetia, catches up with it, but not before Zishan does come back. Zishan, he is just a talented player. There's no other way to word it. He's full of talent. He oozes with confidence, but maybe that could be also his downside. Sometimes he's perhaps a little bit too confident. And he's somebody that I think all coaches will know. Players like that, it's very difficult to try and get inside their heads. But if you can, well, he can really be something sensational. And this is why, what a hit this is. This goes many a mile as he goes all the way for a big 6. And this is just sheer class, sheer timing. There's no other way to put it. Just look at this. He just, all right, it's a little bit short, but you still have to put it away. And he deals with that. And Lenin now has to deal with trying to find this one. I wonder if he'll find 2. And last time he was in there, 1 went in, 2 came out. And he'll look up in a minute and say, am I in the right area? I'll wait for it. He'll look up. They always do. And he's probably saying, show me the highlight again. And then I can see exactly where it is. Well, we'll leave Lenin to that. As another ball comes out, Senagupta needs to go a little bit fuller. He does try. It's a better delivery, better length. And Zishan can't get under this one, so they will take the single. Lenin is still at it. And I said before, there you go. I knew he'd look up. I just knew it because he's wanting somebody to help him say, hey, come on. You can see I'm wandering around here. And somebody tell me quickly before the snakes come and gobble me up. I reckon they should provide him with rakes. Just get a rake and just get raking in there. But having said that, what could you disturb and what could come up and get you? Good morning to everybody. Lovely to have you with it. John Gray is saying good morning. Good morning, John. This is a nice looking shot. Gets through the fielder and they'll complete the single. Is well struck. And Arun, the captain, past him, mate. So there he is. He found it. And look, maybe these balls have got GPS on them because he needed to get the GPS working and he finds the ball. Here you go. I think he either did that or, as Andrew says, he did watch the replay. He watched it a number of times. Said, right, now I know where it is. I can find it. So well done to Lenin. And also well done to all the ball retrievers that we have around the ground. And in fact, everybody else that is working behind the scenes here. They're doing some fantastic work. Matches since the golden ball, 101. Are we going to get one in Austria? That's the question. This match and 2 others to come. Will we get one? Will we reset the clock before we go in Bulgaria? Or will it happen in Bulgaria? And Charlie Hunt, well, he's a little bit of the golden ball maestro. He was the man that ended the longest ever run that we had with a golden ball, over 400 matches. Well, will Charlie do it again? Well, I tell you what, I know we'll get some close matches in Bulgaria, myself and Charlie. Maybe it will be. Lovely to see a lot of bees buzzing around. It was International Bee Day yesterday. Short into the body of Zishan. Plays that away, takes the single, hands the strike back to Ghani. 12 came off that first over. So Senagupta, it's nice to see him bowling. He is an out-and-out opening bowler. Now Afridi, who yesterday demonstrated some beautiful Yorkers. He really did bowl well. Let's see if he can get things going. Well, that time he just loses his run-up. So in he comes again. Yeah, and he gets it wrong again a second time. Afridi. Can he get it right this time? He still has a little stutter as he comes in. So, oh, wow, this is a short, quick delivery. And does this go over there? This is really quick. Let's have a look at that. I think that's, well, that certainly is one for the over. Whoa, I tell you what, have a sniff of this. Is Afridi to Abbas Ghani. Oh, what a delivery that was. Is that the fastest ball that we've seen so far? Okay, and he comes again. This time it's a bit smoother. And that's that Yorker. Oh, he's so unlucky. It was the almost the oldest trick in the book, wasn't it? And he almost executes it to perfection. The short ball, which was, well, he said, sniff this, quick and fast. And then the Yorker, which just misses that off stick. 2 dot balls, though. So Afridi turning on the style again. Riaz. Look at that. The background there. How picturesque is that? Afridi once more. And now, I think this is a slightly slow one as well, and he gets this to go the other way, showing some talent. Yeah, isn't that beautiful? Come on, folks. Is that probably one of the beautiful and most sensational and picturesque backdrops that you've seen to a cricket ground? That's absolutely sensational. And that's one thing we know about Austria. This part of Austria here, Seabarn, is pretty flat, and we have those surrounding hills. But of course, 62% of Austria is all about the Alps, isn't it? And the mountains. Beautiful country. So picturesque. It is lovely to be here, especially when the sun is shining. And then he gets him. He does do him. And Afridi, I tell you what, put together the balls that we've seen in this over the last 4 deliveries, and you'll see the perfect bowling. You really will. I mean, those balls, one after another. If you see the one after another, they're amazing. Because I tell you what, we saw the short ball that basically sent the signal to the batter to say, hey, you know what I can do with the pace? And you can see Ghani, he wasn't comfortable with it. And then we saw one Yorker that just missed the off stump. Then he got one to move away when the batter played it. And then he goes right back to darting that Yorker in. And Afridi knocks him over. Jagadev Hatte style. That was a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5-ball. And in fact, it's been a sensational over so far. Just the 1 run from it. And he picks up the wicket of Ghani as well. And Ghani, to be fair, didn't know too much about what was going on there. He chews up 5 deliveries for 1. And he gets done by a beauty from Afridi. What a great bit of bowling that is. And I love to see that. Fast bowlers getting it right. And maybe, you know, I was talking about Prashar when he was bowling. Prashar is an excellent bowler. And I was saying that one thing that I don't see that he has, well, a couple of things. Slow ball, I think he has a slow ball, but he doesn't have the short delivery. And that's what he could work on. And Afridi there, no issues. Changing up to the left-hander as Dara Paredes, who was in sensational form yesterday, comes out at number 3. But that's a classy over. Only the 1 run from it. And brilliantly bowled. So it will be, and I think that 1 run just takes that score now to 12. So it's 12 for 1. Great bit of bowling as we have a look at the standings there. Austria, well, thanks to those victories yesterday, 3 of them, they are leading the standings at the moment. But still anyone's for grab. I mean, whoever wins out of this, if they can remain unbeaten in the day, they can put themselves at the top of the standings. And my stomach is rumbling, which means the kitchen has opened. And that means that we're going to be smelling all sorts of lovely delights from our caterers as we get ready for ball number 2. And a fine time to welcome back Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, nice to be back. Chagi comes in for the 3rd. He's I suppose with no protractor, he's the new all-angles bowler, isn't he? He just comes around and tries to get across whoever he's bowling to. And he beats Zishan with a bit of extra bounce there. How about Afridi, though? It's good old school working over, wasn't it? He scared him, then impaired him. The stumps went flying. So Abbas Ghani not working at the top of the order, but you've got to say it was a very, very skillful over.
And, well, this is nicely played. Yeah, I think he could have picked his spot here. Good Zishan. He could have gone on the leg side, but he decides that maybe the safest shot is to go out in the off. That's pretty wide. There's only one man inside. Clears him pretty easily, 4 runs.
And Onka doing a nice bit of fielding. New addition to our blue crew this week. And, yeah, Chargi, you're right. You know, you knew what you were going to get from him. It's just a matter if it was hit well, and it was. So Zishan, can this be the big innings? And he needs to get his weekend going.
Oh, well, this is not the best for the keeping, but I have to say he's expecting the ball to bounce here. Is Paraskari, but it doesn't. It just rolls right under his
Well, it doesn't bounce
pads.
at all. I don't think it's a wide. He tries to get down. It just can't quite pick the roll of it. And the thing with air is, yeah, Paris is also worried. Now, if it does take a bounce unexpectedly, it could come up and hit him in the head. So it's very, very tough to deal with those. Anyway, just the one by. Dara Peretti now on strike, so left-hander's just going to change Chargi's tactics, so he comes over the wicket, and he's trying to push it across him. They're really showing a lot of trust in Chargi, bowling him with this in the 3rd over, and bowling him power play overs in this tournament. Let's see if we can get it right to the lefty.
He did bowl well, though, yesterday. This time a little bit shorter, maybe the slightly quicker ball. Chases on for the fielder. He will get there, and the batters think about 2, but Zishan doesn't move. Dara Peretti, he'll be hoping he can continue his good form going. He was certainly our player of the day yesterday, and he did finish with 52 in that close thriller against Austria when Hungary made 126, and Austria getting it with the ball to go, 9 wickets down.
Yeah. What a game that was. It's, remember, Czech power play was only 18. Hungary have matched it already. A couple of balls to go.
Well bowled. Tiagi picked up 4 wickets yesterday, and that meant that he was in the standings 3rd. The other bowlers that have picked up 3 was Akbarjan and also Zishan. But top of the pack at the moment, Joid Sadran with 7 for Austria.
Sniff another close one here. You know, it's the same kind of a score we had last night. Match 5. Probably the match of the tournament so far. We've had some good ones. Chargi, let's just see if he can stop this going to the boundary. That'll be a big win for the Czechs.
Well, he can, as this one gets played out. And that is very similar power play there, isn't it? We know the Czech Republic were 18 for 1. You can see here Hungary 19 for 1. So it's like for like. Here's another one that's going to the wire, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, I think so. So 19 for 1 off 3. Someone stood up for the Czechs, and it was Paraskari. So Hungary, they need someone to do that. And yeah, both these two at the crease are very, very capable of doing that. Have a look at the second half. So 41 in the first half, and they get 87 in the second half, and including that supersonic 8 that Prashad delivered. So yeah, similar starts. Let's see if there's similar production from Hungary through the middle overs and towards the end. They'll need to be if they're going to make a game out of this.
Yeah, they certainly will do. And looks like we're perhaps going to see a bit of spin here. As Mark Hasham is going to bowl. He bowled very well yesterday
Really
as well.
did. You know, this is Venki, as we know him, Venkatesh Margashayam. Plays his cricket for Vinarati in the Czech Republic. Now, one of the things, Rico, just speaking about you personally, you've never been to Prague, am I right?
Yeah, never been.
Because I'm always hogging it. And Danny Hudacek, of course, he's our Czech specialist. I know Danny's watching right now. But I know this year you're going to do the first half with Danny. I'll probably do the second half with Danny. And we'll cross over on the weekend a little bit. So I'm really excited that you get to go and visit.
I'm looking forward to it. Well, has he got enough of this? And the answer was no. And also, he's probably lucky. Now, we did see a lot of this when the Czech Republic were batting. A few balls hit in the end, just dropping short of the fielder. So. Yeah. And that's fair play. So both teams have had a slice of good fortune. You can see Zishan there for a moment. He thought he was gone.
Yeah, it's a good miss hit. You got to judge the bounce just right. You're playing that flat bat shot, the kind of sight screen buster. If you get it slightly wrong, you know, it can hang in the air. You get it right though, it goes a long way. Over the wicket now, it's the lefty.
And he goes for a beautiful shot. And this is just confidence oozing out of Delaparetti. He has no concerns using his footwork. He backs himself to get there, backs himself to make the contact, and hits it well, hits it sweet. He gets 6 runs.
Yeah, really good batting. He just looks so comfortable, hasn't he? Venkatesh, though, you know, he's a experienced campaigner. He won't let that throw him too much. You just got to tip your hat and sometimes say it was a good shot. I don't think it was a bad ball. You're really hoping that Delaparetti mishits one of those and you can catch him in the outfield. Maybe you can get him stumped if he misses it completely.
Yeah, that's probably what will be his plan. Magashayam. He won't be put off or deterred by that. That's I think that's what the captain's saying. Yeah, that's good. That's what we want him to be doing. We want him coming out. So a bit of width, and it would clear the fielder. And you can see here, Magashayam, that's what he's going for. Tries to fire this in wide because he wants to see Delaparetti miss this. Wicketkeeper's ready for it, but it gets at the sort of bottom end of the bat, goes over the fielder, 4 runs.
It's actually really good bowling. It's a good late adjustment. He sees him coming, he fires it a bit wider, almost gets him to loop a catch to backward point, almost gets him stumped, but in the end it goes for 4.
Yeah. And now it's time to get funky.
Oh,
what is that? Well, that's probably
the fielding disc.
It's the disc.
It's the second time we've seen this. I thought for a second a game of Ultimate Frisbee had broken out. Have a look at this.
I thought,
how has he fielded this if it's hit the disc? Look. Oh, no, he's kicked the disc. Okay.
He's kicked the disc, yeah.
We saw that in Milan once the ball hit the disc and the disc went flying further than the ball.
It's firmly hit, and the
Great
fielder.
fielding.
Oh, this is about taking one for your team from Afridi.
That's bossing it in the field. I mean, 9 times out of 10, this is 4. You can't get a more awkward bounce than this. It's flat. It's the most awkward distance, but Afridi just gets his legs behind it by luck or design, but he put himself in a position to stop that ball.
He does so well, doesn't he? I mean, that's a good stop. Well, the stop before was a good one as well. So, a bit of frustration with Delaparetti. Zishan goes big, and this will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. 6 carreras, and Zishan says, well, okay, if you're going to stop him along the ground, how are you going to stop this one?
Yeah, a bit of swagger in that from Zishan as well, wasn't there? Finishes the 4th with a bang. And the Worm heading upwards, 37 for 1 after 4 overs. But still, you know, about 15 behind the rate. They have to make those up, but you can see they can do it with these guys at the crease. I've got to tell you, though, Delaparetti with his reverse, with his range of shots, he's such a difficult guy to bowl to. Magashayam goes for 18, including 2 6s and a 4 in the 4th. But now we're going to get Tripurari Kanyalal bowling. So first time we've seen him in this series. I said they brought him in as an extra spin option, so they dropped a batter in, Ramakrishnan, to allow him to come into the lineup. I think they saw with Magashayam, he was a really good option for the Czechs yesterday. He's a different sort of bowler, Tripurari Kanyalal. He's kind of a brisk spinner, kind of the Anil Kumble kind of mould, where he pushes them through. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how he goes here. And he's got a bit of a challenge because he's got 2 batters who can do a lot of damage.
Kanyalal, let's see what he can bring. And this is nicely played away. It's a fielder who, well, almost sees it go through him, but keeps his eyes on it in the end. Magashayam, who goes back there. So single. But you feel that this is the wicket that they want to try and get. You've got to try and get Zishan, who's just started to get his eye. What I like about Zishan is when he hits it, he kicks it first. And you know what I mean? He's got that little kick, and then he goes whack.
He gets full swagger points.
Yeah, keep an eye on his feet, folks. That's what I'm talking about. Keep an eye on his feet.
He knows when he's got it. That's
he does. Okay, you can see that Aruna shot is just moving the field around. Obviously he has to, because you've got that left and right combination.
You've got to try and keep the thoughts positive in your head. You know, miss hit one, you could be gone here though. Batters know that.
And well, this is that miss hit, and Kanyalal will he get?
No,
it's dropped. I can't believe he's dropped this. I cannot believe it. And Kawipanya Tupanya. Haliwi catch shouldered it. That's a biggie, and well, can you believe that? That's Venkatesh that puts it down.
Yeah, he's got stuck under it, didn't he? It's the miss hit. We talked about it. You get it right every time, but one doesn't do too much wrong there, except not get it in the middle of the hands there. Magashayam grasses it, and Zishan has a life.
Well, nobody likes that. He's got to try and get it out of his mind, though. And as you'd expect, the next ball, though, is not from Zishan, gets smashed away for a big 6. Darparetti now. He's in the zone, and both these batters are looking to get victory here for Hungary. What a lovely shot that is.
Yeah, just smart batting by Darparetti. Doesn't really have a look at him. He goes for him straight away. Now he's going to lace one the other side, and that's 6-2 Maximo. And he's kind of clocked it, hasn't he, that Tripuri Kanyala, he's not tossing many up. He's playing him more like a medium pacer, and he's playing him very well. That brings up the 50 for Hungary, who really have gotten things moving after the power play's finished.
Yeah, what a player, Ashrit Darparetti. He has really excited me. And I tell you what, this guy is going to do some fantastic things for Hungary. I can see it already. He's a big star in the making. Lal, he'll be disappointed he hasn't got a wicket. This one is looking to get it in the gap, and the fielder does very well. Makes a good stop, a good bit of team fielding there. One guy throws himself at it and makes a stop.
That's the tank there. Richard Toma does kick the rope, but I think he'd let the ball go by then. I think he's all right so far. Where's the ball? Yeah, ball's gone before, and then he kicks the rope, so I think that's okay.
Yeah, he's not in contact with it, is he, that we can see? And I think the umpires, who work very well together, that's the third umpire, Praveen, will be looking at that.
Sliding doors, though. Tripuri Kanyala had Zishan dropped. If that was caught, Darparetti would never been on strike.
Oh, this could be out if it's straight. Asking the question, where does this pitch? That's the other thing. Does it pitch outside the line? This is a close call for me.
So that's the thing.
Close call.
So the ball pitches outside the leg stump for me, even though he's then shaping to reverse. You know, the question is he does he lose his right to having a leg stump by playing a reverse shot? So this is the kind of debate.
It's very debatable, isn't it?
It's still hazy, because if it has pitched outside that stump, is it his leg stump anymore?
And then, well, this time, well, that ends the debate, because he says, all right, well, I'll give you someone else to talk about. Here's another Maximo. And that means that this over for Kenya Lal, unfortunately for him, goes magical, but he would know that he should have had a wicket.
Yeah, exactly right. Now Zishan cashes in. That goes completely wrong for Tripuri Kanyala in his first over, going magical. 61 for 1 off 5. Pretty even game here. Wicket changes everything as well. And just a reminder that we'll get to see these three nations you're seeing this weekend in the ECC with 28 others, because it's going to be the biggest and best ever. 31 teams will play in the European Cricket Championship starting on the 25th of September. Czech Republic, we'll see them on that date because they'll be taking part in Group A. And as for Hungary and, of course, Austria, the hosts here, they'll actually be in the same group, Group D. So interesting that they've been drawn together. They've got Ireland 11 as well as Finland and Turkey in Group D starting on Thursday, the 5th of October. Each group contains 10 group matches and 4 finals, and the winner of the group final goes through to Championship Week, where they'll meet the Netherlands 11 and the other group winners in a 7-team Championship Week. Join us for the biggest and best ever ECC in September and October this year from the beautiful and picturesque Khartoum Oval.
Can't wait. Khartoumania will rock the world once more, and it's going to be absolutely sensational.
So I'm going to go back to that LBW, and again, you ask different people, you get different answers. As soon as you play a reverse, there's a school of thought. Come back to that in a second, because Charg is getting another over. Gets hit back past himself. Should just be a single. As soon as you shape to reverse, you've given up your right to your leg stump protections. So that does pitch outside the stump there. But some people will argue, well, that's now his off stump because he's playing a reverse. So it can pitch outside the off stump. It hits him in line, it's hitting. So if you follow that interpretation, then you've got every right to give that out. But I think most of the time, the wides will change. So you'll say you don't get your leg stump wide anymore. But again, the leg stump pitching outside happens so rarely. Yeah. People don't really know how to handle it still.
Okay, does he get enough off this? I don't think he does. But once again, Zishan, lucky's on his side at the moment. Big time, isn't it? He got dropped. An absolute sitter by Venkatesh. And in a few times he's played this type of shot and he's dropped just before the fielder. So the luck and the sun is shining on him today.
Momentum's an intangible, but it's very real. And right now, Hungary have it. Can the Czechs get it back? Chargi, they brought him back after a very tight third over that he bowled on. He went for 7. One of those was a bye.
And well, this one whizzes past Arun. There's nothing he can do about it. There's another boundary from Dara Peretti. He is just flowing in confidence at the moment. Nothing that he can do wrong. And another man who's flowing pretty nicely. Zonkar once again in the action.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely nailed. It wasn't that far from Ashokan, who's in the infield. It's probably catchable height, but just went around the check skip up. He smashed that Dara Peretti.
And this is huge. Volley, volley, volley. Well, I'll tell you what, they're saying, come on, we're out of here, boys. If this boy is hitting it towards us, let's get out of here. We don't want any aerial assault. And, well, the nets now are being vacated.
So funny, and when you go up a level, it's very hard to pick how people will react. Some players get even better as the level goes up. Justin Langer was one. He could scratch around in 4th grade, but then you put him up, the higher he was playing, the better he played. And Dara Peretti's certainly gone up a notch in a Hungarian shirt this weekend.
This one short, taking him on. Arun can't pick it up cleanly, but I do still feel, I mean, apart from that, the over from Afridi, they just haven't pitched the ball up. They haven't got it in the slot, have they? So they've allowed both Zishan and Dara Peretti, who have put a 62 partnership together now, they've allowed them to get under the ball. They haven't got the ball pitched up.
Last ball the over from Chagi.
So this one gets worked away. It turns it into a full toss. But no hassles there from Buyan, who makes the stop, gets the throw in. So not a bad over, but keeps the rate interesting. It's hovering at around about the 13 required per over.
Yeah, we're 14 off that over, so it's probably not the worst. It's about average, I suppose, what they need at the moment. It's a tough one. Probably they're going to bring back Afridi, I imagine, to try and break this partnership. But also they would love to somehow have this partnership be broken by someone else and have Afridi come and maybe expose a new batter. So I thought they might bring him back here, but I don't think they are. And it looks like they might be going for Sazib Buyan, who's going to bowl over number 7. So yeah, it's a tough one. But you can just see Dara Peretti is just timing the bowlers up, and he's just seeming to get the pace of this pitch very, very well. That he's hitting the ball where he wants it, when he wants to.
He hasn't played one bad shot yet. Everything he's played has been hit clean. When he's wanted to clear the boundary, he has.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, I was talked about Iqbal Hussain when he was on for that century. And I said, the way he's hitting the ball, I can see him getting it because he was just hitting everything so clean and his timing was perfect. And that's the sort of form that Dara Peretti is in here at the moment. He's raced to 39 and just 15.
It's been such good innings. Sazib, can he turn things around?
Okay, this is an opportunity. Will they take it this time? And no, it gets put down. Is another clanger, and this time it's Sabawu. Is that Sabawu? And no, it's Afridi.
Nah, you get called off it. I mean,
yeah.
What it is, Afridi calls off the infielder, which I think is actually the right thing to do, but he was still unsure about whether Davizzi was going to get out of the way. The reason I say that, I always think it's easier for the outfielder coming in rather than the infielder coming back. But you can see, even the way he takes it, he's a little bit concerned about whether there's a collision coming, and you can see Davizzi not happy with the end result. Neither is Riaz Afridi.
That's why I was surprised, and I said, is that Davizzi? Because I know he don't drop him. So you, okay, here's another opportunity here, but this is Dara Peretti. This is big. Oh, this one goes down as well. I can't believe it. And this is Rikit Toma, the tank, that pushed Dara Peretti down. So both the set batters have given chances. They haven't been taken. For me, that's the match. That's 2 catches dropped down, 2 key players. It could have broken that partnership. Both could be gone, but they're both still there. Got to say, Czech Republic, maybe that catch going down is the opportunity to win this match going down.
Yeah, well, if they do lose, they've only got themselves to blame. They already know that. It's so hard. You've got to just get the men in black glasses and give yourself a zap and just try and forget that ever happened. Because you're still in a pretty good position, Czech Republic, but you know you've missed 3 golden opportunities now to break this partnership.
And this one is another chance, and this one does get taken. Well, can you believe what we've seen here?
Cramp.
Can you believe?
I hope that's cramp and not a dislocated kneecap. Oh, yeah. He's gone down there, Margus Shaim. I'm feeling it. He takes a very good catch. Let's just see what happens, though. I mean, I hope it was a big moment in the match anyway, but he takes it and then he lands. Is this a cramp or is it an impact? Bang. I hope it's just a cramp. You can see there maybe the calf or something like that. But, yeah, it's an uncomfortable one. I mean, it's a good result, though, for the Czech Republic. I think he might have to leave the field the way things are going.
Oh, he's struggling there. He's struggling. I think it's Well, he's walking around on it. They're going to have to get somebody out there maybe. But look, the key thing is the catch is taken. I think you can see Aaron saying, come on, let's get the 12th man on. But very good catch taken. And let's see how he lands. He hits the deck pretty hard, doesn't he?
It's it. I mean, there is a bit of give in this field. It's the left leg that impacts the ground. So I don't know whether he just knocked something out there. Because it's an impact kind of injury, it probably isn't cramp, you know. But, you know, he's coming off. Margasheim, hopefully it's just temporary. And what he does, he holds the catch. Very important catch. Relive Andrassi, the 12th man's going to come on. He's walking off under his own steam. So, I mean, that's promising, I guess. But, yeah, you can see that's not something anyone likes to see. And look, it's kind of overshadowed at the moment. After dropping 3, they finally held on to a chance and they've broken the partnership.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was quite crazy. Afridi drops Zishan on 37. Then the next ball, Joe Peretti gets dropped on 39 by Toma. And the very next ball, well, Zishan gives another chance. At least this time, Venkatesh, he does take it. So though he did drop Zishan on 23, he makes amends. And he gets Zishan on 33. So they get the breakthrough that they wanted. And you're right, they do it without having to go back to Afridi. But Buyan, he probably thought he was never going to take a wicket because every one of those deliveries was a chance.
You know, the funny one, oh, it's not funny if you're Czech Republic supporter, but the one between Davitsi and Afridi, in baseball, you know, I've played a reasonable level of both. In baseball, there's a clear chain of command about who's catches whose, and an outfielder always has precedence over an infielder. It's a bit more fuzzy in cricket because the fielders move around a bit more compared to baseball. So that's one that as soon as, in baseball, there'd be more of an understanding that's Afridi's catch. And Davitsi would have got out the way, and Afridi would have been confident he wasn't going to have traffic. Because I think partly Afridi dropped that one because he was a little bit worried about who was coming the other way, even the way he twisted his body. But anyway, game on. And look, Safi, a very good player to be able to come out at number 4. He's very capable of pulling this off. But I mean, quietly, that rate required has crept out to 15 and over. Look, shades of when Dara Peretti made 46, not out in a losing cause yesterday, where he wasn't able to do it on his own. Needs some help.
Yeah, Dara Peretti, though, is the leading run scorer by far in this series. This goes up to over 170 in it. That's a good delivery. What an over this is from Buyan. Now, I know Moyo Patel has mentioned this in the chat, and good morning to you, because he said with everything going on, with those 2 drop catches, it takes a lot of composure and a lot of discipline from Buyan, and he kept it. And so far, this could be a match-winning over. I said those 2 drop catches could be where they lose it, but Buyan could be the man that helps them win it. Well, this one will get smashed away. Dara Peretti will go on to 46, but still, even with that boundary, 9 off the over, he gets a breakthrough. That still is a pretty decent over.
He rolls the cutter, but gets too close to Dara Peretti, who just summarily dispatches it over mid-wicket for 6, but still, 9 off the over. That's the result for the Czech Republic. It's 84 for 2 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the second match of the day. Czech Republic against the host nation, Austria. Austria 3-1. Their fate's in their own hands. If they win twice today, they'll win the series. Czech Republic, and obviously they've gone up a gear. Paraskari's been brilliant. That's the top 4 as we saw it this morning, and it looks like the same 11 on the park. So the change they made overnight was Sharon Ramakrishnan out of the side to bring in Tripuri Kanyalal, an extra spinner. That didn't work out too much in this game, but we'll see how it goes. It starts
we'll have to obviously keep an eye on that with Venkatesh as well.
Yeah, of course.
Because, I mean, they didn't look good. But this match, very evenly poised. The required rate now is around 15. They won't want to gain any higher than that. So this means that every over is a big one, and they go for a free. Can he get those Yorkers going? He tucks up Safi.
Yeah, well, here's the contest that probably decides the match for me. You've got Riaz Afridi coming back, strike bowler. You've got Dara Peretti on 46, not out. And look, 84 off 7. So what's that? That's 12 and over exactly, I think, that they're at. So obviously they need to get, I suppose, 13 or so through the innings. So they have to make those runs up now in the last 3. And I think it's the right move to bring Afridi back here and try and get as far ahead in the game as you can. And they probably also think he's the guy most likely to force Dara Peretti into a mistake, given that run rate required is around about 15 and over.
Well, Ricket Tomar will hope that Dara Peretti falls pretty quickly, because at the moment, I think he was the one who puts the catch down that could have sealed the match when Dara Peretti was dropped on 30. Anyway, this is big. Afridi, first thing he's got to do is get the line right. But Dara Peretti, he doesn't change his style. He'll still be aggressive. He's not there to see what this ball is. He's there to put it away.
2/3 man in place.
Okay, good delivery at him. It's quick,
Isn't that
fast.
For a guy that's in, it's pretty rare to have two fielders behind the wicket like that. There's like a second man and a third man down there in the boundary, and kind of maybe guarding against the edge and challenging Dara Peretti to go down the ground against the extra pace of Afridi. Great contest here. You got two big hitters. You got a big burly fast bowler coming in at them. The game in the balance.
Yeah. Safi will go big here. He tries, but he gets done with a short one. But this is too short, goes over his head. This one really hits the deck and sails.
Yeah, let's have a look. It just took off a bit more than he thought. I mean, it's probably borderline, to be honest, but the umpire's got to make a decision very quickly.
Yeah,
It may have been grazing the top of their helmet.
There's no way, as the square leg, there's no way. I mean, that's millimeters.
Yeah.
I mean, we can look at it again and again and say, maybe if he's standing upright, it doesn't quite over him.
Yeah.
Upright square leg doesn't have that. He's visualizing something, and once the ball's there or thereabout, he's calling it. Well, this one is going straight over the bowler's head, and it keeps on flying. This is a big 6. So this is where he likes it. He makes the contact, hits it hard. 6 runs.
Yeah, what a shot. And that's the new batter, Safi, that's come in. He knows it's got to be in his half now, doesn't he? Because Riaz he spent that short one earlier in the over. Again, let's see if that's a blip or a trend for Riaz Afridi. Well, I think he had to follow it up the actual Yorker. He gave him some length to work with.
This one gets played away. Should be stopped. It will be. And remember here, Freddie, he now knows that he can't bowl another short delivery as well. So the batters know that as well.
Exactly. But I think even then, I think he's going for the York. He just misses his spot. Gave Safi some length to work with. He couldn't time it up as well that time. Oh, well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. We're in for another close finish here, I think.
Good delivery. That's well bowled.
That's just the extra pace. Yeah, I mean, he tries to drag that from outside the off stump. And I think partly that is the field because they've got the 3 men, if you like, in the top right-hand quarter. So you've got a backward point in the circle. You've got a square third man. You've got a fine third man. So he knows that's blocked up. So he's trying to catch up with it and go kind of forward square leg like he nailed that boundary earlier.
Attacks the stumps and is going to be 4 runs. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this ball. But it's a great shot, and what a way to bring up another half-century. And, well, Dara Peretti, we saw him score a half-century in the loss in that close match against Austria yesterday. He made 52. Well, he's gone back-to-back the same way that Paras Kari have done. So these two batters, one from each side, certainly have set the standards. And just have a look at the wagon wheel.
Well, that was the negative of that field if you're a Czech supporter because they had the 2/3 man. They didn't have a long on. So he targeted that part of the field and he got it that time. Great 50 from Ashrith Dara Peretti. What a series he's having. 51 off 21 balls, 5 maximos, 3 fours, but still plenty to do. 31 required off the last 2 overs. I mean, probably I think it's 55-45 to Czech Republic. I just think runs on the board often stand up. A wicket can throw everything for a loop, but also, magical over can change everything. Bhuyan was brilliant in his first over, 1 for 9.
Yeah.
But Ashrith did have his measure last ball. He sent into the bleachers. Now it's going to all happen in the 9th. He's having to deal with Safi. 98 for 2 off 8.
Yeah, Safi will be looking to drill straight. And, well, this one's a bit of width. It's not the best of deliveries. 4 runs. So this one would have been a wide, but I suppose he thinks, you know what? If I can send it to the boundary, I will. Cuatro carreras of Safi. Turning on the style here now, hitting hard.
Safi in the middle order. Yeah, I suppose he's made a bit of a home there in this series. He's batting even higher than he was batting yesterday, but like I said, he's a great insurance policy to have because he's such a good hitter.
Good delivery. Better length. We haven't seen too much of this. They run hard and comes a throw. Will be backed up by the wicketkeeper, Kari.
Just more often than not, even with set batters, when you need boundaries, compared to looking for them and trying to be a bit more selective. When you need boundaries, just more often than not, fielding team gets home in these situations. But you do have two guys that are hitting the ball well. You've got Dara Peretti. Look at his strike rate. I mean, he's going more or less 2.5 a ball.
He's been sensational, and he's been such a joy to watch. I mean, I only gave one chance. That one got put down. Thomas won't want reminding of it.
Now,
and that was when he was on 39. That was a big moment.
Now, they do have the kind of floating deep mid-wicket and long on now because they just have the 1/3 man because Bhuyan's not quite as quick as Afridi. So that, in fact, now they're bringing both of those third men into the circle and putting the deep cover back. So pretty much you've got the umbrella field, the kind of baseball field. All the outfielders are straight down the ground now.
And, well, we got another bat ejection. Well, bats are meant to fly. Well, this one takes off. And, well, it does a double somersault in the air and lands beautifully.
Well, time to throw the bat. And Ashworth takes it pretty literally. This is a good ball by Bhuyan as well. Wants him to go fetch it. And then, in the end, he's not fetching the ball. He's fetching his bat.
Look at this. This really does fly out of his hands. And the batter says, how did that happen?
Yeah. That's proper caber toss job from Ashworth.
And this is such a good shot. It's not a bad delivery at all, you know. I feel for Bhuyan here. This one would have squeezed in, I think, inside the line. But look, he is seeing the ball so well at the moment. And as long as he can keep hold of his bat, I think he's going to win the match if Hungary. I really do.
You can set your field straight as you like, set your fielders wherever you like. But if you hit him that well, it doesn't matter where you put him. That was such a good shot. That was
quality.
Just what was required at the right time. 20 off 8. The longer you go, the closer this game gets. 2 to come in the over.
Oh, this is a no. Well, it's a wide because I think where it bounces, that's... we're going to have to watch this again. I think, where does this bounce? Let's have a look.
Oh, I think that's actually going to be a no ball because it's just before the stumps, right? So maybe you have to decide if it's bounced after the stumps, it's just a wide. But I think this is a no ball.
Well, it's a wide has been called. So next delivery. And he hits it pretty well. Fielder coming across, can't do anything about it. Here's 6 more. And Dara Peretti is turning on the style, isn't he? What a knock. He just keeps on going. And Bhuyan now gets hit for a big 6. A ball to come in the over. 13 required of 7. Bhuyan will be looking to try and get a dot in here. But Dara Peretti, he'll be looking to get another boundary here. He won't be thinking about taking a strike. Hits it well, and he will get another boundary. It's 4 more. So we do go into the last over with Hungary, surely. Probably looking the favourites from here on in. They need 9 for victory.
Oh, wow. Bhuyan bowled so well, but things can change very, very quickly. So, look, yes, advantage Hungary. That's the over they wanted. It all happened in the 9th for them. I said, Czech Republic probably slight favourites at the start of the 8th. But now you'd have to say it's Hungary's game to lose. 9 off 4, or 9 off 6 with 2 set batters there going. If we do have 8 off this over, we'll have a golden ball. Another last over thriller. And we haven't had a golden ball for over 100 matches now. Let's see what happens and see who gets the last over. It looks like they're going to go to the Beast, who we haven't seen bowling yet in this innings. And the Beast does have this extra gear. It's kind of mythical in the Czech Republic that he kind of rocks out a few mediums. And just have a look at the Beast. He's the man for the situation.
Yeah, look at this. He says, here. He said, I don't need that. You take that. Let me do my work. Just opens his shoulders up. This partnership worth 43. And you can see 27 of those have come off Dara Peretti. But Safi, he's played his part as well. It's been an important contribution from him, 14 off 6. Okay, so last over. 9 runs in 6 balls. I think dot balls are key here. I think the first ball will be crucial. Get a dot in here. And then you put the pressure on the batting side. But really, 2 shots could do it. And this one is one of them. It will go big. Balle. Brashaka Lagya. And Safi, he moves to 20 of just 7 deliveries. Hungary turning on the style.
It's a great chase under pressure. I mean, it's another great game. This partnership has just taken the game away from the Czechs now, 49 off 16. I don't see any way that Hungary aren't going to chase it down from here. And Safi's been super important, hasn't he, as well? 3 to win.
And he hits this pretty well. They take the single. They do.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping for a miracle now. In a different situation with, a new batter at the crease, maybe a lower order batter at the crease, and you feel like you have a chance here. But you're hoping more than anything else. Can't say enough good things about Dara Peretti as well. 67 off 25. Look, they did have the chance to get rid of him, though.
Yep.
And we said it at the time, the Czech Republic, they had a chance to kind of swing the game in their favour. They didn't take it, but now I think they're going to pay the penalty.
Dara Peretti on strike. 67 unbeaten. 25 balls, 2 required in 4. Okay, they're taking him on, and they'll get there. So now that's one that run's not there for me. I think if you're the bowler in this situation, as soon as you bowl it, you've got to be onto this. I mean, he just puts the brakes on. He's got to be there. He's got to want it. He's got to be quick.
Yeah, Safi got the jump on him, didn't he? I don't think anyone was expecting that kind of uber defensive approach, though, from Dara Peretti. But he has tied the game. They've got 3 chances to win it. Safi to win the game for Hungary.
Dot ball.
Okay, strike 1. It's become baseball now. It's 3 strikes, you're out. I suppose they're not out, because if there's 2 more dots, it'll be a golden ball. I mean, you just got to be trying to prevent the single however you can.
There's another dot. Okay.
Whoa.
1 required off the last ball.
Whoa.
A dot takes us to a goal. Well, get your running shoes on, because I reckon we could see a bit of under action here.
You got to gamble in now. You got to hope he misses the ball, and your only chance is if it hits his pad and just slews away, and then you can run him out. Because I mean, any sort of contact they're going. Safi just kind of gone off the boil here. Czech Republic bringing everyone up. Now, you also got to be organised. Someone has to take the bowler's end stumps in this situation and try and create a run out. I mean, I didn't see this coming. So scores tied with the ball to go. Another thriller in the ECI Austria. Hungary. Any score wins it.
Straight to the fielder. Will he pick it up? He goes for the throw and he misses. Oh, he misses. And you called it. Why didn't anybody take the stumps? Nobody takes the stumps. And as a result of that, Hungary do win a thriller. That one, there's no run there for me, Vinny. Oh, you got to say, that's not smart. Somebody had to take the bowler's end. They don't. The throw at the stumps, well, it's a miss from Sudesh, and as soon as he misses, well, that's it. They've got the run, and it's a victory by the smallest of margins. Hungary victorious.
Can you believe it? Yeah, I hate to be Nostradamus, but you got to know your situation there. You've got 11 fielders. You need to make one person's job just to cover these stumps. Don't worry about them fielding the ball. He looks at the keeper's end, and he says, look, well, he's out by more. This hits the stumps. You've got a golden ball. Sudesh doesn't have time to get back. He's in his follow-through.
I want to see it again. I think he does. He stands there and he's pointing at the stumps, and really he should be saying, give it to me, and I'll take him off. Let's watch it again.
Maybe. I mean, if Wickramasinghe, if he takes the ball, okay, he does stand for a second. But to be honest, it shouldn't be his responsibility. So it needs to be more organised. Let's not take the gloss off the window. I mean, it's an absolute thriller. 1 run separates these teams. And Hungary, they keep their chances of an ECI trophy alive. The final score here in match 6, Hungary 129, Czech Republic 128. What a morale-boosting win. Hungarians, they get some revenge for yesterday. So it's 1-1 in this mini-series between Hungary and the Czech Republic. And it is Safi that gets them home, but it's Dara Peretti. I think he's got to be the player of the match for his contribution as he cracked 68 not out. And I suppose he countered what Paraskari did in the first half of this game. This is what's coming up in around about 12 minutes or so with the Czech Republic taking on Austria. So they'll be hoping to bounce back in Austria. First chance to see the hosts here on day 2. Aman Randhawa coming to the side for Austria.
What a match that was, folks. What a match. Let's have a look at these highlights again. Dara Peretti, you're absolutely right. He has to be player of the match. He bowled very well as well, taking 1 for 19, but then with the bat, 68 at 26. And some of the batting here was clinical. And some of the bowling, though, also was. I mean, Afridi, I think he bowled sensationally well. That first over was top-notch. Just the 1 run from it. And he picked up a wicket as well. That had them in the driving seat. But I said it at the time, the power play was very like for like. The Czech Republic were 18 for 1. And then you saw Hungary, they were 19 for 1. But over number 4 is where it started with Venkatesh. He was just a little bit too expensive. That got Hungary going. But they needed to get a breakthrough pretty early. Give Czech Republic their due. I mean, they did field very well. The ground fielding was good, but it's simple. And if you know the game, if you follow the game, you know catches win you matches. If you don't take catches, well, then you're in trouble. Well, that one was Zishan being dropped by Venkatesh. At that point, he was on 23. He goes on and makes 10 more runs. It may not sound like a lot, but in a close one like this, it certainly is. Well, not only did he put Zishan down, Afridi put him down on 37 as well when he and Devuzi got into each other's way. I think you'll see that one coming up pretty soon now. But the biggest one of the lot is when the tank, Rigit Toma, put down Jaraparetti when he was on 39. And that's where that match got lost.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, Safi didn't really give a chance that I can remember while he was there, so he hit him well. This is where it all started to go wrong. I think Afridi's right to call Devuzi off, but, you know, he had second thoughts about it, didn't he? And that one went down as well. And like I say, this was the moment we were talking about. The tank made perfect position, just bounced off the middle of his hand. You can see, it means so much to these guys. Got to realise that. No one drops catches on purpose. This was a great one, but then also concerns for Benki Magashayam as he looked to maybe have injured something in his left leg. He went off the field, but I mean, that was the catch that I suppose got some of the momentum back, but didn't help too much because Jaraparetti was going beast mode, and then Safi joined him at the crease, and those two would end up getting Hungary across the line.
Yeah, what an exciting finish, though. It really was. I mean, this is Safi that really did turn on the style in that over number 9, which that over from Buyan went for 22. That set up what we thought was going to be a straightforward finish, but Sudesh Vikram Sakura, the beast, he decided, well, he's going to come on. We're talking about the beast. Well, this was a bit of beastie action as well, as the bat got flying out of the hands of Jaraparetti.
Glad the square leg umpire was on the other side. Otherwise, he would have needed a helmet for this one. Yeah, but it all came down to the last couple of overs in Buyan. It held on so long, but he kind of fell off the perch, didn't he?
Yeah.
Challenged him to go over cover. Jaraparetti says, yes, please. And then this one was another one that disappeared. Last ball of the over, set up just 9 in the last. More pressure to come, though. And it was the beast from the Czech Republic, the man for the moment. But again, that was a very good frisbee job as well, just saying. But then back to business. And this one, she really put it beyond doubt, you thought. But of course, this is ECN. There was late drama as we saw a single scramble. Suddenly it looked like two new batters there when almost the pressure of the moment getting the better of both the guys that had been there and looking so comfortable all the way. Then it was strike 1, strike 2. Third time, there's nobody home. And like I say, I don't want to harp on it, but when you've got 11 fielders, you got to be smart. One guy's job has to be just to cover those subs. Even if he starts fielding right next to the pitch, have him there because you hate to lose a game that way. And Hungary, they get there by the slimmest of margins. Once again, shows you how even this ECI is. Czech Republic, they'll be heartbroken, I think, because they know that their chances of raising the trophy are gone with that, but still they've got 2 more matches today. They'll get another return clash against Hungary. Remember, they're 1-1 in their mini-series at the moment. Jaraparetti, though, what can you say about him? He showed it was no fluke yesterday. 68 off 26. He struck 7 6s and 4 4s in his innings. Well supported by Zishan Kukakel, 33 off 19. And Safi, wasn't he good under pressure?
Yeah.
He's found a home in the middle order, 22 off 11, and wasted no time getting going. Riaz Afridi did such a great job in his first over, conceding just a single and picking up the early wicket. But his second over, there was a bit of a mixed bag. In the end, it went for 14. Buyan, again, likewise, his first over went for just 9, but he went magical in the 9th, and that set up a memorable victory for Hungary. So, a successful chase, another very exciting match. Please just settle yourself down, have a quick cup of coffee, but we'll be back very, very shortly, not too long back, in just about 3 or 4 minutes, to take you into the second match of the day where the host will be on the park. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you very shortly for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Austria. Great to have your company. Super Sunday of action with 4 T10 internationals wrapping up our 2 weeks here at the Sabine Cricket Ground. So coming up now, we will see the host country in action for the first time here on day 2 of this ECI. It'll be the Czech Republic taking on Austria in match number 7. Let's go over to the toss now. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Austria to call. Tails is the call. It is tails.
So the toss has been won by Austria, and their captain Rasmus Shigual has decided to bat first. They kind of were mucking around with bowling first yesterday, but I do think they go back to plan A here against the Czech Republic. And don't forget, when these teams first met in match 1, it was Austria that kind of battered the Czechs out of the game in the opener. It was 145 to 99. We have also seen Austria kind of messing around with their batting order a little bit, maybe overdoing it. That cost them a game yesterday, potentially cost them a game yesterday, but they do have a 3-1 record. They are in a position to win the series. At least they have the fate in their own hands. If the Austrians can win both their games today, they play the Czechs now, they play Hungary in the next match, then they will be the champions. But we always like looking at the Austrian team because they bat so deep. It was Dida that actually won the game from number 11 yesterday. We saw Javid Zadra batting 10. So they have a really long batting lineup. They have depth that most countries would be really envious of, and they will trust each other. So they will be attacking, I think, all the way through. Czech Republic, a much improved batting performance, I suppose. It's been held together by Paras Curry at the moment, but still the big 3 yet to fire. Maybe it'll click for them in this game, but they will be on the chase. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 7 with the host nation, Austria, winning the toss and having a bat. Over to Rico Full as we get ready to get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. What a start to the day of this International Sunday. Well, Hungary, they like their close matches, don't they? Yesterday, they would have been very disappointed in match number 5, having scored 126. It went all the way down to the wire, and Austria winning with a ball to go, and there were 9 wickets down. And now we're seeing in the first match today that, again, it goes right down to the wire, getting the victory off the last ball. We almost got a golden ball as well, but Hungary victorious by 8 wickets off the last ball. So Austria back into the equation here now. They're playing their first match today, and don't see any change really from them. They've still got more or less the same side, and just still no Sehel Zedran in the side, so expect Dida once again perhaps to be opening up. He bowled very well yesterday. Czech Republic, and of course, with that injury to Venkatash, he's not going to be in the side. So Kushal Mendon comes in, and we get a chance to see him in action with the ball. The news, as you saw from the coin toss, that it will be Austria that will be batting. And, they don't look like they're making any changes this time. They go with what we would call their regular openers. And it will be Iqbal Hussain will face the first ball, and he's got Mark Simpson-Parker up there with him. These two in the very first match put 111 partnership together for the opening wicket when they scored 145 against the Czech Republic. Hussain 88 not out in that one. And they'll be hoping to go back to that sort of form. First up with the ball, it will be man that we didn't see with the ball in the last match. Looks like it's going to be Ricket Toma, who probably will know in the back of his mind that if he had held his catch when he had the opportunity to take there already, things could have been different in the last one. And, ask the question. I think it's a wild swing from Iqbal Hussain, but he makes no contact with the ball. Good bit of movement, as we've seen plenty from the bowlers. And they're certainly getting this grizzly ball to move around. Welcome back to everybody that's following us around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum. And Sasri Akal, Ibo1 to everybody watching via fan code in the sub-Indian continent. This one will be a wide. And also, a big shout out to everybody on our chat that have been very busy. Phil G in the chat now. Hello to Phil G and Wayne. And so Liam Day was there earlier. And Dave, of course, making a lot of interesting chat. It's a lovely day here in Austria. The Seabarn Cricket Ground looking spectacular. Edge, and it's another wide one that gets chased. Probably would have been called another wide, but I think Iqbal Hussain just decides he wants to get a hit in here. He slices it, gets it wide, gets it over that man in the catching position, gets 4 runs. So first boundary and the first runs off the bat. Cuatro carreras. Stronger together. Can Austria, who are currently top of those standings, can they stay stronger together? Got 3 wins out of their 4 matches yesterday. And it's another wide, so a lot of big movement from Tomar. Good take from the keeper. And the man that's been in very good form, Paraskari. Can he keep that up in this one as well? Wait. Here's the call from one of the fielders. I think just making a slight change in the field. Tomar to Hussain. Hussain goes for the big shot. He doesn't get this right. It'll be a sensational catch if he can get there. And he can't. And in the end, the batters will get 2. And this one has spent so much time up in the air. And he's chased that all the way from inside the circle. And picks this on up. That's Afridi. Well, look out for him with the ball. He was one of the highlights in that last match for the Czech Republic. A wild swing. He throws everything at this. So another dot. So 2 to come in the over. Iqbal looking to muscle himself back into the sort of form that he's been in. Well, this one he misses out on. I wonder if this dips enough or is this high. Let's see how low this drops. That's okay. I think the batter's standing up in his upright position. No issues there. Nice to see Tyrone Peters horns himself. He's at the square leg position. He's umpiring this one with umpire Santosh. And umpire Praveen is the 3rd umpire. Slower delivery, and he does him. Hook, line, and sinker. Beautiful delivery from Tomar. And Iqbal Hussain, he departs. So it's another failure really from him. Ball number 6 is too good for him. Good bowling, takes the pace off. Also, look, with all the away swing that Tomar's been getting, this one, he gets to come the other way, gets a bit of in swing on it, takes the pace off it, and knocks the stumps over. Great bit of bowling. And the wicket comes right at the end of the first over. And Austria 8 for 1. Beautifully bowled there by Tomar. So just like that, all the issues and the woes of the last match are forgotten. And, well, this is a good look, isn't it? Well, we want to see a golden ball here in Austria. And the bat versus ball computer has had a look at this, has put all the information in, and has come out with this, 97 to 97. So could we get a golden ball here? Well, we'll have to wait and see. We certainly have come close in the last 2 matches. And maybe it's finally going to happen. There's the bowler, Tyagi Niraj. Gets ready to bowl, and he'll be bowling to Mark Simpson-Parker to face his first delivery. Good morning to Rob Thompson, joining in the conversation. Pretty wide, but struck well. And the fielder, he can't handle it. I think he's 4 runs signalled here. He comes across, has a lot of ground to cover. MSP plays his shot really well. And just watch this, yeah, just not able to get there. I'm just wondering whether if he got a slide in and slid his body behind this, he may have been able to build a bit of a wall to stop it. So 4 off his first delivery for Mark Simpson-Parker. Now he goes down the ground. Oh, this is beautifully struck. Sweet out of the middle, like a bowl of glove jumbo, this one. What a lovely delivery Off the bat there, smashes it through the middle, goes all the way. There we go. Nice, full swing. He delivers the mammoth blow. So, it's 4 and 6. 10 of just 2 deliveries. So he gets them going. Of course, he's got his captain out there with him at the other end, Shiguel. Well, Tyrone says, yeah, get rid of that one. And, well, every time Tyrone Peters touches the ball, well, that's a nice catch there from Tyrone. And every time he gets his hand on the ball, something magical happens. He gives the bowler a slice of luck. So I wonder if this is going to be a slice of luck from Tiagi. Well, almost. It's not a slice of luck for MSP. Well, maybe it is because he has got the lid on. I think he bangs his onto the ground and it comes back and hits him on the grill. Just have a look at this one from Tyrone as the ball comes back. Oh, he's a man of many talents. And, well, he throws one away and then says, yeah, come and give it to me. And look, he's another tall man. You can see he's got a good reach. Yeah, nicely done by Mr. Horns himself. This one will be a wide. And, well, I told you he's got a long reach. Look at that when he signals the wide. Tyrone Peters has done a fantastic job here. There he is again. There's the tournament referee and getting his stint out there in the middle as well as one of the men in black. Shout out to all the umpires, match officials and scorers. It's been a top draw from them as Tiagi comes in once more. MSP just relying on his stroke play and only just. He's one of those batters, isn't he, that sometimes you think he's one of those, look, if you're going to hit it, hit it. But he relies on placement, he relies on timing, and he hits this and he thinks, yeah, no bother. I don't have to hit it that hard. I can reserve some of my energy as he goes for another boundary, another 6. So 2 6s and a 4 of this over from Tiagi already. And this one's a bit of a leave. He gets drawn into the shot and then just stops himself. A slight change of angle from Tiagi. Gets a little bit closer to MSP. He doesn't give him the room. And Mark Simpson Parker just stops himself from playing at it. No, he doesn't stop himself again after this. Gets it over the infielder. Will they look to come back for 2? Well, Rasmal Shiguel was keen to. But he's not going to, so he's going to have to walk down to the non-strikers. Then 18 come off that over. There's a score 26 for 1 after 2. So Austria, this is one thing that they've done. Even though they lose wickets, they showed that yesterday plenty of times. They just keep on going. The batters keep on attacking. That's why they're sitting at the top. But look at Hungary now. They're 2 in 2. And if they can have a clean sweep on this International Sunday, who knows? They could go and topple the host nation. The matches that are coming up today are going to be important ones. We know that after this one, we have Austria playing Hungary. What a big match that is. And then, if Hungary can get a victory there, they take on the Czech Republic for the final match, match number 9 of this international weekend. Rico Hull here, part of the European Cricket Network. And joining me back is Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, nice to be back. Every game is a thriller at the moment. MSP's made a very solid start. And he blasts this, and that isn't too far from the fielder, but he's got no chance. 4 runs. I don't care what format of cricket you're playing. There's something beautiful about the cover drive, and that was perfectly executed by Simpson Parker.
Yeah, that is right out of the textbook. What a lovely shot all along the deck. 4 runs.
Just a quick note, I mean, Venkatesh Margashayam of Czech Republic suffered a knee injury at the moment. He's got it on ice, and he was a late out of this playing 11. Kushal Mendon comes in to replace him. But yeah, certainly hope it's not too serious for Venki. He's actually had a really good series with the ball. I know that hurts them. But anyway, the Czech Republic, I know they'll be kind of feeling like a bit of a sack of potatoes after that first game. But here's the thing. You've got to look for positives. If they could win this game and win their next game, their final game, then they would still beat each of their opponents 2-1. You know, and it's not mathematically impossible. They could still actually win the series if they get back to a 3-3 record. That'd have to be big wins. They'd have to get the other result to go their way. But yeah, the thing is, there's always something to try and gain here. They played reasonable cricket this weekend.
Oh, well, they won in the wicket. Umpire Santosh calls it a wide. MSP comes down for this one, trying to get himself to it. Doesn't get there. And, well, I think that's a fair call. I think that ball catches a bit of the line, and I think Santosh is right on it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, I think probably doesn't like it, the tank, but again, he's a guy that he's a real entertainer. I haven't quite seen the best of him this weekend, but we're hoping to fire. The last couple of games, this is hit pretty hard, and it's going to blast through the fielder. Well, brute force trauma. Davitsi gets eaten up by it, and Mark Simpson-Parker gets 4.
Yeah, Davitsi knows he should have done better. You got to stop these. I mean, it does hit the deck and really speed up. I mean, I don't know if you can see that one more time. Once it hits the deck, it just accelerates. But at this level, you got to be able to smother that.
Yeah, it's the reverse Tortuga, really. It was like grease lightning the way it hit the ground and rolled. Anyway, now he lifts it up leg side, and Simpson-Parker on. He goes Maximo as Austria lifted up into the 40s. 31 off the bat of MSP. He's looking dangerous.
What a start this is, and I love this one. He just picks it up from outside the off, and he sends it packing over the leg side, over cow corner. Beautiful shot. Well, this used to be a farm, and there's plenty of agriculture around us, so maybe that is a genuine cow corner. Well, bring in the cows, they might trample over the wheat field, but still, good shot.
Tough thing about MSP, why it's so hard to bowl to him, he has no obvious weaknesses. So, and if you bowl short, he's pretty good on the pull. You can see how correct he drives, and he's also got some physical attributes that make him imposing. He's tall, he's got good reach. It's just so well balanced. Now he's on the charge. This goes miles in the air, and it's going to go miles. Maximo! And even there, when he's on the move, he's so well balanced, and this might be the shot of the day.
This, for me, is the shot of the day. That is super, and that has gone a long way. Well, get your wellies on, take a shovel, because that has buried itself in the field behind. Well, we saw that field being ploughed earlier. I tell you what, there's a ball in there that needs digging out. What a shot. Pure class.
Goes again. This one's not quite off the middle. It skews away. I think it's too much hesitation there. In the end, they'll settle for one. They'll retain the strike. Big power play for the Austrians, 48 for 1.
Yeah, Rasmal, I think he's been out there while at least 11 balls have been bowled, and he's not been able to get anywhere near the strike at the moment. He won't mind that, though, because it's not like MSP is chewing up deliveries, because he moves to 37 of just 11 or 38 of just 12 deliveries to score 48 for 1.
And one goes magical. And now this is where they would normally turn to Venkatesh Magashine, but he's not available because of that knee injury. So they're going to go to Sengupta. We've only seen bowl 1 over this weekend. Surprises me because he was a bit of a weapon, to be honest, at the ECC. He stood up when others didn't. And so let's see if he can make the most of the opportunity. Tough situation, though, for him to come into with Simpson-Parker up and going. I don't think Rasmal minds watching this kind of an exhibition at the moment from the other end. And he just draws him to a false shot first ball. Good start for Sacha.
Yeah, he won't like the way he's played at this one. He's batted so well, and I think if he just holds his shape, and he's hitting this over that man at point quite easily. He's a good stroke player on the offside. He plays the cut shot and the uppercut really well.
Out of the power play, 5 outfielders in play. Slow ball. It worked. Thinking of 2 here. Again, it's one of those in-betweens where I think maybe later in the innings you push for that, but at this stage you don't really want to lose a wicket, especially when you got one guy, Mark Simpson-Parker, looking so composed. He's 39 in no time at all.
Yeah, it looks like they're wanting to save Riaz Afridi to bowl towards the end, maybe bowl out the innings, so they haven't used him yet, which is a bit of a surprise.
It's true. This is Shigawal first ball, and he almost goes as Tomar couldn't quite come in time. Didn't really commit to the stroke there, Rasmal Shigawal. Probably lucky he didn't, because it didn't quite carry to the outfielder.
Yeah, 50 comes up now, and at the moment it's all about MSP. But can he keep his composure, keep his shape?
Yeah, just slightly pace off has forced him to a couple of mini errors of judgment. Nothing major. At Sengupta, you can see why I think he's a good bowler. I was very surprised we didn't see more of him yesterday, especially in, for example, the the Austrian game when they got essentially blown apart in game one. Austria making 145. We didn't see him.
This will be a wide. Yeah, and it was surprising for him to be in the side in not bowl. Didn't bowl him at all.
He's actually a good batter as well. I mean, we saw him, I think, down at 8 or 9 in a quite an important partnership in the Hungary game that they won yesterday. He plays his cricket for the Prague Spartans in Prague. We were just talking about the fact earlier that you'll get to go to the Czech Republic for the first time. You're actually not too far away here, just a couple of hours away by train. Slow ball again, hit up and hit straight and hit for 6. Maximo Shigawal, probably lucky there wasn't a fielder on this line because he might have had a play on it. It's a slower ball from Sengupta. Raz gets just enough and he gets 6 runs for Austria.
Yeah, and you just think if that fielder, you're right, you called it. If he was a little bit straighter, it would have been there in the catching position. Sengupta, 10 off the over, ball to go in it, 58 for 1. Austria once again showing what they do. They don't let up, do they? Wickets falling or not.
This is slower ball. So in the end, I mean, 10 plus a leg by. It's not a bad over from Sengupta at all. And it's the end of 4 overs as well. The score is 58 for 1. So remember, they got Davitsi as a possible bowler as well. We didn't see him earlier. He's often a very good death bowling option because he's got an excellent slower ball. The Czech Republic, they do have options. It's a matter of how they use them. I suppose one criticism, maybe not just of them, but maybe across all the teams, is sometimes they've been quick to bowl bowlers a second over without having a look at a first over from maybe another bowler. And as a batter, I mean, once you get into the second over, we saw it with Moment, for example, yesterday. You know, you've had a look at him, you're feeling a bit more confident, maybe compared to changing it if there's someone around the same standard that you could bring on. It has a bit of a surprise factor. Anyway, time for over number 5. Shigawal will be facing up, and now we will get to see Raouz Afridi for the first time.
Yeah, okay, Afridi. And certainly liked his spell in the last match.
Well, he goes short, but Raz is ready for it, and he goes bang, out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Riaz likes to bring the heat, doesn't he? But Erasmal's getting shiggy with it as he takes the first one out of the ground.
Oh, what a good shot this is. He makes it look so easy, doesn't he? Just helps it along the way. And, well, Afridi, he's made 1 or 2 batters smell these, but Shigwell makes him fetch it. What a shot.
Partial credit for John Gray for that nice little reference for Rasmal Shigawal. But yeah, Riaz Afridi, he does this, doesn't he? Maybe he's even a bit predictable. If you've been watching the other games, you know he's going to test you out with a short one early, then probably go to a Yorker. But let's see if he does that this time to the Austrian skipper. He goes kind of heavy length ball. Rasmal doesn't quite time it up. It's the thing, the extra pace, sometimes it's worked against bowlers. I'm thinking of bowlers like Prashar, for example, the extra pace being exploited by some of the top order players. That one actually came off the Q end of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, what we know, and we've seen this as we've gone on our travels, it's the bowlers that have got the variations that succeed. I mean, you can't bowl 12 deliveries the same because, you know, the batters, good batters, are going to cotton onto you.
Oh, this is well picked up by Rasmal off a length, and that's going to create some work for Lennon in the wheat. Maximo, and this is a class shot, and this one, Rico, it's just all timing.
Well, it's timing and a fair bit of power as well as it nestles itself into that field somewhere. I reckon it looks quite soothing. When you look at that, doesn't it look soothing?
Yeah.
You know, when you look at it from a distance, I reckon you get a nice little massage in there.
Oh, look at this.
He's
made the signal.
It's gone, he says. It's gone. He says, oh, hang on. He says, hang on a minute. I retract. I have found it. I wonder if he has to do what the umpires do there. You know, when he makes a call and he says, hang on.
Yeah, I think so. That's a great retrieval from Lennon. Put that in his stats.
Do you see the excitement there when he finds it? I love that. He's like a child when he's opening Christmas presents. He thinks, it's not going to be what I want. When he finds it, he gets all excited. When Lennon gets all excited when he finds this.
Yeah, he does. I mean, I'm just trying to think about the Czech Republic. I mean, they're hoping to bounce back from that close one, but it could go the other way. And at the moment, it is going south pretty quickly. 71 off 4.5. Better ball. First time we've really seen him go uber full.
Yeah, this is where he's got to be. This is quick, it's fast, and it's a good length. It's the Yorker. But Rasmal does really well stopping this. Yeah, great delivery.
Yeah, good default, I think. If you can slip that Yorker in, anyone, anytime, they'll have a hard time doing too much with that. It's probably maybe half a yard short of a genuine Yorker, but close enough. Freedy, in his first weekend of international cricket, he's been impressive. Let's see if he can break this partnership, which is developing. He goes after one that would have been a wide. He should be gone. He's going to have to throw it back. He might have even stepped on the rope here. Oh, well, it's been that kind of a day so far for the Czechs. Let's check it out. I mean, it's a brilliant bit of fielding from Mendon down there. Let's have a look. My feeling is he may have kicked the rope before he throws it away.
Yeah, I mean, Mendon, you can see there first. Good work, really well here. I think he
Maybe
might
he's
be
all right.
okay.
Maybe he's all right. There's no evidence there to say that he has touched the rope with a toe.
They
So
only take the one as well. I mean, there's two
Yeah.
there, but I think the batters, especially I think maybe it was Razman was keeping an eye on it, thinking he's going to get the boundary, but he doesn't. So they just get the one.
So good fielding, you have to say. But yeah, geez, he'd be wishing him to throw that fish back in the ocean, because Sugarwell survives and moves to 20. And they only take one. They probably should have taken two. But that's,
Yep.
I think, one of those cases where you're not really human if you're not ball watching a little bit when your wicket's on the line. And it'll be the end of the over. So Freedy goes for 13 in the fifth. It's 72 for 1. I want to say a very warm welcome to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, Rico for with me. It's our last day together for a little while.
It is,
so we
yes.
will reunite. Actually, we've got 4 weeks apart, actually. I don't know what we'll do without each other, but we'll be back in Romania, right, in around about 4 weeks.
Yeah, we will.
You'll be doing Bulgaria with Charlie Hunt. Then you'll take a break, and I'll be back with Andrew Ryan, who will be joining us for a couple of weeks. But certainly there's been so much action. We've loved our time here in Austria, especially now the weather's turned.
It's a special place, isn't it? Lovely, lovely guys. Bigger cricket, more teams. It's been really exciting. What is there not to like, especially on a day like today when the sun is shining and we're seeing some international action, and maybe we're going to see Mark Simpson Parker probably bring up maybe what could be another international half century.
Could be. He just plays this on length. And Sengupta comes back, gets a bit too straight, and Kanyalal can't chase it down. So he hasn't had too much of strike in the last handful of deliveries, Mark Simpson Parker. But he looks very in control. He can score quickly without slogging. I think that's the key to his batting.
And he's got to keep reminding himself of that as well.
Gets a bit of length this time, turns on it, gets a bit lucky. That doesn't carry out to Niraj Tyagi. We did see bowl in the second over, went for 18. But yeah, the scary thing about this Austrian batting lineup is how long it is. We saw the number 11, Dida, winning the game from last night. He's better than your average number 11, but I think you've got 10 genuine bats out there.
He hits this straight down the ground. You can't hit a ball straighter, can you? It's short. And just look how quickly that he smashes this MSP.
So the thing is, because he's so tall, that's a ball that maybe another batter has awkwardness hitting straight. But he hits it, kind of below the waist. Very easy free swing of the bat. And again, there's that length allowed Mark Simpson Parker to do that. And he busts the sight screen. Partnership worth 73 in pretty quick time. Now he's on the walk. That one doesn't miss by much.
He gets done by this slower delivery here for Sengupta. And that's why I said to you, he needs to remind himself that he doesn't have to get super aggressive. You see here, he predicts, he goes down, charges down, even before seeing what the ball is going to be. And fair play to the bowler, just takes all the pace off it.
He doesn't need to do it. He wants to, because he's getting bored. I've seen batters do this. They've played all the shots. They feel like, okay, I should probably do something different. Mistimes this, leg side. They'll probably get two. Well, they probably could have got two. Sugarwell's spooked out of it. They'll just settle for one. So how about last time we saw Austria on the field was last night against Hungary in a bit of a thriller. Pretty similar scores to the first game up this morning where Czech Republic were on the wrong side of it. A highly entertaining series, tri-series between three teams that can all beat each other in any given game. Last ball for Sengupta. This will be a long chase out there. Tomar will cut it off, but he'll allow the two. Sengupta not too bad. I mean, didn't have the rub of the green there. Got hit occasionally, but he goes for 22 in his 2 overs. And after 6, it's 84 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think he's bowled badly at all. Once again, he just underlines for us both why we didn't see him bowl in that match yesterday. He's bowled pretty well. Do they go back to a Freedy here? Do they hold one back? Be interesting. Looks like they don't. And maybe it is going to be the captain who's going to bowl this one. So Arun, he gives his cap.
So we haven't seen Wickramasakura bowl this innings. We haven't seen Sabundavitsi bowl this innings. Ashokan, he's probably an option which, with no Margashime in the side, that they'll use as the slow bowling option. Also got the option, I suppose, of going to Triberi Kanyalal. Well, his over didn't go to plan this morning. But anyway, 4 overs to go. I mean, from here, if you keep going at this pace, you got 140. I think the Austrians are eyeing off even more. But Ashokan trying to stop the flow.
Shot.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Ashokan does try to sneak the bouncer in, but against Mark Simpson-Parker, it's going to be tough to get one up on him, and that brings up his 50. What a good innings from the Austrian born and bred opener.
Yeah, very, very good hit from him. We know he's been in form. I mean, you mentioned the other day in that European Cricket Series, he brought up his highest individual score when he got into the 80s. And he's, he's looking good here at the moment. If he keeps his shape, keeps his composure, keeps listening to his captain, he's on for a big score here. 90 on the board now.
Yeah, what a shot. Yeah, Aaron does try to sneak that one up and away. Didn't work. So it goes full up. That one does work. Yeah, Simpson-Parker, he was 76, in fact, his top score now on the network. Scored that against Gratz Cricket Academy in the ECS. Isn't it great to see, though, obviously some of the stars of that ECS coming together and obviously being tested at a higher level. Goes after this, doesn't get it right, though. I think this could be the end. It's the tack that's under it, and he takes the catch. Well, he probably had some flashbacks there, Riddick Tomar. We know earlier he wasn't able to grasp an opportunity, but this time he does. So a good comeback from Riddick. And good sportsmanship as well. It gives MSP a pat on the back. So that innings comes to an end for 51 off just 22 balls. And finally, the partnership is broken. Austria, 90 for 2.
Yeah, good catch from Tomar. But I know there's a few people, not just here at the ground, but sitting and watching from the Czech Republic, that would have been hoping that he was able to take the catch in the earlier match as well, when Darapareddy was on song. And he didn't, but he takes one here. And this could be an important one because MSP, he did bring up his 50, and he was looking to go on to bigger runs. But you know one thing is that the runs will just keep on coming. Now, this is somebody that we haven't seen too much of. What do you know about Arman Randuaha, who's coming in here?
Well, Arman is a guy we have seen before in an Austrian shirt. You know, has played the format. You know, obviously travels to be here. But, he's very, very... I think he's a clever player, and he's a good addition. And
we didn't see him in the European Cricket Series here, though, did we? I don't remember the name, but he gets a call up, gets an opportunity. Great time to come in to have a knock, though. I mean, you still got balls to face on the board. You've got a good platform that's been laid. You've got your captain there that's well set.
Well, I mean, Randall was a guy we've seen playing for Indian CC Vienna before. And it does have a top score of 73. So that's why you're seeing him slotted in here in the number 4 position. Let's see what he can do.
Well, okay, we know what he can do. And that is hit the ball big. Oh, what a hit this is. Wow, what a start. And, well, normally we'd see like Mirza Ashan come in because you know what he can do. Well, this is another Mirza because he absolutely plummets this into the wheat field. What a hit.
Yeah, I mean, that is an absolute banger from Randhawa, isn't it? And welcome to the series. He wasn't here yesterday, but he's announced his arrival pretty quickly today. What a shot.
What a fine shot. Sometimes they say it's all about keeping your balance. And I don't know how much balance. Well, he's found another. Oh, wow, this man, I tell you what, there's a lot of people. I know there's this program where people go and finding gold. Well, they'll have him again.
Yeah, what a shot first ball. There's nothing too wrong with the ball from Ashokan.
Yeah, the next one is a dot.
And Randhawa was a guy we did see, not in the... Yeah, nice ball. We did see him in the ECIs, don't forget, in Malta earlier this year. And he did crack a half century in that series. So obviously a guy they hope can add another dimension to that top order in this series.
And this one, they're asking the question, does he go right across?
Good umpiring. This pitch is outside leg stump. And he's pretty quick to shake it off despite the big appeal. Just look where it bounces.
Yeah, good call. I mean, even though it probably would and is going to go and hit the stumps, can't be given out because of where it pitches. Gets a fair bit of this. Then I'll take the single, takes the score to 99.
It's good. It's good stuff from Ashokan, though. I mean, I like the way he's not afraid to take the pace off, but it's just difficult bowling to such good players when they've got nothing to lose. 7 overs in, it's 99 for 2. Reminder that if you want to get involved and get a bit interactive, why don't you send us a message at European Cricket, or you can get me at Mr. Maximo, you can get Rico at Rico Full. And if you don't already, please, please, please subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And then there's highlights videos, player of the match videos, obviously all the live streaming if you're streaming, if you're from outside the subcontinent. I don't know about live screaming, which I think I accidentally just said there. Live screaming probably not as popular as the live streaming.
I tell you what, we've been screaming a bit live here with some of the action that we've seen. So live screaming, I like that. We've done a fair bit of live screaming. Don't mind it. Hey, listen, we will be screaming if you help us get to 350,000. Though, come on, that is something we want to do. We've got this day to do it. So just keep on liking, keep on subscribing. Tell your friends, tell your family, and as Vinny Sandu said yesterday, get your pet dog to be signed up as well, or your pet cat. Even the goldfish will too, because we want 350,000 before we pack up and make our way to Bulgaria.
Davitsi gets the bowl. I haven't seen him today. He has a slightly injured finger, but not in his bowling hand from a knock that he copped yesterday. So 3 overs to go. Oh, what's this? Now, Davitsi, let's just say sometimes he's a bit crazy with things he tries. He stops the ball. But just watch this. This could have gone very wrong.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
I reckon Tyrone Peters may want to examine that ball
Don't
now.
get me wrong. Stomp are a great percussion ensemble, but I don't think it's a great way to retrieve the ball. Was this hit hard? And probably 1.5 there. They'll just take the 1.
Oh,
yeah, Randhawa, I remember when we were in Malta, he cracked 73 off 36 balls. That was back in match number 3. Austria winning that series 5-2. So that's the other time we've seen him this year. And that was a powerful innings, striking 6 sixes and 6 fours.
Sabhawoon is having all sorts of trouble with his fingers, as he has to stop that one as well. Now you know why he's trying to stop it with his feet, because he's got a bad hand.
There's the slow ball, picked, and see you later, Maximo. Well, this is the risk. If it's picked and it bounces that short, then good players, they're going to have time to adjust, and that's exactly what Randhawa does. That's out of here.
Yeah, and the reason he's successful here is he makes the early movement. He gets across the offside. He's in position. He sees that it's short, and then he just wallops it away. Lovely jubbly. 6 runs.
I mean, we talk about Mirza being strong in that area, but it'd be a pretty good wrestle between him and Randhawa, wouldn't it? Because Randhawa's also a bit of a unit at the crease. 14 off 5. Davitsi, it's a good slow ball. Probably had to get it fuller, maybe try and draw the batter forward and maybe into an error. There's pace on, and this one beats the inside edge of Randhawa. Sneak through for a leg bye.
Yeah, listen, speaking of our social media, as we were a few moments ago, I saw that you put that bit of fantastic sportsmanship up there yesterday when it could have been run out. What's been the sort of responses to your question?
Yeah. I haven't actually checked the comments yet, but there were actually the sentiments there. I don't know. We probably won't be able to bring it up. It's such short notice, but I'll talk about it in a second. This one angles into Shigawal, and well, this would have been out. In fact, it might be out.
Could be out. I think it may be out. Shigawal first is disappointed. He hasn't put this away because he normally would.
He's definitely out when the ball hits the stumps, because it hits low down. The bail takes a little bit of time to come off. Let's have a look at it. It's a fantastic bit of work from Paraskari.
He's walking already, so he's not expecting to be called back. Let's see.
Yeah, he actually hits one stump with a flick from side on. And yeah, for me, when he hits the stumps, yeah, he's gone here. Yeah, I'm positive now. Here it comes. He is out.
Yeah.
Fantastic work from Paraskari, getting something out of nothing. Randhawa, that's a frustrating end for him, because he was hitting him well, wasn't he? And it's unselfish as well to go for a run like that, searching for every run possible. I think that's probably a 2 out of 10 job from the keeper to pull that one off. But he does, and it's 108 for 3.
Yeah, look, he goes straight away. So you can see just how good a job this is. Look how quick also. And, you know, sometimes we have a laugh and a joke about wicketkeepers removing gloves, and we don't know why they're removing them. But just look how quick he removes his glove. Gets the glove off, so he's in good position. Look, the glove is coming off already. Look, the glove is off. He's in position. He backs himself, and despite the efforts of Randhawa, I mean, he does go straight away. You cannot fault him at all. That is just quality work.
Yeah, and like I said, gave himself a chance to do it, and it's kind of in the lap of the gods once you flick it away. You just want to put it close and hope it hits the target. It did. Mirza Hassan, though, it's a bit of a like-for-like replacement, isn't it? I think it's a good one first up. Well, he's gone here. It must have just scratched the bottom of the bat. Mirza can't believe it. And Tyrone's positive, and so 2 wickets in 2 balls. This is an interesting one, you know, because I feel, yeah, so people might say, hold on, how could that be out? So I think that this bounces and hits the toe of the bat, but on the way up. So I have to slow it down there. So you might say, okay, but isn't he hitting that to the ground? But actually flicks the toe of the bat on the way up. Now, assuming that's what happened, and there's no real hesitation. We can't really tell from the replay if he hits it or not, but I don't think the bat hits the ground. If there is a noise there, I think it's a fairly sound decision. Even though Mirza is disappointed, he's going to have to go for a golden duck.
Yeah, I mean, the umpire is in the best position for that. And Tyrone Peters and his umpire, he's going to see and hear it. We can't.
The thing is,
he judges that it is. And I think also when you look at the shape of Mirza, I think he's almost getting one hand coming on the bat, so he ain't going to feel it anyway.
The thing is, Mirza will convince himself he hasn't nicked that. He's walking off. He's giving a little shrug emoji, but I think you do that. And speaking from personal experience, you're convincing yourself. I'm not sure if he's completely objective, and I think my instinct is it's a good decision. Again, just going on my cricket instincts. Anyway, Afridi to come back in the ninth. If you can't be good, be quick, as they say. That'll just make Mirza even more desperate to score some big runs in the next game.
Yeah, but I'm surprised Momin has come in here. When you think of the power hitters that they have, I wouldn't have thought Momin, for me, would have been the right guy. You got 12 balls to come in the innings. You got the likes of Umar Tariq there. You got the likes of Didar. You got the likes of Akbarjan.
They're giving you an opportunity.
Jawid Sadran.
You got 2 options with Momin. You shelve him, or you give him a chance to hit his way out of the slump. And they've decided to go the latter. They should get 2 here. See if they don't get 4, you know, because it's a long chase. And Bhuyan does cut off the boundary. Yeah, so yeah, going back Mirza one again. It's the kind of one that looks like, okay, if he has hit it, he squeezed it into the ground. But that's not at first look, because you can see the angle of his bat is down. But these can happen. They bounce, and they just kind of clip the toe on the way up, and they're often very tiny touches.
Yeah, it's not the first time Mirza has gone for the Derrick. And golden Derrick it was as well. But yeah, he always finds a way to bounce back, and as you said it, he'll be hungry to do so.
Afridi goes full. This one's off the end of the bat. There's no run. Yeah, hey, if you put Mirza in the little room with the lights and got him on the polygraph, you know, I think he's sincere in thinking he doesn't hit it. But I think, for me, they're just seeing how that played out. Tyrone Peters, obviously, he's got a very good eye. He's one of the top umpires in Europe now. He detected a little edge there. Little scratch on the bat. 110, though. They've come back into this, haven't they, Czech Republic? Could they keep it maybe down into the 120s? Maybe Afridi, when he loses his run, he gives it the Harlem Globetrotters basketball dribble before he heads back. I've just noticed his rhythm's all out this over with the run-up.
Yeah, you see he gets it just here. He starts to get that little
Extra
stagger.
steps. And now he's going to pay the penalty. This is out of here. He's completely lost his run there again. This time he puts in the little steps like Speedy Gonzalez, and it speeds out of the ground. 6 runs.
Yeah, there's a bit of an oomph from him as he releases the ball, but I tell you what, the noise from the bat was bigger than his grunt as this travels and goes big hit. And yeah, I mean, they're at a good score already. But I just think Razmal, he wants to do a little bit more razzmatazz. And, well, what does this hit? I think does this hit the bat?
No, I think, what?
Well, what's Santosh is saying, shh. Well, Santosh has now become the shusher. Who's he shushing?
Is he talking to Tyrone? I think it's just pad, but it's well outside the off stump. That time Afridi loses his run again, and he goes big steps, and he barely makes the front line. He's just completely out of rhythm at the moment, Riaz.
Yeah, well, who was the umpire? Santosh shushing. There he is.
I think he was shushing Tyrone.
He's a bit of a susher.
Don't know.
Or is that the signal for... Well, it's not the signal for one to come, because it's due to come.
Oh, that's banged. Absolutely smashed by Razmal. Bit of a razzmatazz about this one. Afridi can't get his rhythm, just as Razmal is hitting his straps, and that was right out the middle.
Yeah, Razmataz, boom. Shaka Lugya, what a hit. Well, that was brutal. That's a monster strike.
Yeah, I mean, that's potato country. Afridi. Again, this is kind of diaries of a fast bowler right now. He ain't got it. Now he's going to get worked away just for one. Shigawal wants to control the strike, and he does. Big over in the ninth for Austria. They're 123 for 4 after 9.
Yeah, well, what a knock it's been so far from El Capitan. We know he's a classy player. He's in the 40s, and I wouldn't put it past him. Now he's on strike for the final over to bring up his 50. 123 for 4 after 9. So I think he'd be looking to get to the 140 mark here. You got to be.
And so we're talking a kind of target 130s, maybe more. But Czech big three got to stand up if they're going to have a chance in this chase. Someone needs to provide that spark. Talking about Davitsi, who's bowling this last over. Talking about Arun Ashokan. Talking about Sideshwar Kramasekara. Kari obviously has been great the last couple of games. Anyway, it's going to be a banging start to the 10th as it just angles in on a length, and it's see you later, Alligator. Shigawal to 49.
Jabardast batting. Captain Saab ne mari itte Razmal Shigawal nu shakka mariya. Both badhiya batting aaj kiti hai.
Spagiza for Razmal. Could this be the second half century of this innings? I think it will be, because that's on a length again. It's bowling machine stuff at the moment. 2 balls, 2 sixes, and 50 for Razmal Shigawal.
Well, Shaba, I told you, he wants the 50. He gets the 50. He does it in style. That's his shot. Anything short, he is so quick onto it. Such a humble guy as well. He is the Mr. Nice Man of cricket, Razmal Shigawal, and he's got some talent as well, as he does look to get his team. Well, I was saying 140 he wants definitely. Maybe he's got eyes on 150
Maybe.
here.
Worst possible start for Czech Republic. Who'd kind of worked their way into the game at the 8 over mark. That's ancient history now. And this one's a low full toss, gets banged back. And I should mention as well, Davitsi and Razmal Shigawal, they are related. If you ask them, they'll say they're not quite sure. It's one of those fathers, cousins, mothers, aunties, nieces, relationship. But they are from the same family, so there's a little bit of a byplay. Now, Moment, let's see him, if he can get going. They've sent him in. They want, I suppose, him to get his confidence back with the bat. He's got 3 balls remaining, needs to get something on it. Watches a wide.
Yeah, that's good. He leaves this alone and gets it bowled again. Yeah, wouldn't have been my choice. And the reason is, I just thought when he does get strike, he's only going to have a couple of balls, and you got other big hitters. But hey, you could prove me wrong.
Might not be a bad thing if he can get around the middle of the bat. Maybe he can turn things around. They're in a pretty strong position at the moment. Let's see though. He gets something on it. That's down the ground, and a bit of fancy footwork will prevent the boundary. Just the one though.
Don't want the 2, do they? And Shigawal says, nah, only 1. That's a fair call for the captain. He's the one who's hitting big at the moment.
And, I'm a huge fan of the foot fielding. That's the way to do it though. Let it hit the side of the foot. Don't try and step on the ball. That's a bad idea. Anyway, Shigawal 56 and counting. Austria up to 138. A couple of big blows here could get him to 150.
Oh,
wow.
Umpire killer.
Watch out, Tyrone. And they'll like the field placement here. They're trying to manufacture it too. They're not going to be able to get there.
This is where Mirza Ashan is saying, that's the way, skipper. Do it again. Do it again. Get him. Get him.
To be honest, the way Tyrone's been catching them, I'd probably back him to take that catch. Remember that one he took earlier in the innings?
It was a goodie. And
it was laced, wasn't it? All right, Moment. It just feels so much better to get a boundary here. 139. Here's the Czechs. They've got nothing to lose in this chase either. They're going to have to go for broke. Nothing to play for except the win. Seatbelts on, everybody. Last ball of the 10. There's a slower ball. A Moment. Smashes it, and he smashes it out of the ground. Well, that's exactly what Shahir was looking for. Maximo to finish, and Austria pretty good from top to tail there. They put on 145. Coincidence watch. It's the exact same score they scored against the Czechs in match 1. Now, on that occasion, the Czechs could only get 99 in response. They'll be hoping they can get a bit closer, maybe even pull off a big chase. But really, the Austrian batting lineup doing the job here in match 7.
yeah, well, we saw some big hitting all the way around. And, well, fair play. Shahir Moment He gets a big 6 as well. The number of boundaries, well, I think in that one we saw 15 maximos. 5 of them came from Mark Simpson-Parker, 7 from the captain, Rasmus Shiguel. And Randawa in the short stay, he was out there, hit 2 big 6s. And then to end the innings, there was that big one as well. But it started well. I think this was such a good delivery from Thomas. And, you know, one thing that I always notice here, I know that the teams are wanting to give all the players an opportunity. But Thomas, again, we didn't see him bowl in the last one. Yeah, he probably was the pick of the bowlers there.
That's true. Yeah, it's one of those bouncing acts we saw, Austria yesterday with some changes after a win. How about Tyrone with the ankle high pickup?
Yeah.
And for a 52-year-old, you don't often see that kind of agility. But anyway, the Czechs, they found it hard going. Mark Simpson-Parker, I mean, beautiful mix of power and poise in his innings. Some of these drives were screaming along the turf.
Well, screaming they were, and screaming through the fielder. And that was one that hurt Sabawun Divatsi, and maybe that's why he has got a bit of a problem. But some of the hits that he hit there, they were crisp, they were clean. You don't see better, and he's timing. And that's my tip for MSB, to say don't change what you do. Stick with the timing, stand tall, stand upright, and just bat with confidence and bat with the timing that you got. Don't try to go over aggressive. When he bats like that, I think he is better than and as good as anyone that we know. This was a close moment. I think the fielder there takes the catch, does Mendon, but he knows he's falling over the boundary. I think in hindsight he does the right thing. He does save 5 runs there because they only take the 1. So just remember that if it does come close, Mendon could end up being the hero. And some of the hitting was just exquisite from MSP. And he does bring up a 50 as well, so congratulations to him. He gets Heath 50 and batted really well as well. He got the 51 of 22 deliveries. And it was a good partnership that he and Rasmal Shiguel put together. But then this, Randwa came in. What a blast that is from him. And he hit 2 big 6s himself. And before he departed, there was some success. And when we saw first the run out, brilliant work from the keeper, Paraskari. He's somebody that's impressing. I think he's going to have to impress with the bat once more as well. That was great work from him. And despite the efforts from Randawa to get to the other end, he goes. And then, well, Miza Shan is totally gobsmacked here. He doesn't think he gets anywhere near this. I think the only man that can tell probably is the umpire. And Tyrone Peter says, unfortunately, my friend, you will have to go. Speaking of going, there was a few that went big as well. Some really good shots. That was just an absolute bullet of a hit. And just turning on the style. I was a little bit surprised, as I said, that the left-hander, Mumin, came out. He was only to get 3 balls to face, really, when he got out there. And before he faced his ball, 2 of those he did face. One of them he got a single from. The other was this, a big 6, which meant that they, as they did at the beginning of this international series against Czech Republic in match number 1, Austria batting first, then 145 for 1, batting first here 145 for 4, which means that the Czech Republic have got it all to do again. In that match, it was Sharon Ramakrishnan, who probably was the most impressive batter. He's not playing in this one. It was a match that the Czech Republic got to 99, losing by 46 runs. But they've been better since then, and the batting is starting to click. Talking of batting and clicking, Mark Simpson-Parker, 51 of 22. Well batted from him. Rasmus Shiguel, he's captain, 57 of 23 deliveries. And then those little contributions from Randawa and also from Momin. But the thing is, as we can see, so much talent still there to come. You know, they are a very exciting team to watch. On the bowling front, I think we saw 2 good overs there from Senegupta, going for 22. I like the bowling of Thomas. He gets 1 wicket, and the clever bowling. He varied his line very well and his pace, 1 for 30 from him. And I suppose all round there was nothing that was turned out to be a nightmare. Plenty of options tried. I think even the captain, Haruna Shukun, well, he's 1 over, 1 for 15. He'd be pretty happy with that, especially up against the sort of batting attack of Austria. So they keep the score under 150, but as I said before, they're really going to have to go some here. And once again, I think Parakari is going to have to continue in the good form that he's shown already. Remember, he scored 69 in that very close defeat to Hungary in match number 6. So he's going to have to be good again. And maybe are we going to see the best of the beast and also the captain Arun Ashokan with the bat? Only one way to find out. That's to stay tuned. I think we're going to see once again another exciting finish to a match number 7. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo when we return for the conclusion of match number 7.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Sabun Cricket Ground in beautiful Lower Austria. As far as Sundays come, they don't get too much better than this. The sun's out, blue skies, and some high caliber international T10 cricket. You see that these players know each other pretty well. Czech Republic and Austria locking horns in the second match of day 2. Match number 7, Czech Republic in their penultimate match. And likewise, the Austrians, who have put on 145 on the board in the first innings. It's exactly the target the Czechs were faced with in the tournament opener yesterday morning. On that occasion, they could only gather 99 runs. A few changes since then. Czechs still with some big guns yet to fire. They put Davitsi down the order. So Buyan comes in. He's facing the first ball. And he swings all around this one from Idibasha Dida. The other opener, Aaron Ashokan, retains his place at the top of the order. The captain will be keen to score some runs. Sazib certainly had some good moments in the ECC last year. We know that there were a couple of key players, including Ashokan, including Wickramasinghe, that didn't take part in that tournament, just due to work commitments, of course. It's always a bit of a juggling act for these players. Dida gets this one wrong. Doesn't stop Sazib swinging, but it will be a wide. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, joining me once again in the commentary box. Rico Fall. Well, Rico, you know, nothing to lose really here for the Czechs because it's a big target, but they've got some big players, and if they fire, who knows, anything's possible.
Yeah, you're right, and I just have a feeling that maybe one or two of the batters will click here. Several are due to get going, and I think that Austria is still going to have to work hard for this.
Sazib's there to hit boundaries, and that's what he does here. Just gets it straight enough to beat Mark Simpson-Parker, and the Czechs get their first 4.
This is it's quite an extraordinary stroke, actually. It's not a bad ball at all. It's full. It's what we would say sort of almost Yorker length. But Buyan, well, he gets enough on it. He gets past the fielders, and as the sun is out, things are starting to speed up. Well, I think he says, I don't need this anymore.
Well, he might. The thing with Buyan is pretty clear what he's there to do. He's there to shake things up. They probably think he's dispensable at the top of the order. He either hits out or he gets out. He wants them to get him off to a flyer.
He says, come and take it away. I don't want it.
It might be a case that the helmet's a bit loose. I do find interesting what he might do with his hair. And he's going for the cap straight away. So, I mean, if I'm Dida in this situation, I know I might have used my one for the over on that short wide one, but I might be waking him up a little bit.
Yeah, well, you know my views on this. International level, Dida's a quick bowler.
We'll have to see how player conditions change, because I know from the 1st of July, unless you're facing spin bowling, you've got to wear a helmet. You know, so that's the way the world's going.
Is that a definite in, is it?
That is the ICC regulations, and I suppose... But playing conditions are playing conditions. So you have the laws of cricket, which kind of apply to everything, but the only way you can vary laws of cricket is with playing conditions. So that's the ICC playing conditions for those sanctioned matches. As far as what ECN playing conditions are, I don't know if any action will be taken to amend our playing conditions in line with that or not.
I would like us to follow suit. I really would. I think if the ICC are putting that condition in, I think we should as well. You know that me, you, and I think everybody on the ECN. We always say we'd like to see batters wear helmets to the quick bowlers, and we have seen, let's face it, I mean, nothing's been majorly nasty, but we have seen injuries. We have seen batters being hit
100%.
when they're not wearing a lid. So, hey, listen, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one issue with it. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. Ashokan wants to face his first legal delivery. Just carefully prods this one. He'll get a single. So you see, Ashokan's the one they're more worried about losing. I think Buyan is pretty much swinging for the hills here. Beautiful looking hills as well. Very Sound of Music style. Yeah, and Lower Austria. Yeah, so one of the issues is, you know, at this level, and because it's not professional, and there's not a lot of money in it, I suppose, is players getting access to those helmets, right? Because helmets can be really expensive. We're talking kind of, you know, 100, 200 euros even. And the helmets need to follow the classifications that are set out. And these days, so it's not just any old rickety helmet these days. I mean, helmets need to be made to a certain level. So that is the issue. If you're wondering, well, why not? You know, it's not like, even like in these guys, a lot of them don't even have their own bat. And getting equipment and stuff to continental Europe isn't as simple as you think. Dida, full toss. And this is going to be a big chase. And it's going to be an unsuccessful chase. Bullion, that's what he's there to do. Gets a couple of boundaries. Lennon might have leather poisoning at the end of today. He's had a lot of the ball so far, and the Czechs will be happy about that as they move to 9.
Yeah, well, I think some replacements have arrived. Lennon will probably have a break, maybe at the end of this innings or the next match. So, but he's been outstanding out there. I think he's found everything that's ended up in there. So, top work from Lennon.
It's a slow ball, but he loses the handle a bit. Dida was a hero with the bat last night, wasn't he? Don't get too many of them, but I love a 9-down thriller. And Hitibasha Dida, you know, in a team of number 11s, I mean, I'd probably have him opening the batting.
Yeah.
if you had to gather some number 11s, he's right up there with some of the best I've seen. Anyway, he's got one more ball in this over. Hasn't quite gone to plan. Czechs have got what they need off it. And they'll go for a 15th run, even though a clean pickup might have been interesting for a moment. It was to his wrong side. And it's a good start, you'd have to say. 15 for no loss after one.
That's where they want to be. It's simple as that. You keep going at this rate, you win the match. So, yeah, Bullion being elevated to the top of the order. He's there to do one thing, and so far, that's what he's done, and he's there with his captain. And Arun Ashokan, I know he's keen to get a good big innings himself.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. They've got the firepower. So I think the attitude to have Bullion at the top of the order, as we see the counter click over. We've had 102 matches since Golden Ball now, and we'd love to break it here today, no doubt about that. Otherwise, it's your responsibility with Charlie in Bulgaria, Rico. But, I mean, Davitsi chewed up a lot of balls in the power play earlier. He was swinging like a rusty gate, wasn't he? And wasn't hitting too many. So, Bullion at least getting bat on ball a bit more. He's going to be uber attacking. And he's going to get bat on this. He uses the pace of the wild thing, races away to backward point boundary. A third boundary for Sazib.
Yeah, this is a good shot. It's intelligent, isn't it? He knows there's no fielder there. He doesn't have to try and hit it. He just basically says, let the ball hit the bat, and I just guide it to where I want it to go.
Yeah, so the thing is there's no excuse to not be going hard enough for the Czech Republic. When you look at the meat of their order, they've got Kari, who's in great form. You've got the Beast to come. You've got the Tank. These kind of players. You've even got Davitsi up your sleeve. Again, you know, he's that kind of player. He's a bit of an all-or-nothing proposition. So you've got the batting to do this. What would be criminal is if they are too conservative and they chew up balls early in the innings that causes that run rate required to balloon out to something impossible.
Yeah, only 7 legal deliveries so far and 5 wides. That's a stat that, well, make that another. That's a stat that they've got to work on. This is not good for Austria, and the type of bowlers they got, I mean, they should not be bowling this wide.
It's an issue that the Austrians have run into a couple of times, just in patches, really. Certain games, they've had trouble locating the ball. Yeah, both the openers have had a few problems with the ball moving and swinging for a wide. This is a pretty good one, though. Screams in towards Bullion. It can't do too much except just bunt it back.
Yeah, that's the line. That's the angle. That's where you need to be. And then with that, you just get that variation of the pace into the slower one, which we do know that Jahid Sadran does bowl really well.
Yeah, he's gone. And it was pretty predictable. He wasn't going to block 2 back. It wasn't an easy ball to put away. And Bullion, for me, kind of does his job there, though. You know, he gets him off to a bit of a start. He wasn't going to hang around, and he didn't. And the wild thing finally finds the target. The first wicket goes down, 21 for 1.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the younger members watch, and a lot of viewers, boys and girls, of course, that are new to the game. And if you're watching and you are a bowler, you want to take up the game and you are learning the arts of bowling, that's where you got to be. I mean, look, you often say, where is that side on? Where's it pitching? You can see where it's pitching. It's inside that to batter's crease. It's the perfect Yorker, and when you've got a batter that's trying to be super duper aggressive, that's the place to bowl.
Yeah, and if Bullion's technique there was a shape, it would have been an irregular polygon there, because I don't really know what he was trying to do with it. But I do like the fact he was just trying to be aggressive. You know, he wasn't too proud to risk his wicket. Maybe on another day you can get a little bit about on that and fly away, maybe a French cut for 4 or something like that. But it was just good bowling from Sadran, well located. Paris Curry comes in at number 3, and he comes in with 21 on the board. And we just keep an eye on that rate. And they need to be going around about 15 and over is a good target, isn't it? So they'd want to be high 20s, maybe the 30 at the end of this over. Curry to face up. Close. Just missing.
Yeah, this is a tight call. It really is. but the umpire's got to think long and hard. It is just going down the leg side. And what helps the umpire is knowing that the angle that it's been let go of as well. That's going to just sneak past the leg stick.
Yeah, it's a very good decision. You know, he does think about it. Tyree's not afraid to give balls that are clipping the stumps. I think that one just sliding past. You're right, that wide angle from Zadran just meant, even though that hits him well in line, it was going down. Very good umpiring, have to say it. The umpiring standard's been good here in Austria. I mean, you're always going to have the odd one that's going to cause some debate. I think that the players are improving in standard every year in European cricket. The umpires are following suit. Last ball, the over. Oh, he goes up and he uses the pace, and that's gone all the way. Maximo! Kari off the mark, continues his good series, and he just gets a little bit of width and a little bit of length. A bit of each, but he knows what to do with it. He is seeing them so well. Perfect end to the second over. Czech Republic are 27 for 1. Looking at the table, Czech Republic, look, if they could win this game and maybe beat Hungary in the last game, they go back to 3-3. It's not impossible we could have a situation where all teams are 3-3. Just a sign that this series has been so close.
We knew it was going to be level pegging, and that certainly is. Kari, by the way, I mean, that shot there takes him past the 161 runs he scored so far. He's about 40 runs behind Ashraf Darapuretti, who's already gone past the 201. He's the leading run scorer with Razma Shigiwa after that half century from him, not far behind with 138.
Guess who? Shahil Moment. New day, new challenge. And the first one just kind of bites back Ashokan. It's been a passive partner so far. That's only the second ball he's faced. It's tough, isn't it? But I think Arun, he's a guy who, yes, he's important. He wants runs, but he's going to have to take some risks to score at the rate required. It might work out, it might not. See if he's willing to use his feet here to Shahil Moment. Again, it's good bowling, isn't it? It comes in quickly towards Ashokan. An angle in, and then it even came in a little bit off the pitch.
Yeah, you're right. The one thing that Ashokan is not willing to do is use his feet to come down. He's relying on just rocking back or just levering the ball from inside the crease. And as a result of that, he doesn't get the full value into the shot, doesn't get the full weight into it. And that's why you see him getting caught just short of the boundary a few times.
I'll tell you my thoughts after this ball, which might change them. It's good bowling from Moment. Sneaks it inside. It's a very, very good over so far. I was going to say, looking at this field, you know he's not turning a lot. You've got a long on bat. You've got no one square on the leg side. So I was going to say maybe you can look to make a position outside the off stump and clip him away. If you're trying to be proactive, now we just take the single. Yeah, you can see that one's down to long off. Because it gets to the point after 2 or 3 dots. Power play overs are precious, right? And you pretty much burnt one here. You have to do something drastic, even if it costs you your wicket. That's why it's such a tough thing to be a specialist batter in this format, because Ashokan, he's just trying to find his feet, but he almost doesn't have time to do that.
Yeah.
And Moment, I know yesterday he had this kind of issue where the first over he'd keep things tight, second over he'd get taken down.
Yeah, okay. So you're going to give him a second?
He's due for a good second over, isn't he?
Yes, I suppose.
I mean, I'll tell you my answer in a second. Oh, yeah, just a wide. Yeah. It's a tough one, but I honestly think this gets a little bit of the line. He's got such good hair, kind of obscures the view. Yeah, that's a good call. If Ashokan's on strike, then yeah, something like that. I think, he's had the better of Ashokan. And sometimes I look at who's facing. The thing is, Moment does operate pretty quickly, and you see the batters haven't been set a couple of times. And
he wasn't ready at all. I could see it straight away that he was going to look up and say, hang on a minute, I'm not ready.
Anyway, last ball, the overtake 2. Wide. Well, not a wide, because he hits it, and they will get a single. And, well, that would have been out if it hit. So almost making something out of nothing, but Kari, he survives, and we get out of the power play. 30 for 1. That third over, an excellent one for Moment. I guess time will tell if he gets a second and when.
Yeah, well, we've seen him do this before. I mean, only 3 come off it. I think yesterday he bowled an over. Only 2 came off it. It was the very first over in innings. And the thing is, his second one didn't go so well. Let's see what it goes. But at the moment, those steps are going in the wrong direction for the Czech Republic.
We're going to have Abdul Akbarjan come on for over number 4. Yeah, I think sometimes I'll look at individual matchups. And Aaron Ashokan isn't quite sure on a strategy to play moment. He wanted to cut away, but then they've got a fielder back at deep point, so kind of at best he's probably getting one there. He's been getting beaten on the inside edge a few times. He's getting beaten outside off stump. So I probably would bring him back if Owen's on strike. This is going to be one first up. Kari won't have as much pace to work with Abdullah Akbarjan, or he's player of the match yesterday in one of the games where he took a 3-for. Took a little bit of time to crack the 11, but once he has, he's been pretty reliable, as you'd expect.
Yeah, that match you're talking about was match number 4, 3 for 13. Against the Czech Republic it was as well.
This is another one. That's all it should be. Randawa into the side today. Does the fielding. Well, Marnus, he was sure that LBW to Kari first ball was out, and he was firing off a few comments. Credit to Marnus, though. He said he slowed it down. He looked at it. He says Tyrone is exactly right. Great umpiring. He said, please tell Tyrone that he said that. Well, he'll be thrilled, Marnus, that you've come around. One thing I would say, and that just kind of exemplifies for me something which I think we often forget. But John's just nagging, isn't he? It's like your mother-in-law after you've gone out too long and she's been caught babysitting, just nagging away. So, umpires get one look at it. I think lots of people are very quick to make comments, off-the-cuff comments. I tell you, put any human being in that situation, you're going to make mistakes from time to time. Your judgment's maybe not going to be quite what happened. And that's what happens. The main thing is, the processes are right. I honestly think that pound for pound, I think we've got the best umpires in world cricket. And the reason is the frequency they're making these decisions. That's what's climbing over, I think.
And this is also why, touching on the subject we were talking about earlier, why you wear a lid. Because this clonks him on the lid.
Let's have a look. Really did take off. And yeah, it's off the arm, or the top of the arm into the grill. Good over this. And now, again, just can't catch up with this.
Is that 2 in 2?
Okay, it might be. They're just glancing blows. Yeah, it's another one that kind of gets caught up in the face mask. And Akbarjan only goes for 4 in that over. So what a fantastic couple of overs for Austria as they've shut things down. And the Czech Republic, they're 34 for 1.
Yeah, it's been clever, isn't it? I think you're probably, with the way things are going out, I'll be surprised if Momin doesn't come back. Let's see if he does get a good second over in, because at the moment, spin and pace off seems to be the key. And Razman Shigawa, the captain, will have no hesitation in giving the ball back to Momin.
All right. Well, this is exactly what they didn't want to happen. 2 really tight overs. They are going back to moment. To what I said as well, with Aaron Ashokan on strike, they're going to bring him back, and let's see if Aaron has the answers this time.
Yeah, well, he's a huge unit, isn't he? Aaron Ashokan.
And he's gone. So, Ashokan had the right approach there. I think he tries to hit with the slant, but it's just been a rough series for the Czech captain on his return to international T10 cricket. And credit to Moment. We know that sometimes he goes AWOL in the second, but he was right on target. Top of the off stump.
Yeah, well bowled, and he certainly has got his areas right here. I just think he's the sort of guy that if you're using your feet you get to, and you get him under pressure. If you want to stay inside the crease, he's going to get you. That's where he's dangerous. He's dangerous at batters that want to stay inside his crease, especially on a pitch like this where he's getting a good bit of bounce.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's so easy to play it when you're not out there. But I suppose you'd argue maybe it was a bit of a reactive approach they had to Moment, kind of allowing him to dictate terms. That's another one. If you want to open up the leg side, you're probably better off kind of stepping across a little bit and opening up that leg side a little bit more. As it was, his feet were kind of planted, and he just hoped for the best. Didn't work out. Well, things have gone past the point of no return for the Czechs, but if there's a man that's capable of miracles, and he's walking out there right now, you've got Sudesh Wickramasinghe, the man they know as the Beast, coming out there. And he has literally no time, I think, to play himself in. Straight away, though, he just chops this away for 1. So you've got 2 batters that are in form. He goads him into a throw there, doesn't he?
I like this. Iqbal Hussain says, all right, you may not want to run, but I'm going to make you run. Sudesh then has to get the accelerator. Just watch the running here. He says, yeah, just a gentle stroll. He says, what? Okay, fine, I'll run.
Yeah. I mean, there's sauntering through for a single, then there's that. I get the concrete boots on, but he eventually got moving. All right, Kari He certainly has been better with a bit of pace on the ball. I think Paras Kari, I think, Moment probably recognised that. We saw even Akbarjan beat him for lack of pace a couple of times in the last over.
I think he'll fire this in a bit wider. Let's see. A little bit, because I think you see there that Kari does want to use his feet to him. But again, a couple of dot balls here to Kari as well. So you got to say, Moment, he finally does come back and give his captain reward with bowling a very good second over as well.
This game is slip sliding away before your very eyes. Even this one, at most you get one here, if you get one.
Oh, wow.
Get there, but just. But hey, the Czechs, if this goes south the way it seems like it's going, it's probably good that they sit on the pine for a game and then, maybe can regroup their thoughts and come back with, I suppose, a bit of a mini final against Hungary. They've tied the games 1-1 with Hungary, and it's just feels like with the things going against him in that first game, and then obviously this game not going to plan as well. I mean, it's just a bit of a tough place mentally, I think. Moment, last ball of his spell. And he might be hit out of the ground finally. Well, it came. Maximo, it's the beast. And he hunts down Sam Williams, says, that's a pretty good shot. So Moment, look, even with that, he just goes for 11 in the 2 overs. He tries out the kind of shorter one, challenges him to smash it. And that one's gone into the potato patch. And, oh, hello, is this our retriever?
Well, he's got a bit of golden about him, isn't he? Well, there you go. What a lovely shot. Well, we bring you all sorts of action on the European Cricket Network. And,
it's actually reminding me, it's almost lunchtime, But Moment does escape punishment for the most part. It's the end of the 5th over. It's 42 for 2 after 5. The Czechs will meet Spain, Isle of Man, France and Greece in their group at the ECC. As this is gone, I think he stumped him. He's been given on the field. So Paras Kari again, he's just struggled with the lack of pace last couple of overs. Akbarjan is kind of like a hybrid. I don't think he's even fast enough to be called a medium pacer, but Chima, he was very, very quick to get in line with the ball. Umpire doesn't wait for the decision from the third. He says, I'm happy to give it out right here. And Paras Kari, he's had a very good series, but I suppose just struggled once the pace was taken off. He couldn't really stay on target in this chase, and he's the third man to fall. It's 42 for 3.
Yeah, good work there from Chima, straightforward. And you see there, I think or Akbarjan knew, and out for all the batters, that Kari was wanting to come down. You see, he does start to come down, doesn't get to the pitch of it, offers a chance, and Chima makes no mistakes. Really good work from him. Once again, I think the knack of the keeper there is waiting and patience.
Yeah.
He waits, he's patient, the ball comes into the gloves, and then he does the work. He doesn't really try and take the ball before it comes to him.
So that was all about judging the line of the ball, that stumping. So because it slides in, Chima takes a good little skip step to his left and keeps his eyes kind of in line with the ball. He's not really reaching, and so that's one that a lot of keepers miss because there's a lot going on. It's between the bats, between the body of the batter. It's also around the stump, so sometimes keepers think, oh, well, that's going to hit the stumps, and they don't make position. But that was an excellent bit of work. Here's the tank, Riddick Tomar. See if he can change the narrative. Akbarjan, like I said, he's always around the mark, isn't he? And Riddick just blocks the first one back.
Yeah, good bowling, and how many times have we seen that the left arm, especially the left arm round, really making their mark on European cricket, whether it's a series, European Cricket League as well. They just seem to have a knack to frustrate a lot of the right-handers, don't they?
That's true. Dave B, just reminding us that's a pheasant that we saw in the potato patch. Yeah, we were made aware of that a bit earlier in the tournament. Good-looking birds, though. Akbarjan to the beast. He's had about enough of this. Beastie tries to swing away into the wheat, misses out completely.
Yeah, a number of things. I think going down the leg side and also perhaps the height. You see this is on the way up.
Misses the pad, but hopefully the ball's okay after coming into contact with the hip of Sidash. And again, gives it both barrels, becomes up empty-handed. Cricket's one of those games, it's hard to describe if you haven't played a lot of cricket, that sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. When you're not hitting them that well, it just seems like the most impossible thing in the world. When you are in, then it becomes a lot easier. Even that's missed times from Sidash. He had a frustrating time of it. The odd shot in anger, but hasn't had a series where he's been able to put big runs on the board. End of 6 overs here, Czech Republic, 44 for 3.
Yeah, what a good over that is from Akbarjan. He only goes for 6 of his 2, and he's followed up the excellent bowling from Shahil Momin, who only went for 11, also picking up a wicket. So certainly the 4 overs of spin there have just basically closed the door on the Czech Republic. The rate required now really is, well, you might as well forget about it. They're needing to hit over 25 runs per over.
Yeah, that's right. So I suppose playing for pride more than anything now. Like I said, so I think it's a good thing for the Czech Republic. They'll get more or less 2 to 2.5 hours off to now kind of just gather their thoughts, have a bit of something to eat, kind of walk away, regroup and play what will be their final. What's the final match? And if they can finish with a win, they will feel kind of a bit buoyed by the experience. Otherwise, they're going to walk away with a 1-5 record and scratching their heads as to how it all went wrong. There's always the thing, I've said this before about the Czech Republic. I think that because so many of their players are concentrated in one club, the PCC organisation, that they're often not playing against each other in pressure situations. The wild thing is blast one past everyone. That includes Chima. I think this is going to be a bye. If there was maybe a little bit of pad, no, it's called a bye.
Chima does well in a way because I think this one has the pace to go all the way to the boundary.
Does
so
okay.
Does get something on it.
He kind of falls for that trap of thinking that was going to hit the stumps. So he's late to move.
Yeah, it's almost like he loses it,
yeah,
right?
And he probably just need to make that step a little bit earlier, and he would have taken it. So, yeah, that's the thing. And you compare that to Austria, where I think their national players are split amongst more clubs. Well, good luck with that. That's the wild thing, living up to his name. And the Czechs bring up their 50, and it's a gift that provides it.
Yeah, this is one thing that, I mean, we mentioned this before. I mean, that's a minimum, that's 5. And the wides just keep going up. And this is something that the pace bowlers have got to work on. And it's something I'm sure that the coaching staff of Austria will be looking to improve on. The pacers, no matter who they are, just bowling too many extras, too many wides, too many no balls. And, Jaweed is as guilty as all. Look, you mentioned food. And why not talk food? First of all, it is World Baking Day.
All right, so, I'm in.
You know, a bit of baking. And then, how about this? You have something that's nicely baked.
Yeah.
Then you can have some strawberries and cream because it is National Strawberries and Cream Day in the United States. So if you've got anyone in America, I hope you're enjoying your strawberries and cream. And a day that's being celebrated around the world today, International Tea Day. And you might be surprised to know that tea is the most loved beverage for millions worldwide. 25,000 cups of tea are consumed more or less every day, which is quite amazing.
That's going to go up and over the infield. That'll be 4. And so I think we're well in the consolation runs category now. But the tank, he throws his hands at that and he gets a boundary. Say the other one there.
Okay, hang on. Let me just finish.
Because I'm going to
finish on tea first. It's 25,000 cups of tea per second, which means that over 2 billion cups of tea are consumed every day.
Oh, wow.
2 billion cups
25,000 cups of tea a second.
Yeah.
A second.
Okay. What, the meditation day?
The other one. Close. Not quite. Maybe just missing. The Star Wars related.
The Star Wars related one. Okay, I'll say it. But then you gotta come back with it.
I'll tell you why. I reckon that's just missing. Probably an umpire's call. You know, he's kind of caught in the crease there. I think with that late kind of jag back, it might have just been missing the leg stump. There's an element of doubt there at least.
Oh, this one he does want to get a bit of bat on.
So you said it's International Speak Like Yoda Day. That jogged my memory. I remember this day last year.
Yeah.
You know, certain ones stick out.
That's why you were saying yesterday, International Whiskey Day. Said, hey, we've had this.
Yeah,
but it was last year.
There's about 30 International Whiskey Days and variations you've made up, I feel. But anyway, last ball for Zadran. Well, I don't mind that from Tomar. Tries to get funky. In the end, he gets a fancy dot. And we get to the end of the 7th over. It's 54 for 3. Yeah, it's funny. That must be a whole year. Is it already International Speak Like Yoda Day?
It is indeed. Or how would Yoda say it? Yeah.
International Yoda Day. It is.
It is, yeah.
Fantastic match coming up we've got, because match 8 will see Austria and Hungary going head-to-head. Haven't they been aren't they having an exciting rivalry in this series where they've split their matches 1 apiece, and that's coming up in around about half an hour. And so, yeah, looking forward to that. Just quickly, I want to touch a bit more on the Czech Republic team and performance. And as I said, obviously a big concentration of their players playing for PCC. As Tariq comes in as death bowler. I mean, that's kind of just how it's worked out. I mean, Prague Cricket Club are a great organisation. They've got 3 teams in the local competition. They've got 3 tiers, if you like, in the Czech competition now. It's just how it's worked out there. I mean, and other clubs like Barbarians and Spartans and United, they've been kind of born out of that central structure. But I think if you look at the teams performing well in Europe now, it's you know, like Belgium, like Austria, like Germany, for example, Italy. The top players are split amongst a bunch of different clubs, and that means when those clubs meet, you know, they're playing against each other and they're forced to perform under pressure situations. Whereas if you have a competition where you have one club that gets so strong that they're always the favourites, then you can kind of, I suppose, have a lack of that internal competition where when you're trying to bring it up a notch, like here, an international comp, it's not easy just to turn it on. And I know it's early in the season, of course. I've only probably played a couple of weeks of the domestic comp, but that's why, you know, when these guys go back and play their club cricket, they need to try and recreate this intensity, no matter what their opposition is what I'm saying. You can't really change who plays for who during the season and things like that, but you need to kind of treat it professionally, treat it like an international fixture, do those things, warm up, do those kinds of things, work on your fielding. And the process makes the team, makes the player.
Nice shot, clean through it. Umar Tariq just going for the fuller delivery. Doesn't quite get the Yorker right. And he's an exciting guy, though, Umar Tariq. I think he's come on leaps and bounds. I mean, just in this year alone. I mean, remember, he's sensational. Hat-trick or 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings in Malta when they played in the ECIs there. What he's shown me, I mean, he's another version of Aqib Iqbal, who's not playing at the moment because of work and commitments and university commitments. But he's another guy that is very similar to Iqbal in the sense that he starts off as a renowned bowler, but now his batting is coming along really well as well, and he's turning out to be a very good, super important all-rounder for his club and his country.
Yeah, for sure. This will be the end of the over. Tariq does his job. He only goes for 6 in the 8th. Czech Republic, like I said, they need to take a breather and come back strong in the last game right now. This one's almost done. They're 60 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, 60 for 3. And nothing's really happened. No batter has really got going. Even the likes of Parakari this time falls for 10. And the beast is out there. We know he can turn it on at any point. Well, it'd be good for him to... I mean, even if he just gets into a bit of form, both these batters, it's form that you want to get in going into your next contest. You're not going to win this one, but you can go into it with some positive vibes about you. Remember, we still have important matches come. Austria take on Hungary the next one. That is going to be an interesting one because, well, there's plenty to play for.
Dita's back. Flicks off the pad. Chima deflects it away, so that'll be another dot. Look, Austria-Hungary should be a really good game coming up as well. Don't forget what happened the first time.
It's sort of the decider between those two, isn't it? Because they're 1-1.
And here's the thing, just checking the table, it's been a little while, but if Hungary win that and then they win their last game, then I think they'll have visions of lifting the trophy. As this is knocked away, and it will be 4 with the pace from Dita. So the tank gets 4. The beast and the tank out there. Just trying to get as many as they can. This one's not the prettiest shot, but it's effective.
Yeah, it's 4 runs, the boundary. There haven't been too many in it, have they? And you'd expect from these two, when the beast and the tank combine together, you're expecting a bit of firepower. It hasn't quite happened yet. Maybe it will here.
So just going back to that, if Hungary win their last 2 games, they'll be level with Austria. In the air, it should be caught. Razmal doesn't drop catches. He's not going to start now. So Dida chips in with a wicket in the 9th. And the Czechs have lost a 4th. It's 64 for 4. I mean, you might look at that and say, well, have they been aggressive enough considering that's only the 4th wicket they've lost? It's more that the Austrians have had the shutdown valve activated and they haven't given them too much to hit. I think the intent's been there. But it just hasn't really worked out for the Czech Republic. They're 64 for 4 now in the 9th.
Yeah, and I think it was not being able to go after the spin, really. You got to say, when the slower bowlers were on, and they bowled very well, did Momin and Akbarjan, but they just didn't have a plan to attack them. They allowed the spin to dominate, and it took them out of the contest.
Yeah, so, like I said, a bit of the sting's got out of this one, as you'd expect. Yeah, so let's just say Hungary do upset Austria in the next game, and then they were able to beat Czech Republic in the last game. It'll come down to net run rate to decide who gets the trophy. So I mean, the next game, in a way, it's the final, because if Austria win it, you know they've won the trophy. If they don't win it, then Hungary can still snatch it in the last game. Czech Republic, though, they've already shown they're no easy beats. It hasn't quite clicked for them this weekend, particularly, I suppose, getting the kind of runs on the board that they would have wanted. But they can play the role of spoiler potentially in the last game.
Yeah, they can do. And don't forget, they have beaten Hungary. I mean, that one also, don't forget, is 1-1. So that's also a decider between the two nations.
And if Hungary lose to Austria, well, Czech Republic can actually still grab second off them, and it's kind of a battle for second if they beat Hungary well in game 9. Anyway, Davitsi, better late than never, comes out with an over and a half to go, and once again, he's pretty non-fussed where the ball is. He likes to kind of settle on that back foot, kind of take ball style, try and heave it away. So he's got the heave and the carve. That's pretty much Saba's batting in a nutshell.
Yeah, but you can see that all the momentum. I mean, a number of times the ball has beaten the bat. It's clonked off Chima where there's singles. They're not even taking the singles here now. I think it's the case of, well, what's the point? To be honest, I don't like to see that. I think you still have to take all the runs that are there for you. You still have to play the game.
There's the carve. We saw the heave. This is in the air, though, and he has to find it. He loses it. Well, Shigawal must put the jinx on him.
He throws it over for 4.
Yeah, he palmed it away. He actually turned one way and then the other, Razmal. So Davitsi gets off the mark with 4 in a non-traditional fashion.
It's a family affair.
Yeah, well, maybe so. Have a look at this. He turns one way, then says, you know what, actually, it's that way. I reckon the wind just did it then. And Razmal probably... I think that's the situation as well. I mean, he really focused. He probably catches that, but knew it didn't matter too much. Tell you who's not thrilled about it is Dida. He's now trying to get out of the over. That one's a wide. He'll have to bowl it again.
Yeah, catch we showed it up with Tapper Market ball who bounded the page. The 4 runs. It's an unusual one. And, well, Razmal Shigawala, we've seen him take sensational catches. And that one eluded him. But Davitsi gets the break. And, of course, these two did play in the same, Davitsi and Shigawala, the same team, Donnerstad.
That's true. There it is. Into the over. Dida finishes 1 for 24 and 9 overs down. Czech Republic 69 for 4.
Have a look at this now. Look, I said that they played in the same match in the European Cricket Series. Just have a look at the little bit of playmanship here afterwards. So here's the ball. So Dida, he goes up to Sabawoon, and just watch this, Sabawoon, they have a few words. There's a little cheeky little kick there.
Get a cheap shot in, probably makes sense. 69 for 4 off 9. That's the thing. Hey, Saba's a player, I talk about him a lot because he fascinates me. He's got such talent, but I suppose he needs to find more tools at the international level. I talked about those 2 shots. I think each one of the shots he plays is a variation of either the heave or the carve. And he's often making up his mind before the ball's bowled. This is clipped away for 1. So I suppose at the other end of the spectrum, you've got someone like Mark Simpson-Parker, who is really basing his shot on what is bowled to him. You've got Davitsi, who's kind of making up his mind before the ball's bowled, and then hoping for the best, hoping it's in that zone. So the challenge for Davitsi this season, I think, is to score runs against better opposition.
Yeah.
And we have seen it sometimes when he's on, he's on. He's unstoppable. He's one of these players, a bit like, say, Kenroy Nesta, for example, in Gibraltar. When he's on, he's on. Varun Prasad's another one. But he has to find a way to score runs more consistently. And there's the heave. It's in the air. And this one should be caught. Guess who? It's Dida, who doesn't get a hand on it. And it'll be a high single. And maybe that little ankle tap doing the trick, as Dida couldn't locate that one.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if Dida had taken the catch, I think he would have been returning the kick back. But as it is, he's been stung by the little cheeky kick from Davitsi, and he can't take the catch. So Davitsi gets lucky twice now.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's the thing. You've got Dara Peretti, who's, as a comparison, another left-hander, who's been able to show he's got... Well, that's gone, by the way, because it swung and missed. Almost missed by Wickramasinghe against the ledge, and Tariq chips in with a late wicket. Nicely held by Chima behind the stumps. Yeah, so just to finish that, I mean, as you go up in level, you can't expect people to just rock in and bowl trash, So I think you have to find more tools to be able to counter it. And yeah, I think if I give Saba one bit of advice, it's probably keep your options open. Don't box yourself into a corner. When he goes deep in his crease and sets himself, his feet aren't moving anymore to that delivery. But anyway, obviously wishing him all the best. and really hope that he can translate some of that domestic form into some international form.
In comes Riaz Afridi. He's had a good series so far. He's excited us. He's bowled really well, and he's made some good contributions with the bat. And he comes out to just face 3 deliveries.
Should also mention Saba does have T20 international century, and has shown he can do it. Just need to do it more consistently. Riaz Afridi comes out. I think it's fairly safe to say he'll be trying to whack these balls out of the ground. He's been a real breakout as well for the Czech Republic in this tournament.
Yeah.
Had a bit of an off time, couldn't really find his rhythm with the ball in this particular game. But again, he's another player. He'll probably benefit from a little bit of rest and to come back against Hungary in game 9. Oh yeah, that's hit reasonably well. Going, and gone a long way. Maximo Riaz Afridi. I don't know what the 6 count is in this innings, but probably not particularly high. And that's just the 3rd 6 in the 10 overs. So we're having an average about 9-10 sixes in innings. If you only hit 3 of them, it's going to be hard to get a competitive score on the board.
Yeah, good hit. And he's another one you just want to get hold of and you say, you know what, I'm going to tie your laces together because you don't need to be moving around. Stand still and deliver. There he goes again.
There's the baseball leg kick. Dida, no chance, I think. Oh, I mean, it was either catch it or be hit. I reckon that's got a bit of the collarbone. And he's almost choked on it, Idibasha Dida. But it is going to be gone. I think that's the end of the game as well. Check out this. I mean,
you said no chance because this is an incredible catch. This is outrageous.
He didn't catch it with his hands. It's blowing back towards him here. Bang. Bounced off the collarbone and he grasps it, gasping for air. Dida, well, he's a bit of a last ball hero once again. And that is the end of the game. So it's going to be 77 for 6 in the end. And a bit of a one-sided affair, 145 to 77. Once again, weight of runs in the first innings, just putting the game out of the Czechs' grasp. And look, like I said, the Czech Republic, they had that one win, didn't they, yesterday? They'll be hoping they can get their mojo back. They're 1 game apiece against Hungary, so they've got that to play for later on. For Austria, we'll see them in the very next game against Hungary. And the Austrians, they are able to secure the trophy with a win there, but that's not going to be particularly easy. I think there's a lot of unpredictability in this series. In this one, though, the Austrians, they win the toss and they bat, and they essentially bat the Czechs out of the game. Hungary bowling first, though, so they've taken the gamble of chasing against Austria. Remember last night, we had a dramatic game where Austria won by just 1 wicket. So that game is coming in only 15 minutes' time. And make sure you join us for that. Just 2 matches left in our Austrian adventure.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Let's have a look at the highlights. And it didn't really click, did it? I mean, they went with Buyan up the top of the order, and they didn't mind that at all because what he did do is he did at least get the game in the power play. This was not a bad delivery that he managed to dig out and send to the boundary. 3 4s that he hit, so he gave them the start. I mean, they were in the 20s, 27 before he departed after 2 overs. But then it was a time for the spin, and basically over 3, 4, 5 and 6 was just dominated by the spinners. Well, this was the end of Buyan. He was done by beauty by Sudan when he gets that Yorker in. Quite difficult to play away. And, well, Chima, he's liking it as he's giving the pat on the back to the bowler. Well, one thing, though, I mean, speaking of bowlers that Austria needs to improve is the extras because they gave away there. And this was the seam bowlers, by the way. Gave 13 wides away in the 14 extras. And 1 bye there as well. But as I said, I think the slow stuff was doing the damage. This one did go the distance, but it was still a good bit of bowling from him in. He picked up 1 for 11, and he was well supported there by his other spin bowler, and Akbarjan, who bowled very well. And this is what he was trying to do, get the batters to come out. And Paraskari, who's had a good time with the bat, he does come out and he gets stumped by Chima. Well, that was a bad one. That was 5 wides, and then followed up by this one, 4 runs. And Dida, he was pretty good. He didn't bowl too badly at all, and he gets them on wicket here thanks to his captain, Razman Shiguwa. Well, we do see Shiguwa actually drop a catch, which is quite amazing. This is it here. I mean, he's normally safe as houses, and he pars it on to the boundary. And Daviti, he did get lucky a few times. Well, this was Dida that could have had him caught, but he does finish with a catch. First of all, there's this one from Chima. Nicely done. I like the work of Chima behind the stump. And, well, this one does go to the boundary. It was a nice big hit. But Umar Tariq does pick up another wicket when this one is, well, not caught in the hands. It's sort of caught in the arms, assisted by one that hits the collarbone. Wadida will probably get a bit of ice on that. And before we see them again pretty shortly, we've got about 15 minutes time before Austria are back in battle with Hungary. That one, the two teams have played each other twice. It's 1-1. And we had an absolute humdinger of a match last night, 126 to 127, and this one could be just as good. A quick look at the scorecard. You can see there, batters getting into double figures, but I mean, what the problem was here is the number of balls faced compared to the number of runs that were scored. Nobody really getting going, and well, in terms of the bowling figures, all of the bowlers used picking up wickets. Umar Tariq, as I said, while he was out there and we were watching him, just getting better all the time. What a good player he's turning out to be. Abdullah Akbarjan and the Momin were key. Akbarjan only going for 6, picking up a wicket, and Momin goes for 11, 1 wicket there. And that was the combination of those 4 overs of spin together that basically took the Czech Republic out of the game. So winning that one quite comfortably by 68 runs. We're going to leave you with a match summary up there, but remember, the counter is ticking. In under 15 minutes time. We're going to see the decider between Austria and Hungary, and you could probably say that really, if Hungary are going to have aspirations of winning this international series, then they've got to get this victory here. If Austria win it, then it's job done and dusted for the home side. So a very important match coming up. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we return in just under 15 minutes time for the start of match number 8.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back. It's been such a great 2 weeks in Austria now. Just 2 matches remain. In fact, in this next match, we'll get to see the Austrian national team for the last time this weekend, their 6th and final match. So match 8 is on the way. It's going to be Austria taking on Hungary. Haven't these two had some great battles so far? Let's see what happens at the coin toss a little bit earlier. Tyrone Peters with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Hungary to call.
It's heads.
Heads is a call. It's a head.
So we are bowling first.
So Vinod Ravindran of Hungary has won the toss and he's elected to bowl. Pretty interesting. It means that Hungary will be chasing. Didn't they have a dramatic chase first up? They won off the very last ball, 129, and that 129th run off the very last ball against the Czech Republic to take the points there. Last night, though, there was a really close match between these two teams, and it was Austria that got up with 9 wickets down, with Idibasha Dida hitting the winning run off the second last ball of the day. Before that, though, the Hungarians actually beat the Austrians in their first meeting. So these two teams have met twice. They've split their mini-series so far, and this will decide it. So look, I just think you've got Hungary still in a position where they might be able to go all the way. You've got Austria, of course. They're shuffling their deck a little bit, but Mark Simpson-Parker looked really composed at the top of the order. Shigawa also with a half-century last time out. You've got someone like Mirza Hassan waiting in the wings. You've got Randawa, who looked really good for the brief time he was there before he was run out in the last game. So 2 teams, they're neighbours, not too much between them geographically. I think in this form, not too much between them either. Let's see what happens as we get ready for the start of match number 8. Bit of a gamble from Hungary. They're sending in the Austrians. Let's see what happens. Rico Full will take you further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Yeah, well, we know that Hungary, they've been involved in 2 real cliffhangers of a match. Last night, the last match, match number 5, they just lost out to Austria. They'd be disappointed that they weren't able to get a victory there. Could have been several things that if they went their way, they would have been victorious, as it was Austria won by 1 wicket with the ball to go. Then this morning, well, they were on the victorious side as they chased down 128. Scores were tied with the last ball being bowled, and they just got the single as the throw from Arun Shukon, the captain of the Czech Republic, missing the stumps, which would have clearly have been a run out if he had hit. Is this going to be a close one again? Well, I do think so. I mean, there's a lot to play for here. I think Hungary know if they can get a victory here and in the last match, then they will be level on the same number of points as a host nation, Austria, and maybe pip them to winning that magnificent trophy. So plenty to play for. Austria being put into bat. And notice there's a change here in the openers. So we go with MSP, who is up there, but it is not Iqbal Hussain who's up there with him. They go with Nevin Wichisakara. So Nevin gets the nod before Iqbal. I suppose Iqbal has just been a little bit off the boil. So not listed in the starting 11 as a result of that. So a change up. Let's see if Nevin works up. Well, we did see him yesterday. He played some good cricket and he was aggressive. And I like what he brought to the lineup. First one gets played away by Mark Simpson-Parker. Going back into this one after a very good half century. And he starts with a boundary. He's pitched up. He works it away. His timing, that's what MSP does. He times the ball really well. And that's why he's in a way very different to a lot of the other batters that we see on the circuit. A very good stroke player. And just see there, just strokes his away. Beautiful timing. Gets 4 runs. So 4 off the first ball. The Sandip Mondas just over pitching slightly. And, this time it's played out through the covers and he's looking to bring up 2 boundaries. He does. 2 consecutive boundaries. The fielder कोशिश तो काफी की थी पर जीसन ने पर ball नहीं फर हुई चौका लग गया 4 more. And this time look at the footwork. Now you know, this is what I was saying before. I think after a while, after you face someone like Sandip Mondas a few times, you know what he's going to do. He's going to get big in-swingers into you. How do you play that? Well, you've got to use your feet, get to the pitch, and that's what MSP does there. So 8 of the first 2 deliveries. This one's slightly shorter. He rocks back and take the single. One thing that Sandip Mondas has done is bowl very well to left-handers. Let's see how Naveen Ujasakera fares up against him. He gets ready to face his first delivery. umpires for this one. Umpire Praveen, the man at the bowler's end now, and at square leg. Nilkesh Patel, man from Barcelona. And the third umpire, Umpire Santosh. Gets ready for the first. Mondas will be looking to get this to be moving away from the lefty, but starts with an inaccurate one. It goes down the leg side. I think he's just hoping to get this round about middle peg and get the ball then to move away from the left-hander. Doesn't get it right. First extras. Goes up in the air. Does he get enough of this? I think he does. He gets over the fielders. And big shout of no from the two batters. I think that's MSP that screams out no. Doesn't want to take the two, and it's the right call. It goes after it like this from Naveen. And when we saw him in the Fan Code European Cricket Series here, when he was the captain of Snazi, team that unfortunately weren't able to get a victory in the series at all. The only points they got was through an abandoned match. He was a little slow going. Well, he's a little bit slow going here as well, taking the run, but he does get there because it's not taken cleanly by Prashar. But yeah, he was perhaps a bit guilty of not playing or knowing or understanding this format very well with the bat, but he certainly did adapt well, and he got better and better. And he's got a call up to be playing in this the Austrian national side in the CCI, and so far from what we've seen from him, he's been pretty good. Here he is back on strike. He's on the pads, asking a question, and not out. I wonder if there may have been a bit of bat on this. He does certainly go right across. Let's have a look if we see anything. I think maybe worse. I mean, there's a couple of things. Was there a bit of bat onto it? The other thing was, you can see as he's playing across this, the ball is on the up. So maybe it's just going over the stumps. A big hello back to everybody on the chat. Welcome again to Dave. And also to Michael Daub. Hello, Michael. Hope you're well. Yes, let's go Hungary. Well, he's, of course, cheering for Hungary. As we see what the bat versus ball wall is telling us. Having Austria 109 to 107. And I do believe it will be that close. Very good afternoon, evening, or maybe even morning to our global family, wherever you're tuning in from. I hope you're enjoying this this Sunday and this international action that we're bringing you. Russia. It starts with a wide. He's been a little off the boil the last two matches, you have to say. I think the defeat yesterday in that very close match probably is played about with him in the mind, but he needs to get over that. And they'll be hoping that he can go back to what he does in this contest. Usually a very good bowler, gets the ball in the right areas, good Yorker bowler. But maybe just needs to add that fiery short delivery right at the batter into his artillery. Oh, this has been absolutely clobbered. Well, what a hit this is. And it just keeps on going. Well, nothing can stop this one. It's gone through the tent. It's gone through the chairs, the kit bags. It's even gone through the fence. What a hit. Absolutely clobbered. And Mark Simpson-Parker looking good. Another man that's looking very good today. Wearing some nice colourful outfit. I'm loving the shirt as well. The young palm trees. It's Vinny Sandlin. It was a Maximo.
I actually went through the bit of the fence that Big D knocked out the other day, I think. And that's why it just went miles.
What a shot.
That's a brilliant bit of fielding from Mark Desfontaine to get a hand on that. He's going to keep it at 2. And he's almost going to end his captain's life by throwing the ball back into his forehead. But, I mean, MSP, when he stood still in his bat today, he has looked next level, hasn't he?
Yeah, but talk about this one. He doesn't stand still. Look how he goes. He literally invites Prussia to knock him over. Watch him. He's saying, there they are. Have them if you want. Prussia goes for him. And MSP, well, he would have got another boundary if it wasn't for...
Yeah, I suppose what I mean is he change his position, but he is still, from the moment the ball's released, to when he contacts that one. That was a great bit of work from Marcus Fontaine. But got to say, I've just had lunch. It was magnificent. Sri Lankan food again. This time I gambled a bit with this chili oil that had a skull and crossbones on the bottle.
Not out, going down the leg side. Good comeback though from Prashar. Good areas, good length.
So yeah, big thank you to everyone for looking after us so well. It's a bit of a festival of cricket here. This is what ECN's all about. We've got 3 nations coming together. A lot of people coming down also to watch and cheer on the national team. Prashar though, he's had a bit of a mixed bag with the ball, hasn't he? I suppose he's now become one of the leading figures in this national team. I think he's got such an important role with the bat and with the ball. He's become a leader. And yeah, he's up to it, I think. It's what a partnership he'd like to break before it develops.
Wants the single, and we'll get it. Once again, a good block hold delivery. But this is going back to what I'm saying. I mean, I like to see him break up this momentum with one quick short delivery, just to remind the batters that it's not all going to be the same.
Yeah.
And we haven't quite seen that from him yet. And that's where I think, for me, where he can add to his game. I mean, he's a great player. We know that with bat and with ball.
I suppose, yeah, it's dangerous because you know that if the batter gets a bit of bat on it, the short delivery typically is going to fly away for 4 or 6. But yeah, you're trying to use that element of surprise, which is Sakura being given an opportunity at the top of the order here.
No run. Well, I tell you, I think we all heard this from MSP. No, no, no. There's no doubt that he means no.
He's got good fundamentals, MSP. Wijasekara is doing the right thing. He doesn't know where it is, so he actually looks for the ball, but then quickly looks at his partner and some quick nose. If you're not sure where the ball is, okay, it's hard. It's easier to find your partner than find the ball, and normally your partner will know where it's gone because they're watching.
Yeah.
So that's a good bit of communication. You see that at the international level. I want to say hello to Michael Daub as well. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat, Michael. And also, I've got a bit of a birthday shout out to come. Here's the last ball for Prashar, though, in the second.
Nicely played out. MSP gets there easy. And it's the end of the over. It's a 21 without loss after 2.
I'm going to tell you something, that ECN wouldn't be what it is without Mita and Mahel being part of our blue crew.
Yeah.
And, okay, Michael is in the chat right now. But I want to say to Dummy, hope you had a fantastic birthday yesterday. That's Mahel and Mita's mum. So wishing you all the best. Hopefully having a good weekend. Hopefully everything's under control over there in Germany. And we look forward to seeing you soon, hopefully. Maybe on the tour.
Yeah, once again, ditto that. Hope you had a wonderful birthday. And hope we do catch up with each other again soon.
Aren't they wonderful young citizens, though, Mita and Mahel? You couldn't hope for more stand-up children than that. Anyway, Mahandas back. No more gushing. And Wijasekara knocks a 1. What are you thinking about Wijasekara opening the batting? I mean, has kind of been good. He's gone next level against some of the pace options. We saw that yesterday. It's interesting they have given him this opportunity. I think they've got one eye on the qualifiers as well, which will be in the UK in the middle of the year. I know that some of the Austrian team, they're going to go and get a bit more turf training under their belt. That's the plan over the next few weeks. MSB goes with the movement, doesn't quite get it. He should be gone here, and he will be gone. Welly Gumagay, safe pair of hands. And Mark Simpson-Parker played some cracking strokes, but that's the nature of the game. He mistimes this one, and he lets Asanka into the game. Sundeep with the first wicket of the match, and it's 22 for 1.
It's a good one to get, isn't it? MSP, he's been on song, he's been scoring freely. He just doesn't quite get this right. Just drags it, doesn't he? Drags it onto the onside. And Welly Gumagay makes no mistakes, takes the catch. And they get the wicket, they get the breakthrough. Yeah, I mean, you were asking about Naveen Wijasekara. I don't mind it because it gives him that left and right hand combination. Normally works pretty well. And with Iqbal Hussain not in the side, who in fairness, after that first match where he scored 88, hasn't really done too much more. It's an opportunity for Naveen. And he'll be looking to make the most of it. And it's going to be his captain, Razman Shikwar, that comes in now.
There's some more spectators down there. They're hanging out together.
Hang on a minute. I think we better cut away from this because this could be...
Well, hold on a second.
This could be a bit of naughty action
right.
coming up here. Oh.
It's just a good old-fashioned game of chasey. Maybe it's...
Love is in the air, Vinny. Love is in the air.
Now, classic Rule 43. As the next ball whipped off the pads by Shigawal, who's out there at number 3. You do see a bit of everything. I mean, this is part of the Nature Channel when we get a bit National Geographic, David Attenborough style. It's Shigawal and Wujasakura are united now. Mahanda, it's interesting that he's gone round the wicket now to the left-hander. Normally he's been so good just going over and swinging it away, but it hasn't gone as much from him in this innings. This is one that probably hits the tram line if it's left, but it isn't left. And it's off the end of the bat.
Yeah, I think it may be because he's not, for some reason, and we know swing is a weird thing, he's not getting that movement to the left-hander. So he's decided, okay, if I'm not getting it, maybe I'll just change the angle of approach.
Yeah, I mean, the idea would be he'd angle it in, swing it away. It's always a bit of a difficult one for the left-hander. A bit like this, but it actually hits him and gets him on the back elbow. Bit of a nasty one.
Yeah, I mean, he feels this one. He's trying to sort of swing it out of the pain away, but as soon as this hits him, it clocks him right on. Oh, I don't know why they call it the funny bone. There's nothing funny about it.
It's humorous. That's why it's called the funny bone, but you're exactly right. That's well located as well. Mohandas does his job again. He's been a consistent performer, hasn't he, for Hungary in this series? And not just this series either. At the end of 3 overs, Austria, bit of a quiet power play, 24 for 1.
Yeah, that's a very good over. In fact, a very good spell, 1 for 15. He'll take that. And, yeah, just keeping Austria quiet at the moment. But, of course, we know that those steps are going in the wrong direction. They can pretty soon make a change to that.
12, 9 and 3. So wicket slowing things down a little bit. I'm gonna maybe try and find that chili oil and show it on the camera. Because if you saw this thing, yeah. I assumed it was poisonous.
You've gone very red, especially
I've just
under
got a healthy,
the nostrils.
I've got a healthy glow to me. Have you had your lunch yet?
Oh, yeah, I have.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I didn't go for the chili oil because I heard you suffering.
We need to get Andrus out here.
And I am flying tonight. Probably wouldn't be a good
Andrus,
idea.
our director, hates spicy stuff, and I'd like to see him put it on his tongue. Anyway, Vijayasakara trying to get something going here. Hit the middle overs. Prashar has come back to bowl the 4th over.
Yeah. Don't mind this at all. Why, you're keeping the pressure on. You still got plenty of other bowlers that can come on, that can cause issues. So while Prashar's bowling well, just keep it going.
The other thing is on the little bottle, and it came with like a dropper. So obviously you're not meant to have that much. It comes with like an eye dropper. But it said ALK 44%. Right?
Okay.
It wasn't in English.
Okay.
It wasn't alcohol. It can't be alcoholic.
Maybe alkaline? Alkaline?
I'm gonna show it. Give me a couple of hours. I'm gonna go get it. Yeah. I think I'm feeling fine, but the jury's out.
You do realise that in about, I would guess, half an hour's time, the sun is going to be right on us. And if you're feeling hot now, you're going to start. There's going to be steam coming out of your nostrils.
If I start hallucinating, I'll let you know. Anyway, it's a feast for the senses.
Well,
ECN cricket.
World Meditation Day. Maybe you should do a bit of meditating.
Well, if I start speaking like Yoda, then you know that there's a problem. Anyway, Vijayasakara. Really say it's a cracking pace first up. He's just going to stroke a one and probably leave a heavy hitting to Shigawal. He batted well this morning, didn't he? Cracking a half century.
Tiki-taka at the moment. So Hungary have got this game right where they wanted at the moment. The last boundary we saw was in the 2nd over, ball number 2. We saw from Prashar it was. Since then, it's just been dots or singles. 3 singles of the first 3 balls of this one. Oh, this is blasted. And now that's going to hurt because this was really whacked. And I think Prashar has done so well to even get anything on this. Well, he gets up smiling. Well, let's hope he's done no damage. This was really blasted.
Yeah. Credit to him. He gets his hand up there and quickly goes to ground. This was pretty much right out of the middle. I think he's probably saved 3 runs there.
Yeah, well, that's stinging on his snout. He goes back down. So I get the feeling, yeah, get that spray on it pretty quickly. That just, sometimes it depends where this hits you. If this hits you right in the palm or on the avoids the fingers or splitting the fingers, well, you just got to freeze spray on it and wait for the pain to go. Of course, if it's hit you right on the fingers, well, then that's when it's nasty. But you can see there, well, the good thing, I suppose, about it is it's, the fingers are still moving. It's like that hand doesn't want to move at the moment. So, Prashar, at least he's not bowling once again to Shigwell. Shigwell was the one that blasted it straight at him. Beautiful views of the landscape around us here. So it's a good delivery. And, it's not his bowling hands. I suppose that's the advantage of it. But look, you can see the way he's moving those fingers. He's trying to get the blood flowing back in that hand there. Yeah, it still hurts. It still stings. I bet you.
What do you need your left hand for anyway? Bowls with his right. Bit of an unusual one. Oh, he's in good company. Prashar with the right arm bowler, left arm batter. Whew. Pretty hot in here, actually. Last ball of the over coming up.
Slower delivery. Gets worked away. It's just another single, so very good over. It really is. Only singles.
Well, 29 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. This is mainly just to show you. This is what I had. Can you see that? So, yeah. Anyone that's going to do some translation. But that's the bit that concerned me. 44%. 44% what? Is it chili? Look, I'll show you.
44% are knocking you out.
It comes in the... Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Probably too much. Ready?
That's it. Well, it was nice knowing you, and we'll see you later. He's out the shot. Well, yeah,
Pretty hot.
Throwing in the tower.
You want some?
No, I don't.
Hey,
you're just ludicrous. Give it to Andres. Give it to Andres in the production house.
Andres?
Andres just said
Problem
no.
is when Andres comes out here, who's pushing the buttons? I'll let you know how I go.
Your mouth is getting numb now. It's getting
what?
numb. Come and admit it. Your mouth is getting numb.
Ethanol, chili.
There you go.
Is that Voda? Does that stand for vodka?
No. Short. And they finally will get a boundary. We've had to wait a long time. The last one was the second ball off over number 2. And finally, Navin, well, he whips this away.
I'll make an agreement. I won't have a drink for 2 overs. All right? Let's make this interesting. I'm glad I only had a quarter.
What are you trying to prove?
Oh. Whoa.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Go on. And this should be another. So Naveen with the Sakura says, right, enough of this. It's time to go big. And, well, now he does go big. He uses his feet well. And Ashrith Darapareddy, who has, well, been a sensation in this series so far, has gone for 10 of just 2 deliveries. And Mr. Maximo is on the floor licking the grass.
I'm not saying much, am I? One slides past the outside edge. Every time I breathe, it feels like there's fire on my tongue. I had a lot of it with my lunch, and it wasn't so bad, but I think the concentration of it straight onto the tongue is it's pretty effective.
This one gets played away. They'll take a single, so it's an opportunity for Razma Shigiwal to also open his account on the boundary front.
Well, Phil G has reminded me,
look at that
when I'm in Prague, there is a hot sauce challenge. That might be probably a good case to not take part in it. Still on fire. This over feels like the slowest over ever, even though it is Dara Peretti, a spinner bowling.
I think it says on here, use sparingly for killing weeds.
It's very hot. I like spicy things, I should say, as well. So, you know, brought that on myself.
Go have a drink.
8 balls.
It's played away. Shouts to catch it. He's trying to get this in the gap between long on and mid wicket. It would just be a single.
Well, Dave reckons that 44% means there should be 4.4 parts to 10 parts water. Well, that's certainly not what I did, because I've got 100% by putting it straight on my tongue.
If you can see what I'm seeing here now, folks, it's you'll be all saying served you right. Nobody told him to do it. He just. Okay, that's a good bit of fielding. This is well struck.
You know, sometimes we get a bit emotional as we get to the end of the over. 14 off that one. It's 42 for 1 off 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And, you know, after 4 weeks, it's going to be sad to say goodbye to you, Rico. That's why I'm almost crying. Here, have a look at it all. Yeah, that's what we had here. Straight on the tongue. But I've got to say, the food here has been outstanding. The Sri Lankan food we've had.
Look at his eyes.
Look, I'm just a bit emotional. Hello, guys. I've had a great time with you, but I'll be seeing you soon. Don't worry. Au revoir.
Dear. What's the red stuff coming out your nose?
How long are these overs taking in the internationals? I said I'll have a drink after 6. It's one of the slowest changes I've ever seen. We got Wijesakra changing his gloves, even though he's only hit about 4 runs in 5 overs. What's going on here?
Yeah, see, you've missed it all. He's actually got going. You've been so busy.
I'm foaming at the mouth.
Toweling yourself down. You've missed the shots he's played. He's actually got going.
Still on me when I'm pretty sure the 6th over's about to commence. So why don't we get back out there?
Yeah.
And look who it is. It's Mark Desfontaine. He's going to bowl over number 6.
It's well struck, but the field is nicely set. So it will just be a singles. So you can see
good
Austria.
though. You know you're alive though. I feel like I'm alive now. I am really looking forward to the end of this 6th over. Hey, nice to see Mark Desfontaine getting another bowl, though. I think he's been a bit underutilised, to be honest. One thing about his hair, it will not move. It reminds me of, it almost looks like its own life force. It looks almost painted on. Anyways, round the wicket to the right-handed Shigwa. I mean, one thing we love on the European Cricket Network is watching young players develop. And what a challenge for Mark Desfontaine to bowl to the Austrian captain in this situation.
Once again, drags his out onto the leg side. Take one. You can see both batters, they know. I mean, this is the thing. In their mind, they know there's so many big hitters to come. I mean, you've got Arman Randhawa there. You've also got Miza Ashan. You've got the likes of Umar Tariq, Dada as well. But it's not as if they're deliberately not trying to get these runs. They're attacking, they're throwing the bat at everything. But at the moment, it's just not happening.
Yeah, that's true. A bit like what happened yesterday, the first time these two teams met.
This one is high, but he does go to it. So, I mean, first of all, it will be a boundary. I think they're checking where it goes all the way. I think it probably just drops before. But you see, he's come such a long way down. And that's on a downward trend. So I don't think that is a no ball. I think it's going downwards, and he comes a long way out. But where does this go? I think they're also having a look at the boundary here. Does it go all the way? Yeah, it does. It's 6 runs. So it's going to be Manos Arriba from the arbitro. There he goes. Nilkesh Patel puts him up in the air like he just don't care. And a good shot, though. Look, he comes down and also hits it straight. Doesn't get tempted to drag it on the leg side.
Okay. Yeah, just got it wrong there, didn't he? Mark Desfontaine. Yeah. So, I suppose the batter kind of gives up the benefit of those when they're so far out of the crease. And that's one I still think, I think it's one that may not have been coming down enough, but
the chilies had gone to your head. Of course it was coming down enough.
I don't think
what are you seeing?
It wasn't a slower ball. No, I think I'm fine with the decision. That's borderline, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's good to get the freeze on the ball there, because you can see the trajectory. And you kind of almost draw a straight line to where the batter would be at the crease.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Good bowling from Mark Desfontaine, the young bowler, and every ball is being applauded. He's getting a lot of good support. And,
hey, big delivery. Last ball is 6th. That's the one I've been waiting for. Please not a wide. Ooh.
This one is pretty high. Well, it gets dispatched. It will go all the way. This one, I suspect, is more closer to being called. First of all, gets absolutely walloped. He doesn't charge it this time. He stays in his crease. Yeah, that's going to be called.
Yeah, I actually think it's almost the same ball. The difference is this time he is at the crease. And, yeah, guess get away with it once. Not going to get away with it again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
So it's my worst case scenario, not just the bowlers. That's a 7 up and a free hit to come. Austria needing a spark. And Wijesakra, well, you're right. Actually, ever since I've started hallucinating, he's gotten going. He's 33 now. He's got a free hit to boot.
Well, the chili oil you drank has fired him up, that's for sure. It is getting spicy out there. It's getting spicy in here as well. Where's that water bottle? Somebody run off with his water bottle. Well, that's a good shot down the ground. Fielder coming across, so 2 coming across each other. Really well done. Well, those 2 up there are stronger together. And this over, it will go for 16. And it's the acceleration they really needed.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bit of fielding there. I know Gabotrok's a really good 12th man. Do you reckon he could run me a drink? Anyway, test us to the end of 6 and the score, 60-1. Having said that, I mean, just 10 and over. Austria still looking for a final push. Look at the batting they've got to come. Randawa, Mirza Hassan. Okay, Moment. I'm not sure he'll bat that high because he did bat last time. You've got Chima, who haven't seen too much of in the series. Uma Tariq was one of the best 6 hitters yesterday. Yeah. And plenty of other options.
You know, they've done some changing around, some different combinations. I would love to see someone like Jawid Sadran and Uma Tariq, you know, just go with those 2 opening. And then maybe, I mean, Randawa could come in at 3, or even Mirza Hassan, who hasn't really hit the slots yet, but 2 good batters that have been in good form, Uma Tariq and I think Jawid Sadran, the wild thing opening up in the power play. That'd be worth something worth seeing. This one, he waits on this and he just puts it away. What a good shot this is. Just have a look at how he just waits. He doesn't go early. Look, gets into position first, then he waits, and then at the last moment, he whips it away through the line. Good shot, 4 runs. And Navin Wijesakera is really turning it up. And I bet you all the Snazzy boys are loving watching their captain performing here at international level.
Yeah, they are. Malik Zada getting an opportunity. So, yeah, we haven't seen too much of him this weekend. Again, just the angle in. Dicing with danger. Wijesakera puts him away. He really has turned it on.
And short and dispatched. Ball, Guinness on a Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, what a shot. Got to say, it's a bit of a half tracker, though. Gets the length wrong. He just waits on the back foot and pounds it straight over the fielder's head. And now he's within reach of a half century.
Yeah, but all of a sudden that acceleration, he's saying they were going at 10. Well, if this over goes the way they want, they're going to certainly make the acceleration that they wanted. Gets into position pretty early for the similar sort of shot. Misses out on it, but I don't think this is a bad thing because after facing 3 himself, the left-hander now hands the strike to his captain. And Rasman Shigual hasn't quite got going yet. He's at runner ball 6. He's waiting to hit a few out of the park himself. I think he's decided in his mind already, I've got to go for this. I've got to get bounded, otherwise I get out of the way.
They've already got the 10 off the first 2 balls in this over, so they can really attack it, try and get stuck into Malik Zada.
And he gets stuck into it. It will go all the way despite the one-handed attempt from the fielder. He can't get anything on it. Over it goes. 6 more. This is exactly the over that they wanted. Malikada, well, they're taking him to town at the moment. Hey, I'll bet you any money you'd love one of those ice lollies we had the other day now,
I would
wouldn't
actually love one. But you know what? I'd also love if I was batting and I got a bunch of half trackers at this stage of the game because Austria just needing a bit of a spark. And Malik Zada, you know, we've seen him play some good cricket in Hungary. Just has to get it right here.
Why are you struggling to get your words out? What's wrong?
I'm just super excited about this acceleration.
Yeah, well, acceleration. There you go. That's more acceleration. There's another one. It goes whacked away. How good did the water taste? Did you have some water?
Yeah, well, I haven't yet. I'm on the fizzy drink. I know you shouldn't do that, but I'm taking whatever liquids I can. Right now, Shigual, you know, he's played that shot really well throughout this 2 weeks. That kind of length ball. It's kind of a half pull, half muscle. And, this over's gone magical. Last ball to come from Alex Zada.
And this one will also go big. Shaba. Guinness on it. Well, the fireworks have started. And fireworks all around this beautiful Seabarn cricket ground as Rasman Shigual turns on the style. I suspected when they took the single of ball number 3 that it was a good idea just to get Rasmal going as well. And just like that, he goes from, remember, he was 6 of 6 deliveries. Now he's 24 off 9.
And that one, 29 off it. The issue is at that pace, I couldn't really envision a length that was going to trouble Shigual. Just a reminder that if you go on our website, EuropeanCricket.com, have a look at this article. It's about the partnership between the Austrian Federation here, Austrian Cricket Association, and ECN developing an extended partnership, which obviously attempts to do a number of things, obviously showing more cricket, developing cricket as well in Austria. So you can check that out, all the news and more on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Ashfaq, and oh, here we go. Good throw, hasn't been trouble here. And I think he's gone.
I don't think he has the ball, does he?
I think he does. I think he has it just long enough, but we'll have a look at it.
I want to see this again. I think the ball escaped. He doesn't look too happy about it, does he? Let's see if he has the ball. I mean, it was a risky one. Risky 2, I'd say.
I'm giving it. My soft signal is out. Let's have a look. Does he keep the ball? He's got it just in the end of his fingers, and he's out. And then he drops it. But I think that Hungary, they get the decision. And we just say, well, it's unselfish as well. He's trying to steal the strike back, but he's going to be run out for 46. And he did get a move on at the right time, didn't he? It was one of those in-betweens. I'd probably even say it wasn't really that necessary, but it was a really good throw from the knees, wasn't it? That eventually got back. Sometimes a quick throw is better than a fast throw. Does that make sense? Get rid of it quickly. Doesn't have to be a powerful throw. And Austria, they lose the second wicket. It's 90 for 2.
Yeah, he's batted really well, you know. And Zishan is the man who gets the throw in. But remember, it was he. You know, it's quite interesting. It's probably, you would think, in terms of strike rate, maybe the man who's been at the slowest strike rate when we saw that European Cricket Series comes out and gives them the acceleration that they need to get going. And he batted so well. He got them out of a hole. He really did.
Yeah. Timing's a funny thing. It's like the breeze. It comes, it goes. Zishan on here in the 8th.
Speaking of the breeze, do you mind doing it that way? I tell you what, you got your own special toilet now. It says Maxi Flow. That's yours.
I am completely in control. Don't worry about
Maxi
that.
Flow.
I told you, I knew I'm alive. There's Zishan. That was a really good bit of work off his own bowling. So think about it. He's bowled the ball. He's got around. He slid in and he kind of came up in a throwing position. We threw from the knees. Randawa, the new batter, gets the full toss first up.
Yeah, he's should have dealt with this a little better. He knows it. Misses out on it. I suppose it's the slower delivery. Zishan trying to get them back in this.
Shigawalo, he's in and going. He's had a really good day. Fun play to watch as well. Some strike now.
And this is going to be 4 runs. Not quite what he was looking for, but he's at that stage of the innings where the bats will be flying. Well, maybe literally. We have seen the bat fly already today. But, yeah, they'll be swinging hard and be trying to get boundaries.
Yeah, by hitting so well down the ground, you force the field to kind of come up behind the wicket. And so then you get lucky with some of those. That's pretty well bowled by Zishan, who gets the Austrian captain reaching. And he's able to get enough bat in it to get it away from the keeper and get another boundary. That's almost supersonic, however, is such a match swinger, isn't it? Now you're looking at kind of 127 pace.
So, well, what's he appealing for here? This is off the bat and it goes all the way to the boundary. Not sure where the appeal came from.
I wouldn't be using a review up on this one because that never hits the pad at all. It's a cheeky little glance from Razmal, who moves to 32. Yeah, so right now they're on that kind of high 120s pace. Who could forget that game last night when Austria chased down 127 with 9 out off the second last ball of the day. Turned out to be the last ball of the day, I suppose.
Delivery and well respected by Chiguel. 2 top campaigners coming together. 10 of the over so far with the ball to go. And the Chiguel will be looking for a boundary here for sure and try and get them to the 100 here. And then with 12 balls to go, get to that 130 sort of mark. There is another good delivery though from Zishan. He's a top campaigner, isn't he? Quality all round in this international series between Austria, the host nation, and Hungary and the Czech Republic. End of the over and 100 on the board after 8 overs. So as I say, 12 deliveries to come. And with the wickets in hand, they'll be looking to really go around about 15, I think, here to get to a 130 score. And, you know, with the power hitting we know that Austria have, they could quite easily go beyond that. But I think they'll settle for 130.
And don't forget this game, it could decide who wins this weekend. Because if Hungary can beat Austria here and they can beat Czech Republic in the last game, it'll come down to net run rate. Right now, we got change of bowling. As Dara Peretti comes on, slides one through, but it's nicely cut away. Boundary start the 9th.
Yeah, well, this is how classy he is, the captain of Austria, Razmal Chiguel. And we know he's already shown he wants to go down the track, so the bowler just gives him a little smidging of width, does Dara Peretti. And Razmal on it straight away, 4 runs on the first ball.
It's a shot that many have tried off Dara Peretti, not many have mastered.
This could be a wide, it will be.
Yeah. Draws Shigama almost into spoiling it, but he misses out. Ashraf has been so impressive. So let me just explain a couple of selections. So Dara Peretti and Ravindran are in the same boat. Sheikh Razik's another one, actually, a domestic player in Hungary that Love an opportunity. Firstly, let's have a look at this one because it's up and it's out of here. Maximo Shigawal into the 40s, staring down back-to-back 50s. And good players perform in the big situations. It's a big game for Austria. Rasmussen, he's looked very composed.
Yeah, he has. And it just goes to show, you know, that you can take your time to get in. He was 6 of 6. And a lot of people would be saying, that's too slow, whatever. But if you know what you can do, what you're capable of, you'll take that. And, well, Hungary will take this as well because Mark Desfontaine, he does take it. He takes the catch, looking super cool and super slick with that hairstyle and the shades on. May I add, takes a very good catch to remove Rasmus Shigiwa.
Yeah, couldn't have picked him out any better, could he? I mean, a little bit either side. It probably gets to the boundary or close, but Desfontaine does well as Shigawal departs, so it won't be back-to-back 50s, but still a very, very good contribution from the Austrian skipper. He goes for 43 off just 16 balls, and it's 111 for 3.
Yeah, Dara Peretti with the breakthrough once more. Dara Peretti, you know, I think his name's got to be right up there for, you know, MVP of this one. He's got to be right up there.
Everyone else playing catch-up, I think. There's a few contenders. I mean, Shigawal's probably in the conversation. Mark Simpson-Parker. I think Paraskari from the Czech Republic has been brilliant. But I think, you know, as it stands, Dara Peretti is head and shoulders above the rest. Mirza-san comes out. He could desperately use some runs here. He's coming off a golden this morning. He's got 9 balls left in this innings.
He hits this pretty well, and it will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Well, Mirza Ashan comes out, and he hits this sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Good hit.
Classical shot from Mirza. We tend to kind of associate him with, you know, clipping way over the leg side. You know, uses the wind here at Saban very well. But that is just a very, very good shot and a confident shot first ball. And he wants more. Hasn't had too many opportunities to bat for a long time in this series.
Can you imagine the damage that these two out there can do?
Yeah, exactly.
He leaves it. I don't get it. Why does he leave this?
I'm telling you why.
He sees it early enough.
No, but he freezes. He's hoping he can get under this, and he realizes it's too full, and he basically just locks up. In baseball, we say it locks you up. He freezes. He freezes. And I guess it was fuller than he thought. And then by the time he judged it, he'd forgotten to swing. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and it's 118 for 3. So Andrus has agreed that he will have 1 drop on the tongue in the innings break, and we'll bring that to you in the second half of this game.
You heard what I just said as an Andrus. Don't do it, you loony. No, but only if he does it after the very last ball of the day, because otherwise, I know we've lost him if he does it before. I know Andrus. Andrus and me have challenges sometimes where he knows I hate carrots, and I do, especially raw carrots. So he'll bring me a carrot, but if you're going to do that, I'll bring him a chili, and I've seen him suffer. That oil will do him. It will do him.
Don't spook him out of it. That one hangs, that slower ball, and that's going to be baseballed out of here. Round the bases, Mirza. That's a home run. Maximo to start the 10th.
This is a full toss. I mean, let's see how wide it is. I think it is dipping. Yeah, it is, but it's a Gundy ball, and he gets absolutely pelted for a big one. You can't be bowling those to these. So both these guys, you bowl this to you, and they will muller you. We're in the 120s now. And this one, no, says Nilkesh Patel. Let's see if the signal is leg buys.
Pretty close, you know. It's either missing leg or it's not.
Leg buys.
What's your call at home?
I thought this was closer than you think. And yeah, it is drifting. Good call.
You know,
great umpiring.
Benefit of the doubt. You can see 2 stumps, sits him in line with leg. Probably just missing, but not by much.
Yeah, that's top
The
call.
more we think about it, Andrus is the least replaceable person in our entire crew, right? That's out.
This time, once
okay.
again, you're saying out. I think it's very similar to the ball before.
This is further over for me. Again, this is eyeball. I saw it live like everyone else. I think this one's a little bit further across.
Nah, missing.
No.
It's missing. Look where the ball hits him. It's on the way down. It's missing. Good call.
They ain't missing the stumps.
It's missing. Good call.
No, it's not.
You got tears in your eyes. You can't see. Oh, well, this one is a miss. He's looking to wallop this.
I just don't see how this ball could possibly missing. Look.
Now you can see it. Now you see it.
I don't think the whole ball's missing the stumps. I'll give you this umpire's call.
Yeah.
But I don't. In my opinion, that's hitting some of the
Well,
stumps.
this one is just hitting the wheat field. It's a Gundy ball again down the leg side. The 130 does come up, and I was saying that Austria will be looking to get this 15 per over, I said, with 12 balls to go. Well, they've got that and a few more, because that actually goes all the way. That's 6 runs. I didn't think that was 6.
Yeah.
So he's hit this flat and hard. So ball to go. What can they finish on?
It's gotten out of control, hasn't it? Just a few getting away from the Hungarians. Be chasing a bunch. Last ball coming up for Zishan.
Wow. This is gone. Well, Zishan is going to have to turn on the style himself with the bat, because that takes the score to 144. And I think, now my maths ain't as good as yours, I reckon that's over 100 in the last 5. I think it's 102. You check on it.
Yeah.
What a hit. What a finish.
Close. I've got 96. They were 42 at the halfway point. But, I mean, having said that, it's a magical finish.
Wow.
And 29 came off the 7th, 20 come off the last. And, well, Austria, they do it again, don't they? They find themselves out of a tough spot. And there was a situation there was kind of 17 balls without a boundary towards the end of the power play and also through the 4th over. But, I mean, apart from that, we saw them coming thick and fast. It was a curious one early, wasn't it? Mark Simpson-Parker started with back-to-back boundaries. Apart from that, Wijesegura was his opening partner. It took him a while to get going. But these guys, once they did get going, they never looked back. And Hungary didn't really have the answers through this 10 overs.
Yeah, and as you said, the power play was pretty quiet. Only 24 came from it. And MSP played some really nice shots before. Welligamage took a very good catch to get him. And then we saw a great little fight back. And it was from the unlikely source, Nevin Wijesegura, or this one hurt. And, well, Abid Prashar, he's been in the wars a little bit today, hasn't he? And he was in the wars again here today. And when that one was smashed right back in. But this is when Wijesegura turned it on. They were into over number 5. And nothing had happened. The last boundary was of the 8th legal delivery. And then, well, Navin turns on the style. He goes big. He goes ballistic. He plays some great shots. And everybody, including the umpire, was ducking and diving. Nice bit of work there from Zishan. They're sliding in and making the stop. But, well, some you could stop, some you couldn't. And Wijesegura, I just think he played a beautiful, beautiful innings. And I think he was bolstered and boosted by having some good knocks in the European Cricket Series here, but he just kept going. And then all of a sudden, his captain, who was at runner ball 6 for a long period of time, he got the opportunity and he opened up as well. And it all happened, unfortunately, in over number 7, where after a good over for Mark Desfontaine, it was 60 for 1 after 6, so they were at 10 and over. Then all of a sudden, for Milakada, he went for 29 of 1. And this was the end as Nevin went. He was unlucky, really. I think he'll be disappointed that he doesn't bring up an international half century for himself, but he should be proud of the way that he got his team, Austria, back and running and helped them to get the acceleration in. But once he departed, Razmal was still there, and he fell just short of a half century himself as he hits this one to Mark Desfontaine, and the young man takes a very good catch. But you know, this Austrian side is loaded with big hitters. Mirza Ashan, after getting a first baller in his last match, he had a point to prove. He came out hitting big, and he scored 25 with just 8 deliveries. And Arman and Ranwana, who normally himself is used to hitting those sort of balls, just sat back and watched. He only faced 2 deliveries himself and had 2 on the board. So big score on the board. Austria, remember, they know if they can get victory here, then they will win this European Cricket International Series between them, their rivals in this one, Hungary and the Czech Republic. But I will say this, that there's runs out there to be scored. There certainly is. It's a beautiful day for batting. And you saw Navin Wijesegura show that, 46 of 26. Razmal Shigarwal, another good score from him, 43. Takes him to 181 in the series, not far behind Ashrith Dadaparedi. And with the ball, it was good work once again early on from Sandeep Mohandas. He's been really good, really getting that swing to cause all sorts of problems. And Prashad, despite having a few issues himself, he bowls tidily. A great economy rate from him, just 7 and over. So he does his job as well. But then, like I say, there was that one over that changed things, and that's when Milakzada, he went for 29. Then after that, the run just kept flying pretty quickly. Even Zishan Kukihill went for 30 of his 2. Evenly poised, I think. I don't think this match is done and dusted. I'm expecting someone like Zishan to come strong in this one. And Ashrit Daraparetti, at the moment, he hasn't been putting a step wrong. He's already scored over 200 runs in this series. I'm expecting him to come out fighting as well. And maybe something like Prashar himself can hit a few big balls too in what could end up being a very exciting run chase. Remember, Hungary did it once already when they chased down 128 against the Czech Republic. So they're a team that are capable of doing this. I think we're going to have a very spicy finish to this match number 8. Join me, Rika Paul and Mini Sandu, when we return in around about 10 minutes time.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to match number 8 in this European Cricket International Series between Austria, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. We're in the middle of a very important match at the moment. Austria have had a bat, and they put 138 on the board thanks to a massive last 5 overs. They went from 42 for 1 to 94 and, off the last 5, and with that total of 138, it's an imposing total. But one team that I believe that can get there is Hungary, and the reason why, well, they've got batters like this. And Zishan Kukiel, he knows that he's got to perform in this one, and he starts with a biggie. It's a Maximo first up, and well, Iti goes big. Didar got to come back with a good one, just a little bit too short. And Zishan onto it straight away. Ravindran, his captain, is at the non-strikers end. And this time he goes a bit flatter. Oh, well, I can't believe this has happened. I can't believe it's happened. Maybe it's time for me to retire. Mark Simpson-Parker, probably the best fielder, one of the best fielders in this series, misses this one completely. And that's a big blooper. MSP, he is normally so good, set such high standards for himself. Zishan, 6 and 4, Hungary for more. Leader. That gets this one inside that wide guideline. So dot ball, good comeback. He needs to put that behind him. Have to be going at around about that 14 run per over rate. And like I say, I don't put this past Hungary. What I've seen from them so far, and the batting I know they've got, and the form that already has been in. So this is hit well, but to the fielder. This field, incidentally, they have got MSP on the boundary at long on, and also third man, who's pretty wide, looking for the miscue or the wild swing from the batter. Everybody else is then on that 30-yard circle, walking in like a ring of fire. Gets the width, gets cut away, gets 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. A lovely cut shot played there by Zishan. And rocks back. And this one is pretty close to him. He doesn't really get that much width, but he's still able to get right on top of it. 14 is what I said they need to be at. 14 they have with the ball to go in the first. Goes for the shorter delivery, but unfortunately for the bowler, it goes too wide. So just trying to get the dot ball in, wasn't he? Itibar Shardida here. But yeah, catches the wide line, gets called. Easy one for the umpire. Welcome back to everybody on the chat, to Phil G, Michael Daub, Dave as well, and John Gray. Lovely that you could be with us on this Sunday afternoon, a marvellous afternoon as well here. This one going down the leg side, it won't be out. Zishan, though, I think if anyone's disappointed, it will be he, because he's missed out on this. It's a shot he normally gets away. It's a loose delivery down the leg side. He misses it, wraps him on the pads. That'll be the end of the over. And then there, they are where they want to be. 15 from it. Didar goes for 15. And Zishan is on fire. Another man who's on fire, literally, steam coming out of his ears, is Mr. Maximo with his hand.
Good to be back. Yeah, I think it was 103% spice that we had in the break, because we did have a bit more of the chili sauce. I partook in it, just to be fair, with a couple of our crew members. Andrew's our director, and Onka, of course, has joined the crew this week. And things heating up in the middle as well. Hungary, they get what they need off the first, but they're going to have to do it consistently. I think once again, they got to trust their teammates. They bat all the way down. And the wild thing coming on for over number 2.
You know what? It's quite funny. You actually are talking like Yoda now. I know it's a national talk like Yoda. Well, this is a lovely shot. Like, holds the post, does Zishan, as he plays this away. Remarkable strike. Just watch this.
Great shot.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's just tongue getting a little bit...
My tongue's pretty hot, but...
It's a bit...
I think I took it better than a couple of the others. Andrus. We'll see how he reacted anyway a little bit later on the broadcast. Sadran.
And he gets muscled away over the backward point area. Goes for the shorter delivery. Zishan says thank you very much as he rocks back and plays this away. A little bit too wide and gets punished. You got to get the ball full up there. I think trying to be quick, fast, short outside the off or anywhere ain't going to work. It's got to be full on Yorker-led deliveries. And waste this. Down the leg side, better length, but ill-directed.
Yeah, it's just down the leg side. Wild Thing. He's tried full, tried short. So he shuns a force, though. He hasn't had that big breakout innings this weekend yet. If he could pull this off for Hungary, then with a big win in the last game, then Hungary could potentially be the champions.
Up in the air, disappearing. Adios, Bolota. This goes all the way. Zishan Kukihill is turning on the style. He's class. There's no doubt about it. He's loaded with talent. He just needs to apply himself here for himself and for his nation, Hungary. What a blistering start it is.
Wow.
30 of just 9 deliveries. And Vinoth Ravindran, his captain, has yet to face a ball.
Yes, I have gone back to Ravindran at the top of the order. He wasn't quite himself, to be honest, when we saw him yesterday. But Andrus just pops his head out of the booth there for a second. Come out of that in a second.
This is high up in the air. Fielder, I don't think he's going to get there. And I think he's, well, okay, between them, they do stop the boundary. All lining up to doing the backing up here as well. It's high up in the air. Just have a look here. I think he just gets there. Keep an eye on that left foot.
Yeah, he actually hits the rope, but I think it's after the ball's gone. See then, I think he might have just tumbled over it. But that's all right. 2 runs.
This is hit to the fielder who gets the throw in. Darted it in, but the batter is back anyway. Ravindran, so a couple of dots there. Can he finish with a dot? At the moment, though, they're well ahead of where they need to be.
And last ball, the over coming out. Wild Thing's on for 19. Trying to stop it going magical.
This is well played. This is 4 runs. I mean, he misses this, he's out. It's as simple as that. But that's the way he plays. There's no point Ravindran going up the position and say, right, we've got the runs we need now, play safe. He doesn't play safe. He's a wild card. He certainly is. And this one, if this is missed, he's gone. He's either bowled or he's LBW, but somehow he manages to send it to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't want to die wondering, does he? So here's the situation. Hungary have only lost twice. If they can win here, they basically inflict a second loss on Austria. It would mean that Hungary would have to beat Czech Republic and have a superior run rate than Austria to take the trophy.
Watch this. This is just a hideous shot. It's outrageous. I mean, to play that, I mean, when you've already got the runs that you need and more above, I mean, there's no point. This is what it is to some players. There's no point saying, hey, just play safe now, because that's the wrong thing to do. Then they will get themselves
The thought of missing it doesn't even enter Zishan's head there. He's so confident there. He timed up Zadran, even though Zadran's quick. Moment now, change of pace in over number 3.
Yeah,
Ravindran gets to face his first ball.
Yeah, against the spin. And, he's looking to go after moment. He did bowl very well in the last match, didn't he? I think both the spinners were outstanding in that victory. Bowled 1 for 11 in these 2 overs. Okay, this is high up in the air. Is it catchable? Well, it may have been if there was a fielder there, but there wasn't anyone there. Had to come from a long way. It's going to be 4 runs.
No long on, right? So that's where he aims it. The mid-off was up in the circle. Doesn't quite get it, but he gets enough. Bounces just inside the rope, 4 runs. I know that Dave was asking me what the name of the chili sauce was. If you go back to the first innings, have a look after around the 4 over mark or so. I held it up to the camera. I've given it back now, so I can't get it back. I don't want it back either.
This one gets played out. They'll take a single, and that's not a bad thing. I think while Zishan is going the way he is, you just keep giving him the strike back, and I think Ravindran himself getting 1 boundary and then handing the strike back. That's fine. That's good. Zishan will just keep on wanting to pile on the pressure. How will he deal with the spin? Well, this is how he hits straight through it, and he'll get 6 more. And manos arriba from the arbitro. I get the feeling that our umpires Praveen and Nilkesh, they're going to be pretty tired at the end of this one because I reckon they're going to be putting them up in the air a lot.
Here's the other thing, I talked about the net run rate being the path to victory for Hungary as the 50 partnership comes up in just 16 balls here. So ideally they want to win with time to spare because this is the only time they can knock Austria's net run rate. So it's a bit of a double whammy effect.
Yeah.
So nice looking a long way ahead, but I mean, the path to Hungary winning, they've got to do it on net run rate. They can't do it on points alone.
Yeah, this one's been well struck, and that's well stopped. It's a good result there. You see the fielder throwing himself at it and makes a stop, and Mark Simpson-Parker comes in to tidy it up. What a good stop this is. It's brilliantly done.
And he knew where Mark Simpson-Parker was as well, wasn't he? He was just trying to get in that general direction. So moment's gone for 12. Last ball of the power play coming up. It's Ravindran on strike.
And, goes for it, misses out. Dot ball to finish. Still take that as an okay over, but not when 39 have come off the two before. It will be 51 with that loss after 3.
Great power play. Just what they needed. And so we'll head into the middle overs. Now you'll have the opportunity to have up to 5 outfielders. Just have a look at some of those big scoring overs. They just couldn't really find a path through, could they, Hungary? Even the wickets they got, they were probably more due to miss hits and misplacements rather than anything else. And even though they kept things quiet there in the first 4, just 29, things kind of exploded and got out of control pretty quickly. Change of bowling now. Abdullah Akbarjan to come on in over number 4. Hasn't he been good? He's somewhere between a fast bowler and a slow bowler. Probably closer to slow. But once again, it's pretty accurate. Zishan doesn't really care about that. He's just going to smack him out of the ground like the rest. Maximo Zishan to 49.
Yeah, look, unless he miscues, not going to get him out. And he's destined to pick up his 50 here in just 16 deliveries. He's absolutely motoring. And he's taking on the bowler. He's taking on the field. This is what it's all about. We knew that this series was going to be exciting, and it has not disappointed. Akbarjan once more. And it's another one that gets whipped away. He's just making it look easy as another 6. Shaba brings up his half century, and he does it in 16 deliveries, 55 of 16. This is the Zishan Cricket Hill we know. This is the Zishan that was missing in the European Cricket League.
Dominant display from Zishan Kukagel. And this is the thing, what does Abdullah Akbarjan go to now? Because, he's a consistent bowler. That's how he makes his name. But right now, Zishan is proactive. He gets down on the full. He kind of knows exactly what's coming and exactly what he's going to do to it. He's one step ahead at the moment. Austria need to get rid of him quickly.
Oh, well, this one, does it catch anything on the way through? There was some sound.
He chops into the ground. It's actually clever bowling. Akbarjan goes a little bit slower and a little bit wider this time. So, yeah, it's not as straight as the previous ones. You see, just jams that down past Chima.
It's not far from going onto the stumps, is it? Looking at it from that angle.
Chop.
Okay, this is where they can maybe sneak in a few dots, perhaps.
Yeah, they'll be hoping. But right now, they've taken about 2 points off that required run rate since the beginning.
Captain doing the right thing. And look, that's the biggest cheer that you'll hear because he gets Zishan back on strike.
Yeah, Ravindran reading the room. Just saying, all right, well, you're hot, you're hot. You go for it. How far can Zishan get them in this chase?
It doesn't quite carry. Akbarjan, similar to before, just no pace on this.
Yeah, I love it that Akbarjan's been brave enough, and that is the word, brave enough to slow it down. Going to play on the ego of Zishan a little bit.
And swings hard across this one, and once again, no pace on it seems to be the key. As Mandawa makes a stop. They still get the 15 off the over, though, and the score 66 without loss after 4.
Yeah, can someone come and bowl the over to shut this down? And obviously getting Zishan, that's part of the solution, but it's not the whole solution, is it? Because you look at the batters to come. I mean, Safi has been great batting in the second half today. You've got Prashar, you've got Dara Peretti will probably come in next. So it's not getting too much easier, even if they do get through the openers here.
Yeah, look at that. Looking good, isn't it, at the moment for Team Hungary? I told you, folks, it was far from done. A lot of people thought that Austria had batted Hungary out of this. No way. And Hungary looking to pull off what would be another remarkable run chase. They chased 129 in the earlier game today. Goes with pace, and what a shot. This is just exceptional. Hand speed, timing, hand-eye coordination at its best. Zishan, he goes into the 60s. Well, I'm calling it. Here's the tunnel here.
When he's on, there's not too many better players to watch in full flight. I mean, Zadran's been brought back, a bit of a gamble. He just got taken to in the second over. His over went for 23, but he's back. He gets a little bit too close to the stumps. Again, there's two fielders out there, but that was just timed so well. Went straight through the middle at quite a speed. 61-6, he's winning the opening partnership.
Oh, close, but it goes like lightning. And he goes all the way to the boundary. Look at this for a bit of action.
See how he's just one step ahead? He probably knows that Zadran there, he got full and a bit too straight, so I think it's probably shorter and wider, and he's kind of sitting there waiting for it. And he's playing four-dimensional chess, and the opposition's playing tiddlywinks a little bit the way he's going. 74 off 26, this opening partnership, dominated by Zishan Kukakel. Shigawal has a word. I don't know. Again, that Yorker might be the way he overcooked it, turned into a full toss last time. It's always at the stage where you're hoping for a mistake.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's got to get that Yorker in. I like the way Zishan here plays the imaginary, the reverse.
So these are shots I think about but would never play.
I would have put it past him, you know. Okay, this time he'll have to settle for the single.
Slow ball, clever. Zadran tries something different. He rolls the fingers on it slightly. But Ravindran has been good at giving the strike back, hasn't he? So this is just the start they wanted. Let me just say it again. They want to win. Obviously, it keeps them alive. Any win keeps them alive as far as the trophy goes. But if they can win well, they've got a lot of net run rate to make up Hungary.
Well, not a good delivery. I think this is a wide. It could be a wide. Well, it's going to be a minimal. I think this is a wide in two areas. Could be over the batter's head as well. But certainly down the leg side. The keeper, Chima, can't deal with it. It's too hot and spicy for him as well. 4 wides. Well, 5 wides.
Chima's had a pretty good weekend, but he'll be disappointed. He's literally just beaten for pace there. He's late to the party, and it comes off the top of his gloves. I think this is probably, for me, it wasn't too high, but it obviously was down the leg side. And 5 bonus runs. Have a look at the rate required, down to 10.7. Now it's gone from well above average required to now below the average run rate this weekend.
It's pointless saying to him that he's got to change the way he plays, or you just got to keep doing what you're doing. Okay, now he goes down the ground, and he's going to get 6 runs. Manos arriba as the captain now. Vinod Ravindran decides it's time for him to get going as well. What a lovely shot, straight down the ground, 6 runs.
Just gets there, doesn't it? And so, Ravindran comes to the party. Yeah, remember, like I said, you're not just trying to win, you're trying to win well, so you've got to keep gambling.
Slower delivery. Does he keep this inside? Yeah, he does. Nothing from the umpire, so he sneaks one through.
Have a look at it. Yeah, probably just. Remember, whole ball has to be inside the wide line. One wasn't, according to the umpire. Zadran's gone for 43 here. Another magical.
Okay, goes aerial, and he's going to go all the way. It's another 6, and it is time for Ravindran, the captain of Hungary, to get going as well. They're into the 90s here already. I think we're witnessing something pretty special at the moment.
This is crazy. It's really crazy, to be honest, and it also takes us to the end of the over. 92 on the board at the halfway point. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico for. Hopefully you've had as much fun as we have had this weekend bringing you this international action. And there's more to come, of course, in a couple of weeks in Bulgaria. That will finish with some ECIs. But first, Charlie will be on deck tomorrow to bring you the first day of the ECS. I know you'll be pretty close behind him.
Yeah, I'll be travelling tonight, making my way to Bulgaria. Looking forward to the action. And looking at the forecast, it looks a bit hit and miss, but hopefully that can change and we'll get some good cricket in, because I know there's a lot of teams lining up to get their hands on that trophy.
I'm crossing my fingers. They aren't actually crossed from years of wicket keeping, but I'm crossing my fingers because I really am keen to see some new teams as well there in Bulgaria. We'll have 8 teams, the biggest series we've ever done there in Sofia, starting tomorrow. Anyway, right now, this is a ball that's touch and go. My instinct is this might be a bit lucky for Umair that's not called. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that probably gets a bit of the wide line, but he gets away with it.
Just have a look at the way the field is spread, and it is spread now. You can see that, look, 4 on the leg side.
Got it down below 10 and over now, required.
And he goes once again outside the off. And this is the thing, you see. I mean, he's not the sort of batter where you can say, right, okay, keep it outside the off. Because how many times has he done this? And the problem with this is it's too wide.
Yeah.
It's that slower, wide delivery. Gets put away. Well, look at Stefan Gooch.
Yeah.
And at the moment, he knows that they're on to what could be an amazing victory.
Yeah, and I told you, if they do it at this pace, they're going to do it with time to spare. And that improves their net run rate, but probably even as importantly, it reduces Austria's net run rate as well.
Yeah. Goes for it, and he yours, and that brings up the 100. 102 without loss. 100 partnership between the captain, Ravindran, and the hard-hitting and very impressive Zishan Kukihill. What a knot this is turning out to be. He's now on 76. And I tell you what, he's only a few hits away from what would be a sensational, blistering 100.
Yeah, it's just step and hit stuff. Confidence is everything. I've said it before. Cricket's the easiest game in the world when you're playing well. He has zero fear right now. Zishan Kukihill, 76 off 25 balls. 100 partnership comes up. Ravindran hasn't had too much of the strike, hasn't needed to, because Kukihill has been dominating. Tariq needs to get the length right here.
Plays this one into the deck. Gets stopped. MSP gets the ball in. It clonks Umar Tariq on the leg. You won't be thanking him for that. Well, I suppose every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary, you're sort of saying, okay, that's a good delivery.
Yeah, that's true. Gets him out the way. I think it's Ravindran. Has knocked one out of the park now, and let's see what his approach is here. There's 2 to come in the 6th.
Hits this beautifully. Oh, the timing on this is just epic. What a shot. Well, Ravindran, he was in all sorts yesterday, just wasn't getting his timing right. Now look at this. Look how excited they are there. And of course they're excited because we're seeing a sensational run chase. They did it once this morning when they chased 129. They did it off the last ball. Well, this time round, well, they're making it look easy peasy. Look at that. They're up and about.
And that's more of the Vinov that I know, that I remember from the ECS in Hungary.
It's a wide delivery and gets called.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, the key is you don't want to eke your way there. Like I said, throw the bat. You know, win and win well now. They've got all the momentum. 29 required of 25. Yeah, Ravindran, even the way he eased that over cover, that's a shot that he played really well when we've seen him making runs for UCB. His local club, United Chalad. I'm sure his teammates are watching.
This time he fetches this from outside the off. Maybe first time there's any real luck involved. That one could have gone to hand. It doesn't. Just ends up being a single. He'll take himself back on strike. 111 on the board. 6 overs down. And they are cruising here. Austria don't know what's hit them.
This is the beauty of this format of the game, Rico, is that you can have 1 or 2 guys win a game for you. Particularly Kukihill right now. He's the man. Walking stick 77 off just 26 balls, going at more or less 3 a ball. Just look at the batting to come as well. Thing is, they don't really want to leave it to them. If they do, they want to leave him just a handful and no more. Ravindran to face up now. Mark Simpson-Parker's going to bowl for the first time in the series. So they've kept him back, and he's played just as a specialist bat. I think he's batted very well. But now, you know, they're just searching for something different, and maybe MSP can be the man to break this partnership, maybe get Austria back into the contest.
Yeah. Hart bowled his first. And he starts with a full toss. And it just gets carted away. It's a Gundy delivery. Going for the Yorker. Overcooks it. And it gets walloped. Lovely jubbly. 6 more. And they're on a roll here.
Well,
this is just outstanding.
That's the other thing when you're into match 8 and you're bowling for the first time. I know he's had a fair bit of cricket in the ECS, but you know, it's not easy to get it on the 20-cent piece straight away. It was a knee-high full toss. Ravindran dealt with it.
This one is into the pads, gets away with that one, does Mark Simpson-Parker. Yeah, he would have said, yeah, thanks, Skip. You know, when you got 111 on the board after 6 overs, now you want me to bowl, he says. Now, all the times when we had the team in the ropes and I said, can I have an over? Nah. And now we need something special to happen. MSP gets given the ball.
Michael in the chat saying Hungary seem to have a real sense of team spirit about them. Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
And this one, high in the air, fielder gets hands to it, can't hold on to it. And that's Didar out there. He's had a few issues. He did take a nice one in the last one. Well, like you said, he didn't take it in his hands, took it more in the body and the chin.
This is like the one that he caught with his windpipe earlier. The only problem is this time it blows back when he's not quite there. Slightly to his side. It does get Zishan back on strike.
Slower delivery, well bowled, and Zishan well watched. He's keen to try and see if he can take two, but he's not going to.
Good skills there from MSP. I mean, what do you do when you bowl into this guy at the moment? You don't want to become like a bowling machine. You don't want to be predictable. But again, considering he's hardly bowled, well, he hasn't bowled at all last couple of days, to bowl that slower ball, to get it right, that was well executed. Ravindran back on strike now.
There he goes outside the off, and that's a very good catch. So the first wicket goes courtesy of a great catch from Shahil Momin. And Ravindran is the first to go. The captain departs, but not before he and Zishan Kukihill give their team an incredible start. It's 119 as the first wicket goes down.
Great catch. I mean, the key to this catch is anticipation from Shahil Momin. He gets the jump on it, a couple of quick steps. He could even see before the batter hit the ball if he hit it where he was trying to hit it, and he knew he had to go left. He did. Ravindran tries to place that, but he just gets it a little bit close to Momin, who does the rest. Opening partnership broken, 119 for one. But what an opening partnership that is for Hungary.
Yeah, it's sensational. It is a match-winning one, isn't it? I mean, it's theirs to lose from here. I mean, surely they can't lose this. No way.
It's a great second fiddle for Ravindran because in his own right, he scores 32 off 14 balls, hits 4 sixes, put away some bad balls, was willing to give the strike up as well. But, I mean, they're close, but obviously not quite there yet. Still ball to go on this over, but let's have a quick look ahead to match 9, Czech Republic taking on Hungary. So Hungary, if they win this, then if they do enough against the Czech Republic, then they will win the trophy. But again, go down to net run rate. That's why this is super important right here. If they win, that they win quickly for their own benefit.
So ball to come. So Mike Simpson-Parker gets the breakthrough. So I think here, I mean, what are Austria hoping to do here? The best case scenario, take it as deep as they can because of their net run rate?
100%. Because if Austria lose this, the only way they're winning is on net run rate. So little things matter. Simpson-Parker with the wicket. Breaks the partnership. Dara Peretti has 1 to go in the 7th, and he says, right, I'm getting out the way. Over to you. 7 overs down, 119 for 1. So, yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously they still want to win this game. It's a winnable game, even though it doesn't feel like it at the moment. If you can get these guys out, if you can just sneak a few dots. Think about how Hungary got so close in the last game and then almost faltered in the last minute with some dots, scrambling ones in the last over to get over the line.
Yeah.
But we're failing that. If you don't win the game, if you're Austria, then you're just trying to get as deep as you can. It improves your chances of actually ultimately coming out on top. Bulgaria, like we said, starts tomorrow. 2 weeks there, then 2 weeks in Stockholm before we head to Bucharest in Romania. Also an extra little 4-way tournament that we'll show over 3 days in Sofia in June. Anyway, Tariq comes out, pulls one in the block hole and knocked out for 1. So this is where it's a bit counterintuitive. Hungary, yeah, they don't want to mess it up. But, I mean, strategically here, if they're serious about trying to win this trophy, they need to look about winning this with an over and a half to spare. That'll actually help so much because it also means Austria's net run rate decreases. In the last game, they can improve their net run rate, but they can't affect Austria's. That'll be set.
Already. He just guides this away, takes a single, and a quick throw in. He's backing up, and it has been. Yeah, I'm liking the comments there from Michael Darby saying about the way that Hungarians look here. And he's absolutely right. I mean, I picked it up straight away. The team spirit is good. I've always said that in terms of individual talent, and I saw this when I was in Hungary for the first time last year, in terms of individual talent, they have got classy players. In fact, world-class players. More on that after this delivery from Tariq. Hits this pretty well. Should be just another single. MSP, who bowled a great over, feels it. So they've got great individual players. What was lacking for me was just the team bonding, playing as a team, not playing as individuals. And they're starting to do that. And, you know, nobody likes change. Everybody is resistant to change, but sometimes change is good. And I think the changes that are being made at the moment here by the Hungarian Federation and in terms of whatever the work they're doing behind the scenes, it's clearly working. This is a bit wild, and it will be dispatched, will it? Yep. Not a good delivery from Uma Tariq. And this is, for me, one of the issues that the Austrian national team have to work out pretty quickly, and that is the irregularity of the bowling. They've been a little bit too wayward. And this
Didn't have no ball as well.
No ball forward, so that's 5.
It was wastish. You know, that's the way they've been umpiring. I mean, you got a really good look at it there on the replay.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's at the lower end of what would be called a no ball, but it is called. It's way too full from Tariq now. He's got to deal with a free hit.
This gets hit pretty well, and this will go all the way as well. And they are nearly there, aren't they? Listen to the roar from the Hungarian bench. Oh, yeah, what a shot. And this man just has been a class act. And Ashrik Darapareddy, and remember I said the players that they've got, how outstanding they are. Adding this name to that bunch, well, it makes him even stronger. I am really looking forward to seeing this outfit in the European Cricket Championship. I really am.
And these two will play each other in the ECC.
Yeah.
What a rivalry they've already built in this format of the game. 6 to win. This could do it, you know. Going, not quite. They'll get one. Like I said, it's quite possible that, you know, we'll look back. There's a lot of cricket still to play this afternoon, but we might look back and look at these little moments that might get down to a ball or two, a few runs here or there, because it could be really close. I mean, that's not to say that the Hungarians are a shoo-in to beat the Czech Republic, because don't forget, the Czechs beat them yesterday.
Yeah, okay, yeah, almost there. 5 would do it. And, well, that's an interesting one. I think Zishan hears, well, maybe that's not the right approach. Perhaps he's thinking, you know what, I'll take the single, I'll go and strike, and I'll finish it off in the next. But maybe he just wants more time out there, maybe. Yeah. But I think the word has to be finish it quickly.
That's true. I mean, I suppose he wanted to keep the strike, and he does. But if he hit it for 6, there'd be no need for him to keep the strike because the game would have been over. Anyway, Uma Tariq doesn't really go according to plan. None for 35 off 2 overs. I think what you're seeing here as well is players know in this game it's an unpredictable format. Sometimes you'll have a good game, sometimes you won't. Sometimes you might play well, might not have the numbers to back it up. But Hungary, once they got up, they've never looked back. And yeah, the key is, go for it. Get them as soon as possible. 4 runs required now. Akbarjan comes back.
Hits this pretty well. Will be just, well, he's sending him back. He's sending him back. He's not taking, he wants to finish it one more.
I don't know about that now. I mean, he can't get his 100, so there's not that. Okay, he's just saying, okay, give it back to me. But I mean, this is where you got to kind of read the situation.
What if he gets out here now? I mean, this time again.
I know we're a long way from the end of the day,
yeah.
but you can only win on that run rate.
When you see the last ball of the previous over, it could have been done then. He could have walloped that to the winning runs. He doesn't.
Probably
now,
do it here.
A couple of more balls here. Well, this is what he wants to do. He wanted to finish it with a biggie, and he does. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Balle, shaba, shaba. Okay, what a match. Que guay, que genial, que grande. And that was just exceptional. Well, they're happy. Of course they are, because that was fantastic. And, well, Zishan cooking hulne aptana. Zabardast batting gitti. 87 of 33. Quite sensational. And he was helped in a fantastic 119 partnership for the first wicket by Vinod Ravindran. Well, we've seen something special, haven't we? And Zishan, of course, he comes off with a smile on his face. He's a top quality performer. And just look at the response he's going to get back and the applause he'll get from his teammates as he comes back. What a knock. Absolutely amazing. He's quality, he's class, he's another level. And Hungary, well, with that squad there and the coaching staff they've got in place here now, they're doing all the right things. They're sending the right messages through. They're getting better, and they've just pulled off another sensational run chase. The one this morning against the Czech Republic was a close one. They did it with a ball to go. This one, they've done it with style, and they've done it emphatically. 141 for 1. They do it with 9 balls to go. In fairness, you think they could have done it a little bit quicker as well. I wonder if that will come back and haunt them or not. We'll have to wait and see. But the scores here, Austria 138 for 3. I said at the halfway point, you know what, this is not done and dusted. If somebody like Zishan can get going and his captain finds form, well, they can do it. And that's exactly what happened. This time, Astrid Daraparetti didn't even have to play a big part in it at all. He just came out to see Zishan finish it off in style. What a match we've got here, and what an exciting conclusion we are going to have to this European Cricket International Series here in Austria, because now there's going to be everything to play for in the last match, which is going to be coming up in around about half an hour's time, when we're going to see the Czech Republic taking on Hungary. Hungary will know that a good victory there for them could see them crowned the winners of this series.
And look, I'm just crunching a few numbers here, but they've got their run rate difference back to about 1. Okay, so I'm going to let you know after the highlights what Hungary would have to beat Czech Republic by to raise the trophy. I'll give you an idea, but yeah, Hungary are batting first, and that's coming in half an hour. Roll the highlights, and there are plenty of them for Hungarian supporters. Zishan finally hit his traps, and he hit a cracking 80 odd to get them over the line with time to spare.
Yeah, he's all about the power. This is a rare one. MSP, he makes an error and the ball goes for 4. That was the second ball of the innings, but Zishan just kept on hitting. He hit straight. He hit over the point and backward point area. He also hit towards mid-wicket and cow corner as well. And he hit the ball sweet. He's talented, and he showed it today. And what a time to show it when the world is watching. And just remember that name, Zishan Kukihill. I think we certainly missed him when the Hungarian champions were playing in the European Cricket League, the Tigers. And this is why this is the man that could and can make the difference. And when they're playing as a team as well, makes all the difference. Hungary, they were absolutely outstanding. You can't write them off. And they're batting first as well. And Zishan will be looking to keep that form in the next match coming up in about half an hour's time against the Czech Republic. And if he stays in that sort of form with Ravindra, the captain, also finding his form, and Daraparetti in the sort of form that he's in, who knows how many they could go on and put on the board. But they have done one thing, and that is they've given them a superb opportunity to go on and win this series.
All right, unofficial calculations. And it's good news, bad news. And they have put themselves in the chance to win it, but they've got to make up about 1 point of net run rate. I think they need to win by over 70 in this next game. But they are batting first. Yeah. I mean, if they bat like that, let's say they can crack 150, 160, which they were on target for there. And then Czech Republic, no, they've had their own woes. I mean, Czech Republic can play the role of spoiler here.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, the good news for Hungary, I suppose, they can send out the same opening combination in that last game, and they can just pick up where they left off.
Yeah.
And that's what they'll be hoping. They'll be hoping that Zishan doesn't cool down too much. But, I mean, this so far has been one of the innings of the tournament. Dida, again, couldn't catch up with that one. Was blowing back towards him. Ravindran eventually went the only wicket of the innings moment with an excellent catch. Great anticipation as he went to his left, skating around the boundary. And he got a good reception, didn't he, the Hungarian skipper. Daraparetti came out, didn't have to do too much except smack a beamer to the boundary, and then he hit the free hit for 6. And yeah, so we knew that every ball would matter potentially with the equation, if you like. Zishan kind of knocked a couple back, but then he knocked that one out of the park. You can't take anything away from him. He probably earned the right to do that in the end.
Yeah.
As his innings of 87 of 33 has to be one of, if not the most destructive innings we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, of course it was, and it was the fluency of it. You know, it wasn't slogging. It was clean striking, and that's the one thing I liked about it. And he did, as I said already, hit the ball to all parts of the ground. Zishan Kukihill, 87 of 33, but don't take away the knock from Ravindran. Remember, he's been out of touch. He needed to find form. He finds form in this one as well. 32 of 14 is not a bad strike rate itself. And then somebody like Daraparetti, who's been a sensation, hasn't he, comes in just to help finish the job off with Zishan. What a display of batting. What an exciting match. And really, that means that we're going to come to a really electrifying finish to this series.
What an opening partnership to set that up. I mean, also, you know, sliding doors, but I'm sure Hungary kicking themselves. If they had somehow found a few extra runs against the Czech Republic, then any win here would be good enough for them to raise the trophy. But still, it's been a great opportunity for them to come out there, show what they can do, slightly new kind of feel about the team, and there was something pretty special about this chase. 139 was the target. They ended up getting there with an over and a half to spare. Kukihill, 87, not out of 33, player of the match. Vinoth Ravindran with 32 of 14 was a pretty good foil. And, well, Austria, that's a disappointing end for them. They end up going 4-2. And I suppose in that little mini-series, it's Hungary that beat the hosts Austria 2-1. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes, take you into the ninth and ultimately deciding match. Czech Republic are hoping to finish on a high, and Hungary with a huge win. They could maybe even get the title. Should be a good one coming up very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Just one more match left in our Austrian adventure. Join us after the break for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. Well, big thanks to Class Catering for their efforts this weekend in feeding us some of the best Sri Lankan food that I've ever had. I've got Onke here, I've got Andres, our director, so two members of our blue crew, and I also have the Death by Chili Oil. So this is going to feature in a moment, but first let's go out to the middle because the final match of this ECI is on the way. It's match number 9 between the Czech Republic and Hungary. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Hungry to call.
Heads.
Head is the call. Bang, it's a head.
We'll bat first. Okay.
So the news from the toss, as I've got two very nervous people next to me. News from the toss is that Hungary have won the toss and they've elected to bat. No surprises. The Czechs have had their problems chasing in this series, and we saw the batting kind of falter again in a big chase against the Austrians in the last game, chasing 146. But still, the Czechs, at least they've had some time off. They've been able to kind of regroup and regather their composure, hopefully going into the last game of this series. And if they can beat Hungary here, then at least they can say that they won that mini-series 2-1. Hungary, though, they want to finish strongly. They've done some good things this weekend. I think Dara Paredes had an outstanding weekend. He's in the MVP conversation. All right, enough about the cricket, though. I've got the chili oil here. I've already had it, and Onka's volunteered, so I'm just going to go say our tongue out, guys. Just a couple on the tongue. Now, Andres, I know you can't stand it. That's it. I'll even have some. I'll go over to Rico full. And we'll check in on Andres a little bit later. But for now, big thank you to Class Catering. Big thank you to all of you guys here. And, well, good luck, guys. And good luck to all the players as well.
Thank you very much. And I can vouch for this, that Andres was not too well after that. And I know Onka, when he was to my left doing the scoring, he's struggling a little bit as well. Yeah, and as I say, you know, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Well, maybe the same applies to the teams here because, well, what we did see, talk about heat, well, Hungary certainly did turn it on, didn't they? Well, they have started a fire. They were blazing out there against Austria, chasing 139 and doing it with 9 balls to go, which means that this is really, for them, destiny in their hands. If they can get a good win here, I know that we'll be playing around with some figures and give you some updates on how and what and when. But the thing is, though, one thing I will say, I know everybody's talking about Hungary. Everybody's talking about how if they win this by this much or that much, that run rate. Hey, they still got to beat Czech Republic. And don't forget, the Czech Republic did beat them yesterday, 108 to 101. So don't take anything away from the Czech Republic. I know they didn't have a good knockout there in their match earlier. They've had defeats on 2 occasions. A close one against Hungary. Victory of the last ball by Hungary. And then I think Austria just blew them away by 68 runs, 145 to 77. They're not going to go down without fight. They're going to make sure that their last game is going to be a memorable one as well. So they could themselves spoil the party for Hungary. So stop thinking about Hungary winning this and how they win it and how they have to win it. Let's start thinking about they got to, try to win it full stop, because the Czech Republic are not going to make it easy for them. See the openers making their way out there. These two, well, they were extraordinary, weren't they, in a 119-run partnership. And they'll be looking to give them a good start again this time. Zishan Cookie-Hill, 87 of 33 deliveries. He was extraordinary in that player match performance in that last match. And the captain, Vinith Ravindran, who will be facing the first ball, was pretty decent himself. Let's see how this goes. Well, the batters may swap, and I believe that they have swapped. So the information coming through to me was the other way around. So it will be no surprise, really, Zishan opening up. I was going to say that I find that a bit weird. But there you go. He does open up. And, well, how does this happen? How does this happen? Somebody who just could not be removed blasted the ball all over the place. 87 not out of 33 is out first ball. And once again, can I just say, he did this before the other day when he was out for a 2-ball duck. It's a ball down the leg side. It's not a good delivery. It's a gundy ball. And just like that, he plays at it, hits it straight to the fielder. And Zishan Cookie-Hill, a man that could not be removed, has, well, all of a sudden, well, they put some freeze spray on him. They put him on ice. He can't believe it. He thinks he's getting a boundary. He puts it straight into the hands of the fielder. Just like that, he's gone. Oh, well, I tell you what, not just I think people around the world are gobsmacked. And, well, Dave is saying, hungry for more. They probably are. I tell you what, Czech Republic, like I said, they're not going to lie down and say, yeah, okay, here you go, hungry. We'll give you a chance to win this series. No, they're going to fight. They want to win themselves. That's an incredible start. Zishan Cookie Hill will go first ball. And first ball of the innings. So he will go for, wow, what a duck. Wow, can you believe that? So that is a duck of the first ball. Well, we said we're working on a platinum duck. That is a platinum duck, and Zishan Cookie Hill will go for one. This one gets played out and frame themselves around, but can't stop this. And guess who? Well, Daraparetti, is he going to be the ever reliable? Comes out and strokes his first ball for 4. And Murali is the man that took the catch. Murali Vandrasi that comes into the side. Zishan, well, how'd you get through that? I mean, everybody's still in shock. I'm in shock. Everybody around the ground is in shock. People coming up and saying, hey, where's Zishan? Is he not opening? Oh, yeah, he's been and he's gone. Daraparetti, though, is there. And this guy has been a revolution. He really is gonna change up things, I think, for Hungary. Him in the side this time. This one's floated up there. No run. So Senagupta, now I think he probably hasn't bowled a more Gandhi delivery and picked up a bigger prize than that. It wasn't a good ball. It was down the leg side, and Zishan, he just clipped it straight to the fielder. Oh, this one has been clobbered. And, well, Daraparetti, he says, don't worry, Zishan may have come and gone, but I'm ready. I'm up for this. And just like that, the silence that was in the Hungarian camp once again comes back to life, because he's saying, hey, boys, what are you worried about? Remember me? And Zishan wasn't firing. I was, and I'm still here. And, of course, don't forget, the captain, Vinod Vidran, has also found form. He says, it does come back. It looked like it was going to go down the leg side. I think probably Daraparetti, if he does leave this, it may have still been a while, but he doesn't take the chance that the ball could come back and maybe go onto his leg stick. It does start to come back a little bit. So no runs of that one. 10 of the over, ball to go. You'll take it. I mean, even if this one is smashed for 6, you'll still take it. 16, and you got the wicket of Zishan. And it doesn't go for 6. It's going to be out. It's another one. Daraparetti chases a wide ball. It was a big time wide. Gets no power on it. Well, look at them. And Senagupta, not only has he taken the prize wicket of Zishan, well, Senagupta now takes the other prize, and that is of Daraparetti, who, well, he goes searching for this one. I still believe it may have been a wide. The catch has been taken, and Venkatesh makes no mistakes. So they are 2 down at the end of the first over, 10 for 2. This is cricket for you. That's sport. You just never know what's happening. This was the first when Zishan thinks he's clipping the ball for a 6, hits it straight to Vendrasi, and then now we see Daraparetti hitting the ball straight to Venkatesh. So what a start. And the Czech Republic, as I said before the start of this match, they're not here to be a statistic. They're not here to lie down and say to Hungary, there you go, boys. Let's see if you can win this series. They're here to say, hey, you got to get past us first. 99 to 96 in favor of the Czech Republic to win this one. Well, maybe our computer knows something that we don't know. And so it's going to be an exciting one. And have a look at that. The runs against 131 to 105 against, for Czech Republic. So that's an amazing call from the computer. You can see that Hungary are better on all fronts. Okay, Afridi, he's had this issue today. Something is bothering more today than did yesterday. Riaz was get set to bowl over number 2, and if he can bowl at his best, well, who knows what could happen here. Well, that's a Gandhi delivery, Afridi. Does seem to be struggling, and maybe if you watch when he's running in, he's sort of stuttering a bit, he's losing his run-up, so the flow that he had has gone. Safi joins the captain. Ravindran hasn't yet faced a legal delivery. And Zahir Safi is out there with him. There's still a long way to go in this match, and we know we've still got good batters out there. As I mentioned, Ravindran has got going now. He's found his form. Zahir Safi is a very powerful hitter of the ball. I just think this, for me, I just think that if you're in that Hungary camp, I think you're just saying, hey, okay, this is now an opportunity for one of us other batters to go out there and shine. You know, you've sort of been under the umbrella, perhaps, of Zishan and of Dora Peretti. So an opportunity, but can anyone take it? Well, that's a terrible delivery, it really is. He gets a glove on this, and it's going to be a minimal. This is 5 wide. This one, it comes out all wrong from the moment it leaves the hand of Afridi. So Afridi, the reliable bowler that you think is going to come on and make things even harder for Hungary. Well, he's come on and he's gifted them a few, hasn't he? And it's all happening in wides at the moment. So the run so far, all wides, only one legal delivery. And this one may be a wide as well, it is. Afridi can't believe it, but if you play around with that line, anywhere near it, you get called, and I think this is a wide. And what's happened to Afridi's Yorkers? I think what it is all is to do with his run-up. He's lost his complete run-up. I wonder if we can stay with him when he runs in. He runs, he has a little shuffle. This one's better, and as a result of that, you can see it's all in the rhythm and momentum. A lot of people ask us this question about bowlers that have run-ups. What's it about? Well, look here. This is steady. It's all in the momentum. He's feeling good. His steps are right. Good rhythm, and he gets a good ball in. But every so often, just as he gets halfway through his run-up, he starts to get those little steps in, trying to adjust, and that's when he loses it, and he tends to bowl short when that happens. And this is a short one, and it's called a no ball. And that's because I think this is the second one that is too high. So it goes over the shoulder clearly, so no ball called. Obviously, the one that he banged in earlier was the one for the over. He was told that. He was told, and the captain was told as well. So this isn't not clever. It's 8 of 2 balls. This is hit well. It's his shot, isn't it? And, well, Ravindran has played this well in the last innings. He just waits for it. And like the way he executes this shot, it's all in the wrist at the last moment. Beautifully played away. Just watch this. Watch the wrist. It's almost like he's tripping himself over when he plays it. So 4 runs. The first over went for 10. This one, now it's an expensive one because it's halfway through and 12 have come off it already. So the captain and Safi looking to rebuild. And they've been helped with some wayward bowling. He gets this one through. That's better. And he just checks with the umpire, says, are you happy with that? Will this do for the umpire? The umpire. You don't want to start getting in these debates with the umpire, because when you start doing that, the umpire ain't going to do you any favours at all. So, Freedy. This time he goes after the stumps, and it's high up in the air. He gets lucky, that's a skip. And I suppose Afridi will consider himself unlucky. You can see, look at Arun, the captain, really trying to motivate the bowler, trying to motivate his side. I mean, they've had a bit of time away after that crushing defeat to Austria. And now they're looking to finish their series on a high. This will be a bit of an upset, it really would, especially after the wins that Hungary have had in the day. High up in the air. Who's going to get there? Should be the keeper's catch. He's not going to get there. And I'm just watching this, and I'm thinking that this ball is just getting away from him. And I don't see a huge amount of wind here, but you normally can tell from the wheat field behind, but he goes after it, but the ball just keeps going away and away and away from Paras Kari. But this is a big opportunity. Kari is after it, but he can't get there. And Safi, he gets lucky. He gets dropped on a duck. Good time at the end of that over. 2 overs in here now, 24 for 2 to bring back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Whew, well, spicy start to this one. Look, you see the table there. If Hungary win their 8 points, same as Austria, but they have a lot to make up. And in fact, we know that they have to win pretty much by over 70 runs in this game if they're going to overtake Austria and take that ECI trophy. Yeah, that one, I think it still does go in the wind. I know we don't really feel it here now that we're protected, but think about the wind, it's invisible. And Kari always had that one blowing away from him. Doesn't even get a hand on it in the end. I don't really know who else might have caught that. I suppose the outfielder coming in. And, yeah, you see, once it goes up there, the wind's pretty much blowing right away from that camera. Sengupta, though, what a start for him. And, well, I say cricket's a great leveller. Zishan, 80-odd in the last game. Very first ball. Nothing too wrong with this shot. I think you take your chances clipping away, but yeah, what a brilliant catch that was to start.
Yeah.
Start the checks off and followed up with another wicket soon after. 2 big men back in the shed.
Yes, and Gupta, his tail is up, isn't it? 2 for 11. Let's see if he can remove another. Ravindran, the captain, on strike. And he hits this beautifully. This is such a good shot. It's a risky shot because this is right on the pegs as the ball gets whacked into the Stronger Together European Cricket Network banner. But this is right on the money, the ball. There's nothing wrong with it. But all of a sudden, the captain is full of confidence. And Ravindran hits this beautifully. Solid stroke.
Yeah, I've seen him do it before, you know. He's such a talented player. I know we didn't quite see the best of him yesterday, but that might just get him going. Sengupta, another good player. And he might get an easy return catch. Well, this is total luck, really. Oh. It's a leading edge. It just loops over the bowler. Sengupta, who's paralysed, just watches it go over his shoulder. And somehow Ravindran survives.
So unlucky because he totally outfoxes Vinod here. Slower delivery. And well, Vinod, I suppose, he's lucky that that bat has been well knocked in because even though he's a little tap, he gets it over. And talking about over, this has gone over into the fields. It's a big hit. And Safi, well, he's going to try and make as much of this opportunity as possible as he goes big. Boom! Shakalagya.
Yeah, Safi's been in good form today as well, providing some stability in the middle order. So you have to think of it this way. Hungary, imagine they start at minus 70. So they don't really score a run for me until they get to 70. And look, Czech Republic have a separate issue. They're just trying to win the game. But Hungary, I think they've got nothing to lose to go for the trophy here.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise, I say it's really badly. I think it won't feel good, but I think it's worth it. They've already probably exceeded their own expectations in this series. Slower ball goes after it and gets partially through the fielder. They'll go for 2. Quick throw, but it's offline. So we'll get back for a fairly simple double.
Yeah, I'm liking the slow bowling here. In fact, forget the slow bowling. I've liked the bowling of Sengupta all round.
We didn't see him, like I said, surprised me because he has had success at the T10 international level before. We have seen him do some good things at Khartoum. Yes, I mean, Hungary, they're going to be second no matter what. So even if they lose by heaps, it's only, I suppose, the feeling of finishing with a loss. But I think it's worth going for broke, and this one's asking for it, and it gets it. Sengupta gets it wrong. Safi doesn't. Maximo on at the end of the power play. Yes, they lose 2 key players, but they have put on some good runs as well, 46 for 2.
Yeah, this is where they always would have wanted to be. I mean, wickets lost or not, they're going well. They're, I think, over 45 to try and get yourself to sort of, I would say you're looking for a 150 score already, 140 to 150, and then having a perfect time in the field. They're going in the right direction, 10 of the 4th, 14, and then that one goes magical, 22 from that over of Sengupta.
So like I say, it's ambitious, but the only way to do it is put up a really big score. I mean, if you just get your kind of 110, you can kiss the 70-run win goodbye. You're not really going to keep a team to 40, but I mean, you can see how if you start to go, okay, 150, 160, and we have seen those kind of scores here. I mean, right now they're on 153 pace as Lennon spends some more time in the wheat. Then suddenly it becomes a bit more realistic. I mean, the Czechs, they made 77 in the last game. So you got to go for it. And they got the batting order to do it. Ravindran's there. I mean, Safi, again, I think he'll like the opportunity to bat for a bit longer potentially.
Yeah.
Bhuyan's going to come into the attack in over number 4. Could see Venki Margashane back in the lineup, taking a good catch already. And his knee injury, maybe not as serious as it was first feared. So he does regain his place in the lineup for this one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Manghasham does actually bowl. I know they like to use Arun or even Sudesh towards the end of the innings, but I think either one of them could bowl earlier.
Yeah, that's true. Just to mix things up a bit. Bhuyan, the protection of 5 outfielders, comes around the wicket and he gets one straight past Ravindran. He's going to have a talking to now from the umpire, I think, because he just ran straight in front of him. There you go. He says sorry. He said, I'm sure it's not the first time you've been told, so maybe be a bit more careful.
The thing with that one is he doesn't have to. He could quite easily get the brakes on beforehand.
I'm telling you, these bowlers, they follow the ball. Yeah, this is what happens. They see the ball maybe going to be hitting the offside and they start to follow it, but guess what? That's not really your job. Your job's done. Your job's just actually to get off the pitch and let the umpire do his job.
Okay, good start. The only thing I would say here, if he's bowling this line, I don't think he's got the right field.
It probably doesn't matter where they are, or does it? Fielder goes back and out of here. Maximo Ravindran this time gets across a little bit more. You see,
straighter, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably was a little bit closer to that off stump. Ravindran puts it away. Maximo hungry, chasing a big score.
Yeah, I know. See, we're at the power play, but I think you've got to have point back because of the areas where he's going for. Sneaks another one in.
Well bowled. Yeah, 50 came up with that previous shot.
So you can see what Ravindran thinks. He's now decided, okay, you're going to bowl here. He's going to try and get that shot gain over point. So there's no protection here for Bhuyan.
But he's missed it a few times. Now this is pretty much straight up in the air. Kari, he's not going to have problems with this one, surely. Takes the catch. So Ravindran gets done over by Bhuyan. No, he got one blow in anger, but Sazib has the better of that contest. And so the captain falls. And the score is 52 for 3.
Yeah, well, Kari this time makes no mistake. And Bhuyan, well, credit to him. He stuck to his area, stuck to his task. I know there was one that got blasted past him for 6, but that's the only ones that have come off the over so far. His ball, unlucky number 13 for Ravindran, because he will go for 18 of 13 deliveries. So another wicket goes down. So even though it's a quick fire start for Hungary, they're getting the wickets, but you're absolutely right. They've got nothing to lose. They've just got to keep going.
They know the score, and they are going to keep going for it, I think. This is Asanka Welligamagate that's coming out at number 5. And Safi probably saying, hey, I'm feeling pretty good out here. Do you, but probably this ball is no pressure on you to get the single. Ideally, you'd want to grab a boundary. But yeah, Bhuyan's been accurate here. Okay, got a little bit too close to Ravindran once, but apart from that, just kept beating with that angle. Nice catch by Paras Curry as well. Obviously, that was a bit easier. He didn't have to move too much. Last ball of the 4th. Welligamagate goes across the line. He'll get one, and that's all he'll get. So he does get the single, and he gets the strike into 4 overs. Bhuyan with a good one, even though they throw it in unnecessarily hard. The score is 53 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, what a good over, and this is all to do with the bowler just sticking to a plan. You have a plan. This is my plan. I want to go across the batter. All right, one. He goes a little bit too straight. He gets punished, but he goes back to what he's trying to execute. Gets the wicket of the captain, Vinoth, and then bowls a pretty decent delivery to the new batter, who takes a single and will go back on strike. So this is where I think the Czech Republic can sort of slow down the rate here and make the chase a little bit more realistic for them.
So let's see who they go to now. They're going to go to Chagi, and probably the reason for that is he's a similar kind of plan of attack as Bhuyan was in the last over. He's going to get round the wicket. He's going to try and create that angle across the right hand of Welligamagate near to the crease. We'll have to deal with him. 5th over. And it works. Is there a little nick? In fact, it is. It's gone. And
look at that.
Yeah, he didn't just walk. He ran, didn't he, Welligamagate? And well done by Chagi. This is, I suppose, a bit of bad luck. I mean, we've seen plenty of these missed, but obviously a little touch on that, and Sanka has to go.
Oh, and look at the delight from the bowler, Tyagi. Isn't he happy? Oh, yeah, he's celebrating. And why shouldn't he? This is international cricket. This is an international wicket. He is excited, and he should be Welligamagate. He's not. Asanka, unfortunately, would go for just one.
Good sportsmanship as well from Asanka, playing the game the right way, even though Tyrone's fingers started going up pretty much straight away. Asanka wasn't sticking around to find out if he'd been given or not. Paras Curry, another catch behind the stumps. Yeah, so maybe that's something new to the game that we're seeing in ECN for the first time. Not batters that walk, batters that run. Good for the cardio. Well, here's Mark Ahuja, very experienced campaigner. He's coming out at number 6. Now, one thing about Mark, people say things like, he's a very technical player. He's a longer form player. We've seen him turn it on in the T10 as well. We've seen that at Kartama. Obviously, he's a very senior member of the team. I think, obviously, the way this weekend's worked out, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities. In fact, I think it's the first time we've seen him bat.
Yeah.
But let's see if he can find his touch straight away. And potentially, with big innings here, he could secure the trophy for Hungary. Chagi with his tail up. Mark just guides it into the gap. Get one, and that's all they'll get. It's the acting captain, Kushan Mendon, that does the fielding. So, yeah, Noah Shokin in the lineup. You probably noticed that already. And so it just hasn't been a great weekend for Aaron, unfortunately. Hasn't really got going. Give you an opportunity for someone else to get in the 11.
Yeah, no pressure in the lineup here for Hungary, so that's also a big one. Now, I wonder if that's got anything to do with an injury. Remember, he did stop one that was blasted at him. Well, this is one that the wicketkeeper doesn't stop. Maybe disappointed with this, Kari. I think, once again, perhaps it's a slightly slower delivery. It bounces in front of him. He can't take it, but he doesn't get anything behind it. No body behind it at all.
Doesn't really get up from Chagi. Paras is kind of weighing up, getting everything behind it versus potentially getting a ball in the face. So that one partially stops it, sneaks away for a bite. It's Mark Ahuja. He drives, and we'll get one here again. So, yeah, Hungary, like I said, they only really start when their score gets to 70. So I know it's a bit counterintuitive here. Obviously got a game to win. You're trying to win it, but not often you get in a position to beat Austria on their home soil in a tri-series. Chagi's done really well at just kind of keeping the pace off the ball. He's not trying to bowl fast. He's just located it pretty well. We've seen Niraj playing for PCC in the Czech Republic.
Well, this is what worked, I think. This has worked a few times against Hungary, pace off. But you're absolutely right about Mark. I think at Kartama, he probably was the pick of the batters when we saw him there. He batted really well, and he batted out of his skin because he had to go and change his game plan.
Well, this one's tapped up, and it almost carries, but not quite. Davitsi does the fielding. End of 5. Czech Republic hanging in there at the moment, more or less a normal run rate, I suppose. Although 4 wickets pretty handy for the Czechs. It's 58 for 4 after 5. I want to say a very, very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. We've had a great time here in Austria. I know this is my last game for a little while. I will be lurking, though. I'll be watching intently in Bulgaria. I know that you and Charlie are going to have a great time. Please say hello to everyone for me over there. And look, fingers crossed about the weather. But plenty of cricket coming up, of course, the Bulgarian series. That will also finish in an ECI. So we'll get to see Bulgaria, Greece and Turkey for the first time in an ECI. And that's going to be pretty exciting as well.
It's going to be great. I just love this format. I love it when you have the European Cricket Series first, followed by the Internationals, because it's great to see some of those players that we've seen playing at the club level then, break through into the international level and perform, and that's exactly what we've seen here.
Buyan's back. And this one straight, Mark Ahuja carefully knocks it down for 1. Look, I suppose that's the kind of ball. And I know Ahuja might have a bit of a strategy to give Safi the strike, and don't get me wrong, that makes sense, but it was a shin-high full toss, and it's probably the sort of ball that if you're a top-order batter, you should be smacking it for 6. Safi watches a wide now. But yeah, it's a mindset thing. You don't want to overdo the kind of role of getting a single. You still need to be open, I think, to hitting a boundary if the ball's there for it.
Yeah, you got to play your part. I think otherwise, if you're playing that way, as this one's high up in the air, can a fielder get to it? I don't think the gunner is going to drop short. Yeah, this is the thing, you see. So he's handing the strike, expecting Safi to hit the boundaries. 2 things then happen. Safi is under pressure, knowing he has to hit the boundary. Secondly, if he doesn't, well, then all of a sudden it ends up being another healthy over for the Czech Republic.
This is hit fairly straight. He's guided it down the ground. It won't carry to the Vitsi. Yeah, so this is what I call like a plan B. Coach will call it like a plan B. So I still think your plan A has to be to try and hit a 6. If you can't get that, you're trying to hit a 4. If not, you're trying to hit a 1. You don't have to go for broke. You can always bail out. But yeah, as you can see, they struggle to get going.
How's this miss? I'm expecting this to hit the stumps.
It's a very different seeming over, I think, if Buyan gets banged for 6 first ball. Instead, Safi, yeah, you're right. It's just kissed the off stump, not quite knocked it over. Now he gets it wrong. Kari's going to get another catch here, and he barely has to move. So Safi goes, and this kind of angular attack from the Czech Republic bearing fruit, as that's 5 wickets down now, and at the 6th over at 62 for 5.
Yeah, and credit to the bowler, Buyan. He's bowled really well. The other point I wanted to make there, and maybe we'll see it after the next ball he bowls. Remember when he first came to bowl, the umpire had a quiet word with him, say, hey, you know what? You're running where you shouldn't be. You need to be over here. Thank you, umpire. I won't do it again. And he hasn't. And all of a sudden, it hasn't affected his bowling at all. In fact, he's probably bowled better. And that's all it takes. And I'm liking seeing that. And hopefully, that's something now that we're going to see more and more of, to try and get these bowlers that are bowling around the wicket to stop running in front of the umpire.
Yeah.
I'm liking the way the umpires have worked here.
Yeah, the thing is, you've got to have teeth. It can't just be all warnings. I think, first warning, final warning, and can't bowl anymore. I think that's the way to stamp it out. It's already kind of written into the laws. The intention is more about protecting the pitch, but we're more about protecting the umpire's view. Probably more important in these conditions. Abasghani, we'll see him again. He's throwing up the top of the order. Didn't really work out for him earlier, but he comes out at number 7. Buyan, 2 for 11, has been brilliant. Again, you've got to be brave here if you're hungry. Still 25 balls left. What can they get up to? Beats him outside the off stump. This just sneaks in, I think, and Sazib bowls a really good spell, 2 for 11, and at 62 for 5 after 6. Again, you got to look at the angle here. Where does it pass the popping crease? And for me, it was just inside, and Sazib can be very happy with his contribution and the checks. I mean, as far as the game goes, I'll be pretty happy to have kept it to just over the 10 and over. Of course, their batting will have to click if they're going to chase this down, but obviously the biggest wicket there, Zishan, based on what we saw in the last game, because he was a real match winner, chasing an imposing target against Austria.
Is something there? I mean, look, this is the other thing, the other beauty of playing more cricket, playing televised cricket, is that he will now go back, and certainly with his coaching staff, and look at on the 2 occasions he's got out in that area. Twice he's been out. He's been a 2-ball duck.
Yeah.
We played a similar shot. The ball going in that direction. He got the back of the bat and got caught. And that one where he's put it straight to field. All right, you'll say it's unlucky because he hit it pretty well, but you can work on it.
Yeah,
the coaching staff can work on it and say, hey, Z, when you get that delivery, this is what you're doing wrong. Try not to lean back on it, lean into it, keep it along the deck, whatever. Those little things, because you can see how much talent he's got.
Oh, yeah.
And just by little subtle changes, all of a sudden, you can become somebody who is regularly performing.
63 for 5. As we head into the final 4 overs, Chargi has almost been out-Chargied by Buyan with the approach that Sazib had, but it's been an effective approach. We've never really seen some dramatic moves. I'll tell you what I'm talking about in a minute. As this is a thick edge away. I don't think it goes for 4, but they should get 2. They'll only get 1. Happy with the 1. So I think that both Buyan and Chargi, they've been super predictable. They've been metronomic almost. But we've never seen something like, the batters just jump and take a big position outside the off stump and be a bit more proactive. They have bowled well, but the batters have kind of allowed them to have the game on their terms. And this time he actually backs away and gets an outside edge. Think about what we saw in the Austrian ECS. The wind may have been a bit stronger to the leg side, but we saw batters kind of willing to take risks. There's not too many balls that they're bowling that are hitting the stumps here. You can get outside off stump, you can clip away, you can maybe use the breeze, just to try and mix things up, because batters haven't had too much success trying to catching up with that angle across. This is hit pretty hard and straight to Davitsi. So Ghani, disappointment for him. He cracks this, but doesn't keep it along the deck. Doesn't really get under it either. So Hungary lose a 6th wicket now, and more success for the Czech Republic. They're 65 for 6.
Well, Davitsi will be glad that this one goes into the palms of his hands, because his fingers are pretty well busted. I'm liking this from Tyagi as well. I'm liking the way the man likes to celebrate. Has been hit pretty hard, but he hit it flat, does Ghani. And Sabawun Diasi makes no mistakes at all. And, Tyagi just like that. Well, we saw that that Buyan picked up 2 for 11. He's 2 for 7 now with 2 balls still to go in his spell.
Yeah, and Czech Republic, what they've done pretty well here is they've taken their chances. Okay, there's a ball that came from the clouds that Kari couldn't quite catch up with. But, yeah, it's reward for that plan. It's been a plan that Hungary just haven't dealt with that well. Like I said, it's pretty predictable. Again, he tries to kind of just stand and deliver and muscles it, but he hits it straight into the breadbasket of Sambu and Davitsi. So Marc Desfontaine gets the bat here at number 8. Again, nice to see him getting an opportunity with the bat, show what he can do. He's still 17 years of age. I mean, he's definitely man-sized if you look at him. big frame. Seen him bowling some good overs, and obviously he's trying to make his mark. Let's see if they can get a wriggle on here, and still, what could they get to? Could somehow sneak to 120 and hope the Czech Republic fall over. They are a bit of a collapse risk in game 9, I think. Noah Shokin in the lineup. I mean, you wouldn't imagine they could still win by 70 from here, but as you know, Rico, this game is highly unpredictable, and we know Hungary know what they need to do.
Yeah, anything can happen, but like you said, they've got to get to that 70 first, and you basically, when you get to 70, you start from 0, and they're running out of time. There's only going to be, after there's 18 balls left in the innings.
Yeah, they're -5 for 6 at the moment, which isn't a great position. Desfontaine gets off the mark, and he'll keep the strike. Chargi, I said he got out-chargied by Sazib, but maybe Sazib chargied himself at the end of that over. The score is 66 for 6, all the sixes. All right, Rico, here's some practice now. These are some of the teams, 4 of the teams you'll see of the 8 in Bulgaria. And set your alarm. I don't want you sleeping in, Rico, because it's going to be an earlier start. 5:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe, 11 a.m. in India. I'm looking forward to seeing a fair few new teams like Trakia, for example. The other teams there on day 1 we've seen before, MU Sofia as well as Plovdiv. And don't forget the Pleven 11. We'll also see Istanbul KSK, guests from Turkey, including some of their stars. In fact, quite a few of them from the ECL. Remember the run that they made in Group E.
I'm looking forward to the Turkish delight already.
Oh, yeah. You know that Necit's definitely going to be bringing some treats. We'll see Indo-Bulgarians as well. I think we'll see Sofia Spartans and Barbarians. They're the 8 teams you'll see. As we have started a new over, and it's the tank, Ritik Tomar, who's going to bowl over number 8. Now, Ritik really stood up. So did Sazib Buyan, actually, in that ECC campaign last year. Didn't go according to plan for the Czechs. They just couldn't get something going at all, at a rough time. But, you know, certain players did themselves proud. I think Tank's one of them. Hasn't really been able to turn on this weekend yet, though. It's driven by MDF, and just a single.
Well, it's almost like the ground troops of the Czech Republic have done the job, and now they're deploying the tank to finish things off as Tomar comes in. You got to say, and I said this before the start of the match, Vinny, everybody was talking about Hungary, and of course you were, because of the way they just blew the hosts away. But I said at the time, you can't rule out the Czech Republic. Remember, this is the same way that last match was the battle between Austria and Hungary, and it was 1 apiece before that match, which Hungary then obviously won that little tussle. With this one, don't forget these 2 teams are 1 apiece as well.
they're 1 apiece.
So the Czech Republic would love to finish by saying, okay, doesn't matter, we'll be finished in the standings, but we won a little personal battle against Hungary. So, you know, there's a lot to play for. And what it does also show is this, that these teams, how closely they are together, and that when it comes to things like the European Cricket Championship, where they don't have the advantage of playing each other so many times, just how important it is to get that one good performance.
It's a game that's based on unpredictability, really. Yeah, 108 to 101 there in match 3 yesterday. The Czechs, after watching Hungary pick apart Austria, they picked apart Hungary, didn't they? So right now, like I said, they've pretty much got it back to 0, Hungary. What can they do in the last 2.5 overs? Now we're getting to the point that Czechs would have to bat horrendously badly for Austria not to win the trophy. And still, I mean, regardless, it's not just about who wins the trophy, obviously. It's about gaining international T10 experience in the lead up to the ECC. And, of course, the summer, which involves a lot of T20 internationals as well. I know the Austrian team are going to be heading to the World Cup qualifiers pretty shortly. Ahuja on strike. Love to see him go up a gear. Tries, walks at it, picks out the sweeper, so just a single.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good technique, as you mentioned. I think the difference is here maybe with somebody like Stan Ahuja and Mark Simpson-Parker, for example. I think they both have the technique, don't they? They're very correct players, whereas MSP just has the knack of being able to put those sort of shots over the top.
He can extend a bit more.
Yeah.
I think you gave a shout out to Stan Ahuja there, but this is Mark. But
okay, sorry, Mark.
It's okay. Stan Ahuja, I'm sure, is watching. Hello, Stan. Missing you here. Hopefully you well.
Well, you might as well give him a shout out because he does make your suits, doesn't he?
Yes. Big thank you to Stan Ahuja. I think this is probably coming down at the crease, so I don't think it'll be a no ball. It will be the end of the over, though. And at the end of 8, it's 71 for 6. So, yeah, Stan, hopefully you well. I know you wouldn't be too far away. And, every so often, I will need new suits. So I'll make sure I stay on the right side of Stan Ahuja. Didn't he play well for the Royal Tigers in the ECL earlier this year as well? He was a bit of a standout with the bat. I know things didn't go quite to plan for the Royal Tigers during that campaign. It's going to be a very competitive summer in both these countries watching right now, and Austria for that matter, to see who wins the domestic championship and who features in ECL 24. I mean, Royal Tigers have had that slot last couple of years, although they almost
Are they looking for balls?
lost it.
Are they finding balls? Are they looking for our balls? Oh, well, can we have them back? How many you found so far?
Wow, I hope they've gotten a survival plan. I mean, they're going pretty deep there, aren't they? They probably know what they're doing. Anyway, Riaz Afridi is going to come back. He's been more hit than miss in this innings. Looks like that was his run up back. Pretty good shot from Desfontaine first up. He charges the big fast bowler and gets one. Yeah, so obviously Prague CC represented Czech Republic in the first time that they were at the ECL in 22. Brno upset them though in season 22, and that's why we saw Brno at the ECL this year. As far as Hungary are concerned, like I said, Royal Tigers have represented them twice at the ECL, although it's a pretty tense fixture between the Tigers and the Blinders last year that decided that qualification. For Austria, it's probably anyone's guess. I mean, Donnerstadt, they cleaned up in that ECS recently, and they did qualify for the ECL, but never got to take part because of the pandemic. So I'd say, they'd be early favourites. They're desperate for it, but we saw Vienna CC taking part this year. We saw Austrian Cricket Tigers. That's the thing about Austria. It's going to be pretty unpredictable, especially in the slightly longer format. Anyway, Ahuja, 9 off 10. 10 balls left. He hits this top of the bounce once again. Picks out the sweeper. Doesn't matter because he's going to get 4.
No.
And have a look at that. Bouillan's been pretty good. Probably still in credit in this innings, but this is one he should have stopped.
He should have stopped this, and he won't like looking at that highlight. He left the door open, didn't he? And the Grizzly found its way through.
The worst thing was the only part of he got himself in such a position, a fairly correct position. The only bit of his body he could move was his neck, so he could turn around behind him and see that it was going for 4. Anyway, this one is stopped, and still Riaz Afridi. It's a rhythm thing. When we saw bowlers forced to shorten their run-ups, and we had all that rain here over the kind of last weekend and start of this week, we actually saw a lot of bowlers improve in their control, because the shorter you run up, the less can go wrong. Okay, you might not be able to generate as much pace, but I think if you have a choice between pace and accuracy, I think the accuracy is probably more important.
Yeah, that was the first boundary that we've seen since the start of the 4th over.
Wow.
And that it shouldn't have been as well, really.
Exactly. Wow, this is a pretty good shot from Mark as he just uppercuts Riaz Afridi. He's handled the pace well, hasn't he? That gets Hungary up into the 80s.
Yeah, good shot. I like it from the youngster. And he says, yeah, okay, you want to bang it in? No worries. I'll just draw you a map to tell you where to find it. It's over there. Good shot.
I'm probably a generation older than Mark, and this is the same shot that I'd be accused of being scared, of backing away. But now it just means you're proactive.
Yeah.
And he hangs the bat out and gets 4.
That'll do his confidence a world of good.
If I was Riaz here, I'd be going, I know how he thinks. Let's see what this last ball involves. Goes forward at the stump, smart. But yeah, Mark's handled the bat well here, hasn't he? He's coming in at 8, and that's the end of the 9th over. Hungary 82 for 6. So what it sets up here, okay, let's say that the 70-run wins off the table. It does set up a really good challenge for the Hungarian attack with no Prasharan at this time to see if they can defend this total.
Yeah, it does. And I think the opportunity with Zishan and Durapuretti, and I suppose with the Ravindran game pretty early, there was an opportunity for some of the other batters to shine. It hasn't quite happened. But you're right, they can still take the opportunity in the field with some of the other bowlers. And I think maybe someone like Mark Desfontaine, who out here is putting in a good show with the bat. I mean, he could be pretty key with the ball as well.
You got options like Gabor Tarok as well, who's come into the side as well with his off spin. 10th overtime. Here comes the tank. Have a look at Bouillan and Chagi, who are clones of each other in this innings. They combined for 4 overs, 4 for 19. So really that's where the heart of this innings got ripped out. But it's over to Rittik in the 10th. And he starts with a dot. Desfontaine not able to catch up with it.
Yeah, well bowled, just short of a length, outside the off stick. Just comes back a little bit. And Fontaine misses out on it. It's a dot ball to start off with. So keeping this score to a realistic chase. Remember, they did have a blip chasing 145 in match number 7 from Austria. And they only got to 77. So they're looking to come back to winning ways here.
It's a full ball. Strike 2 for Mark Desfontaine. Just wants a quick hello. And I see Phil G in the chat. He's watching from the Czech Republic. Big supporter, of course. Marnus reminding everyone that Mark's only 17 years of age. Marnus loving Afridi's work, saying he's an elite bowler. Very similar to Javid Zadran and Prashant. He deserves a wicket. Well, didn't get a wicket, but has had a good series. Well bowled again from the tank. The control's been there. They take on the run anyway, and they'll get one. But, yeah, you know, Hungary, they could have to field and bowl out of their skin if they're to do this. Like I said, 1-1 in this mini-series between these two teams. And this is all you hope for, I think. In this format, it is a bit of an evener, but it's great to see this competition where every game's unpredictable and all teams are challenging each other. And Jurassic goes back to a deep third man. Mark can swing away, 3 to come. He turns this into a full toss and hits it for 4. It's good batting, just times it. Tomar just gets a fraction too full. This is all in the placement, Rico. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, in the placement and also in getting to the right slot. Look how quickly he moves. That little skip forward. Make sure he's getting to the ball before it pitches. And then, yeah, you're right. He places it in the gap, 4 runs.
You know that Marnus was loving the work of Mark Desfontaine with that cut shot. Slower ball, fouled off. Must be a good race. I reckon that's out. Let's have a look.
Well, he's pretty quick, is the young man, is Mark Desfontaine, but how quick is he?
Didn't get a good jump, that's the thing. So I just thought the bowler's winning this race, and I still think that he is just out. Yeah. So it's unfortunate that Mark is out that way, but it's the price of doing business, isn't it? He's run out for pretty tidy 11, considering he came in when he came in. And he's the 7th wicket to 4. It's 87 for 7.
Yeah, well, the tank outruns Mark Desfontaine. And only a photo finish decides that, but yeah, he is out. But I like what he did there, the youngster. He's got a very bright and promising future ahead of him. And
I'll teach him to dive, and he would have made it. I reckon dive gives you an extra metre. We did a few studies on it. That's if you know how to dive, though, I should say. It's quite important. Yeah, so Marnus comparing Mark Desfontaine to perhaps a young Marco Janssen. A very, very good player as well. Bit of a cult figure already. All right, last ball. Sandeep gets a hit. And he does hit it. And I think he'll get 4. It wasn't a great ball from Tomar. Having said that, it was a pretty good spell as he came in late in the piece and only conceded 14. This one was a bit like one of the pies they serve at the Down Under, though, in Prague. And it's put away by Sandeep, who'll be very happy with his strike rate this weekend. And Hungary, they're going to finish 91 for 7 off their 10 overs. Well, I make it that they'd have to keep the Czech Republic to 20 or less or something like that. So I can't see that happening, but there's a game to win out there. These two are locked at 1-1 in their mini-series this weekend. I think all the players out there, they'll want to finish well because it has been a very, very competitive ECI series, and it's always great to finish with a win.
Yeah, it is, and well, it's always great to get somebody like Zishan out first ball, and that's exactly what the Czech Republic did. Well, a man who was unstoppable in match number 8, he goes for a golden duck. And, well, that wasn't the only blow that Hungary suffered, because another man who said, well, don't forget me, Paretti, he chases a wide one, doesn't get any power into it, and it's a good catch taken by Venkatesh. And so, well, the early bowling of Senagupta was fantastic. And Afridi, though, he was having a few problems. His first over was a long one, and he certainly just couldn't get it right. And as try as he did, but then this one was skied up. This is a difficult chance for Paraskari. He came a long way, and I think that ball is moving in the air, always getting away from him, but he was going to be in the action sooner than later, and next time round he does take the catches that matter. Zahir Safi, he played some lovely shots, and we thought maybe he was going to take the opportunity to get a big score himself. And he got to 18 before, well, he was to sky one up in the air, but not before he sees this one. As he said, this time there's no issues at all, as it was the turn for the captain to be caught by Curry. But once again, it's Buyan that's doing the work. And then Tiagi, he comes to have a bowl. Oh, didn't he like taking that wicket? He was up and about, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's a tale of two halves and kind of power play and the rest, as we saw Paraskari cleaning up behind the stumps as well. As soon as Buyan came on and they had this Buyan and Tiagi kind of identical twin-style bowling, the scoring stopped because Hungary, they scored 46 in the power play. In those 3 overs, 46. The whole other 7 overs, they couldn't even get that many. They get 45.
That's
right. So they've gone from kind of 15 and over to around about 6.5, and that was even with that blooper there from Sazeeb that he won't want to watch again. So even with that though, just slight lack of urgency, I'd say as well. Towards the end, we saw Mark Desfontaine. He got run out by a little bit. The tank was able to hit the target from close range. That wasn't the best effort, but still, it carried Hungary into the 90s. So yeah, confirming if the Czech Republic make it to 20, then we'll know Austria are the champions. We have seen some lower scores than that. Can't see it happening, but really for me, it's game on here because in the 90s, the Czech Republic, their batting's been a bit suspect. Okay, with some exceptions for sure. I know Kari's had a good series. The other players have played their role at times, but Noah Shokin in the lineup. Who will stand up and who will get these runs for the Czechs? 91, the score in the end for Hungary. 3 players top score with 18. Ravindran of 13 balls, Safi of 10, and Ahuja of 14. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it was the power play and the rest, wasn't it? For the Czech Republic, they took some chances, didn't they? Obviously taking Zishan early on. Vandrasi takes a good catch that was travelling. Sliding doors. This could have been a very different innings we're talking about if they hadn't have got Zishan. And to be fair to the Czech Republic, that's something that they didn't do well earlier. Players from Hungary gave them chances and they were dropped and they paid the price. But 2 for Sengupta, as well as Buyan and Chagi. But Buyan and Chagi, like I said, they combined 4 for 19 off their 4 overs. I think the tank, Tomar, did well at the end. Again, no Davitsa used. We know he has a slight finger injury. Maybe we'll see him back at the top of the order for the Czech Republic. But when we return, Rico, we'll have the last innings of our Austrian adventure here. 68 matches over 2 weeks, a lot of cricket, and I can't wait to see how it finishes.
Yeah, I can't wait either. And you know what? I think it's going to still think it will be a close match. I don't think the Czech Republic are going to fall for less than 20, so I don't think that's going to happen. They'll be thinking of winning this match. Hungary are going to try and keep it as tight as possible. I think Sandeep Mohandas is going to be key again. And you know what? Maybe, just maybe, we can reset the clock to 0 for the golden ball for the start of Bulgaria tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's that kind of total, isn't it? Please join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back, and it will be the Czech Republic chasing 92 for victory here in Game 9. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full, back with the final instalment of this adventure. After the break, you're watching the Fan Code, ECI Austria.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Austria. As far as sunny days go, they don't get much sunnier than this at the moment, and we've got a game on our hands in match 9. It is Hungary who are coming out to defend their score of 91 against the Czech Republic. These two have had an interesting kind of history this weekend, with the Czech Republic beating Hungary first time they met in match number 3. It was a different story this morning in match number 6, as Hungary held on. A last ball thriller broke the tie. A run-out opportunity missed meant that Hungary got up by just the single run. And so now, I suppose, this 10 overs decides who gets the bragging rights between these two teams. We also know that mathematically there's a chance that Hungary could win the trophy, but to do that they'd have to restrict the Czech Republic to 19 or less. I can't see that happening. But, you know, expect the unexpected. We did see Isle of Man bowled out for 10 earlier in the year. Collapses do happen. I don't think the Czech Republic are worried about that. I think they're more worried about trying to win the game here. That'll give them a lot of confidence to beat Hungary here and go 2-1 up in that mini-series. 92 off the 10 overs required. Davitsi regains his spot at the top of the order with Noah Shokin in the lineup. Ritik Tomar, the tank, is his opening partner. Mohandas, who's been swinging the ball around corners, he's going to open up for the Hungarians. And this is a really good test for their attack to see if they can defend what I think is a below par score. You know, the par here has been around about 123, I think the last I saw. And we're almost ready to go. There's Davitsi. It's a mercurial player. Let's see what he comes up with here. Starts by carving one away, and he's going to get one. And I don't know where that's gone. Rico Full comes back in the commentary box. Well, I know the protractor's not here, but that was a funny angle. But somehow Davitsi off the mark and gets 2.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's flipped his back so far that he probably almost has to run as far as he did get to the ball to get to it again the second time.
I was worried he'd flick that into the wheat, to be honest. But, yeah, I think based on what we can see, there's no evidence that it touched the rope. So that'll be 2. Mohandas.
Oh, well.
That's one way to do it.
This ball has got some Grizzly action. The Grizzly is alive here.
Yeah, I mean,
it gets
they say,
away from him.
Variations are important. I reckon, there you go. Just knocks it out with his hip. Tyrone. Very quick signal dead ball. Floating slip in place now against the left-hander. And, this is called wide. I suppose the issue here, you're trying to work out where does it pass the crease. Is it wide enough? I guess it's hard to say where it passes the crease. They're quite tough. But, yeah, Davitsi, that's the kind of ball that he's struggled to deal with all weekend, really, isn't it? Gets another one. This time he does know how to deal with it, but they've got the fielder back there. And he will make sure it's just the one. That's Ashwith Darapareddy out there. And what a weekend he's had. I mean, an MVP award will be awarded after this game as well. It's hard to see anyone grabbing it off him, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some good performances. I mean, he scored 211, but he's bowled well as well. Fielding's been good. Don't forget, Razman Shigewal be up there as well. 181 runs he scored. He's been good with the fielding as well. And I think another man who could put his hands on it is Paras Kari.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, he scored 165 runs and may get an opportunity here as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's say he came in and whacked a quick half century. I mean, he did take 3 catches in the first innings.
Right, yeah.
For sure, you know, you'd be in the conversation. He had a breakout series. I mean, regardless of who wins that award, I mean, it's always great to see who stands up in pressure situations, and he's handled himself very well.
Yeah, and another name that you could throw up there as well is something like Umair Tariq, who's really performed well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we've seen some really good individual performances, but as well as that, of course, it's not about individuals, team performances. And all these teams, well, he doesn't know where he said, where are you sending me? Ring a roses. He doesn't know where to go, the fielder there. Finally gets set. You can see they're strengthening that, the offside for the sort of cut shot, or the one he goes for over the backward point area. So swinging hard, but not getting too much out of here. Trying to force it. I think he needs to go back to timing the ball and stroke play. That's where Sabun Davitsi, I think, can be at his best.
Just a confidence player. You know, if he gets his confidence back, then he's almost impossible to bowl to. Right now, he just hasn't found the middle of the bat often enough in this series. Mohandas goes round the wicket. I'm not sure about this. It was working right as it was. And he gets plundered away again, not quite off the middle, and it will still get to the fence. So yeah, got to question the tactics of Mohandas. I know maybe gets a bit greedy, wants the wicket, but he'd been restricting pretty well. Davitsi does enjoy the new angle, and he puts it away for 4.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason for this change, and to me, there isn't one. It just doesn't make any sense. I think maybe a voice in his head said, "Hey, left-hander, why don't you go around the wicket?" All right then, but there's no reason for it.
Yeah,
I think he was doing fine over the wicket.
last ball the over. And a bit of respect from Saba as we get to the end of the first. I suppose the Czechs get what they want out of that first over. It's 9 without loss after 1. Golden ball counter. If we don't get one here, then we'll have to pack up the counter in the suitcase. We'll transport it over to Sophia, and we'll start at 104 if this isn't a golden ball. So, yeah, I always feel it's not too far away once we get in the triple digits. And you'll, of course, be with Charlie, who is the golden ball breaker, isn't he?
Yeah,
He broke that streak of 405 last year in Portugal in the night series.
Yeah, Charlie's probably, I think he may be there now in Bulgaria. Looking forward to seeing him tomorrow at some point, and the rest of the crew.
This is Zishan Kukiko coming on to open the bowling. Interestingly, I mean, no Prashar in the lineup, so he's going to have the role of new ball bowler. Dave's asking who decides the MVP. Well, it's kind of a combination of the match officials and the blue crew that have their say, and eventually it's decided. This is a little bit short, and it's smashed away by the tank. He's in the mood. Maximo! As that really didn't have too much on it, too much length as well, and Tomar puts it away nicely.
Yeah, I mean, he's going for pace off, Zishan, but too short. And I like the way that Ricket Tomar just gets all the way back and smashes that away. So that'll make him feel a little bit better. Both batters now on 7. Going away quite nicely.
I think Tomar's in the kind of Sazi Bouillon role from earlier, which is, look, go out there, be super aggressive. We got batting to dumb, so don't stress if you lose your wicket. Once again, he gets one that should be putting away, but instead he's found the fielder, and Dara Peretti takes the catch. That's an excellent catch out there. I mean, it was low. It never really went off his line, but he still had to take it. This will be a really good view of it. Again, too short, I think. It's not the best delivery. Tomar, he'll be kicking himself straight over the umpire's hat, straight into the safe hands of Ashwith Dara Peretti, and Czech Republic lose their first at 16 for 1.
Well, there he is. He's in the running, isn't he, for the MVP? What a good catch, and he's done this so many times. And yeah, I think you can see this disappointment from Tomar when he hits this and finds that he's found the fielder. But if you're going in that direction, you got to know that the man's there, and you're gonna have to get area. You're gonna have to go over him. He hits it flat, hits it straight to him, so the wicket goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's one he could have put either side. Probably just had to know his angles better there, Ritik, because it was short enough for him to be able to place it better. And that way, if you miss-hit it, obviously he's not planning to miss-hit it. If you hit it well, it goes for 6. But if you do miss-hit it, it's good to have that extra kind of margin for error. Paraskari, though, very good man to come to the crease. It's been his breakout tournament, I think, for the Czech Republic. And he fills a gap. I said this earlier. I think he's very, very tidy with the gloves as well. Facing Zishan. This one just floats wide of the off stump, quarter wide. I mean, we're talking about the MVP across the whole weekend. If you want to talk about best individual performance, it's hard to go past Zishan's. Zishan's huge 80-odd in that chase. They put Hungary in a position to maybe steal the trophy. This one swings away again, knocked down, top of the bounce. Marc Desfontaine, maybe he gets a bit more of a bowl as well with no Abhitesh Prashar in the lineup.
Yeah, it was a sensational knock. The only other man that scored more than him, really, in terms of individual, was in the very first match. Iqbal Hussain made 88.
Yeah, it's a good leave. I think Kari spots it's wide of the tram line, decides it's not worth flirting with it. And he's right. Yeah, that was a good innings by Iqbal as well. Funny thing for that, Iqbal, he was talking to me saying, yeah, I'm not too happy with how I batted. I think, this. I said, well, look, it's a bad day. And that's what you're getting. That shows you're a pretty good player. This is just kind of hoiked away down to Dara Peretti, who's been busy. And will just be a single. Yeah, so Dara Peretti, I mean, we haven't really seen bowling the power play. The reason is Mohandas is almost always getting the first and third, and they do go another seamer in the second Hungary. And often he'll bowl the fourth over. Zishan doing the second overall this time in the absence of Prashant.
Slight delay here. Sure what this is about. And hang on a minute. I think this could be an issue for Zishan here, perhaps. It looks like.
Well, let's have a look. It's been called no ball. And I assume this might be again for the action. I know they're looking at him very closely. And yeah, we don't have the footage there, but I believe that's what's happened.
Yeah, I think, I don't know about it. We didn't get to see it. Let's put it this way. If there was something really obvious, I would like to think both of us would have seen something.
You'd think so, but it's getting late in the day. You've got to realise that they're looking super closely for these things, and that is the process. Well, Agamagay comes on to finish the over. It's halfway through at the moment. That was a free hit, so it's missed out. Yeah. So I suppose that is the process. And the letter of the law is if they're not completely satisfied, then it's going to be called. So Hungary are running that risk by bowling him at the moment. Anyway, Davitsi faces up. Gets one well outside his legs. He leaves it for a wide. So, I mean, yeah, the fatigue factor probably setting in a little bit for both these teams now. I know it's only been 2 days, but, the intensity of the cricket has been pretty hot, hasn't it? And also, the weather has been warming up as well. This time Davitsi cracks it, and he cracks it straight to point. Well, the change works. And Welly Gamagay is the man that breaks through. And guess who? It's Dara Peretti that takes it. His second catch. Czech Republic lose their second wicket. It's 21 for 2.
Well, Welly Gamagay gets the wicket. I like the celebration from Welly Gamagay as well. I don't know if you get it on the camera, but he is absolutely delighted. But there he is again. Well, Dara Peretti, he's always ready. He's always ready for a highlight. And this is before... But you can see, well, Davitsi, he's not too impressed. He has to depart because he puts it straight into the hands of the fielder. And Welly Gamagay, well, this is a lovely moment for him. And not so lovely for the reason that he comes on. But on a serious note, I mean, that's work to be done there by Hungary. Because obviously, the thing with it is now that it's been seen, it's called, I think umpires are always going to be looking at it. So he's got to work on it.
He does. And I think it's been something that hasn't been a problem since that initial call yesterday. But obviously it kind of works out for Hungary, doesn't it? Davitsi, disappointment for him. He hasn't had the runs that he would have hoped for this weekend. Again, he's got to find a way to kind of get runs more consistently at this international level. This is wild from Asanka. He called a wide. Beasts in though at number 4.
He's got overconfident, hasn't he? He gets overconfident now after taking that wicket. Remember, he's in to finish this over, I think. Memory serves me right. There was only 2 balls in from Zishan. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see. Gets played away, and that will be the over. So it was 3 balls in when the no ball was called. So end of the second over. They have lost 2 wickets, but they're on course where they need to be. 22 for 2.
Yeah. So actually, they've gone past the 20 now, which means that we know Austria, regardless of what happens now, they're going to hold on to the trophy. Even if Hungary get the 2 points for the win, they won't be able to make up that difference in net run rate. Czech Republic, and they're resigned to 3rd place. But they have had the moments in this series. I mean, obviously, playing these kind of series lets you know where you're at. And there have been some positives, like I said. I think of some of the bowling. I think Chagi's been a solid contributor with the ball. Bhuyan, I think Riaz Afridi's had a breakout time. So has Paras Kari. But, I think some of the quote-unquote old guard, they'll be pretty keen to show what they can do. And that includes the Beast, who's on strike. Well, he's not on strike just yet. He's not on strike as in. He will be on strike now as Paras Kari works away Mohandas for a single.
Well, I mean, you're talking about highlights. This guy, Paras Kari, he certainly has been a highlight. And we're going to see a lot more of him. I've liked him behind the stumps. And I've certainly liked him with the bat as well. So you've been attacked by a wasp, by the way. I think it likes a spicy curry on you.
Yeah, I saw it coming at me. Got to get out my hook shot. Another inducker from Sandeep. Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned Sandeep. You know what you're going to get from him, but not too many batters have had the answer. You would have thought on a surface like this, with that leg side boundary being peppered for the last 2 weeks, that that more batters might have had his measure as well. Tyrone again, he's been on fire in the field today.
Oh, what's happened here? There's a big wide. So I think he just tries to get, because he knows that everyone is expecting to see the in-swing, and this one just catches the edge of the strip.
I think that's the one that goes, it's the variation basically, where he tries to bowl the leg cutter, but it's the first time we've really seen bowling. Goes completely wrong, almost a no ball for off the pitch, just pitches on, according to the umpire. And the next one is a shin high full toss that gets the treatment. Maximo, that's horns, baby. It's a crouch down sweep off the medium pacer and not a good delivery. Sundeep's just lost his mojo a little bit.
Well, Superman, a.k.a. Dara Peretti, is out there, but not even he can get to that. It was a gentle full toss around about knee high, and it just gets dispatched by the batter. Thank you very much. And it goes all the way. Dara Peretti just says, yeah, that's 6.
Yeah, didn't have left planet Earth too far. It was pretty flat. Good timing from Paras. It was a bit of a gift, wasn't it? Hungary just need to try and find one last effort, don't they? See if they can hang on to the points here. It's more like it. More like his stop ball. He's worked away for one. It's Gabo Tarok that does the fielding.
Yeah, now this guy, I want to see him chase one, because you know, we normally say the Grizzlies always win the race, but I don't know, because I think if Torok gets chasing it, I don't think there's anything quicker than him. We saw him run on as 12th man yesterday.
The sprinter's form. Anyway, this is up and it's out of the ground. Well, that's beast mode activated. We haven't seen enough of it, but we see it there. Maximo, big 6 to Sudesh Wickramasekera.
Yeah, Wickramasekera goes big, and it's just in the slot, isn't it? We've seen him play this shot a number of times. He doesn't really have to get too much movement on it. A good, nice swing, clean out of the middle, goes all the way.
And the delay is for going after that ball, which has gone a long way. Just look at this. That's the clean power he's got. He just unleashes the beast, doesn't he? Very quick hands. He's a powerful guy.
That was still going up.
Oh, it's a big hit. And obviously, in the Czech Republic, he hits a lot of 6s there as well in the domestic comp. Shows a bit of respect to this next one from Mohandas, which was swinging in back towards the stumps. End of the power play, Czech Republic, 38 for 2.
Yeah, maybe a little bit overcautious there. Wickramasekera, to be honest, I think that one's not going to get you LB. I think you've got to be a little bit more aggressive and a bit more assertive on that one. 38, though, is where they are. So I think at the moment they're pretty happy.
Have a look at that, though. I mean, how does the bottom fall out of that innings? Yes, okay, they lost wickets, but yeah, disappointing, I think. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think you mentioned there's a big kind of boundary drought there as well for the Hungarians. Credit, though, to the bowlers, particularly Boyan and Tyagi, who had a plan and it worked. They didn't really have to go for too many variations. Ashrith Dara Peretti is going to bowl over number 4. Let's see if he can turn things around. Hungary just up against it at the moment. Kari be happy with this situation with the game kind of in hand. We saw him struggle a little bit against some of the slower bowling earlier. I don't think it's really a weakness, but I think it's more that they had to go at this rate of 14, 15, 16 and over, and he didn't really have the answers when he had to do it. Right now, he doesn't really have to do it. He can be a bit more selective, and also he's got the option of taking the one, giving it to the beast, who knocks this one down the ground for a single.
Yeah, he's happy to take the one rather than opt to leave this. I think this was playing with the wide line if he had left it, but he's not going to leave too many. I think this match sort of just in that zone where it could really go either way. There's not too much happening at the moment. There's not too much excitement, but you just get the feeling that the one big over may be coming from the Czech Republic, puts them in the driving seat. A couple of wickets from the Hungarian setup gets them up and about. So both teams, it's like a game of chess, I would say. I'm watching a game of chess. The little moves are being made, subtle moves, but nobody really going for the kill as yet.
That's true. Kari, better kind of play the anchor here. You could do that. It's a pretty clever shot, really, because you know Dara Peretti is hanging it out there. Doesn't really get out of the middle. Just gets one. But it shows again, Paras Kari is quite a clever batter. And he's got those reverses, which obviously puts the question back on the bowler. Maybe do something different. Last ball of the over. Beast after it. If he doesn't get it, should be gone. And he is gone. So again, just doesn't get this out of the middle. I think he slightly loses his shape here. And Dara Peretti just continues his dream start in international cricket. He takes 1 for 3 in that over. And perhaps he opens the window a touch for the Hungarians. It's the end of 4, and it's the end of Wickramasinghe for the weekend. It's 41 for 3.
Yeah, Dara Peretti, he's already, I mean, he's got his name in the book for every wicket so far, hasn't he? He's taken 2 very good catches, and now with the ball, he gets the wicket off the beast. So just once again, highlighting just what a key player that he's been, not just for his side, but in this international series as well. And it's the captain, Ravindran, that takes the catch to remove the beast.
Pretty good catch as well by Ravindran under pressure. I mean, yes, it should be taken. It's a bit breezy out there. It's kind of blowing away from a little bit, but he accounted for it nicely. So 41 for 3. Like I say, there's an opportunity here for Hungary if they can keep picking up wickets. But new batter comes out, and obviously Paraskari, he's having a brilliant weekend, but it looks like Sazi Bhuyan that's coming out in the 5 hole as, look, he gets the bowl. Zahir Safi gets the bowl over number 5. We call him a part-timer at best. First one, it's worked away to the leg side. Happy with just the 1, so we'll see Sazib on strike for the first time.
Yeah, Bhuyan, he can hit the ball pretty well.
Andrus, I know that he had the chili, but he forgot to tick over the golden ball counters. This is 104 matches since the golden ball. If there's no golden ball in this game, then it will start the ticker at 105 in Bulgaria tomorrow. This is short. He takes it on. He gets it into the gap, but he doesn't get a boundary. And just a single to get Bhuyan going. Yeah, so we'll either be starting it at 105 or golden ball 0. They're the only options for tomorrow morning. Of course, we'll get to golden ball 0 if it's a tie here, 91-91. Now, once again, short ball from Safi, but this one is dealt with from Paraskari, who gets it behind square and he gets it out of the ground. Maximo! Paras continues his dream start to the Czech Republic representation. And that one, just too short, wasn't it, from Safi?
It's a very good shot. He's onto it very quickly. I mean, it sneaks onto him with a bit of pace. But Kari, quick feet, quick hands, whips it away. He has been impressive. Let's see if he can make the difference here between the two sides.
Well, there's more of the same. Again, too much length to work with, and Paras goes bang, bang, and he breaks the back in this chase, and he brings up the 50 for the Czech Republic.
Yeah, and not trying to do anything special, really, just playing each ball on merit. Those ones are too short. He's a good hooker and puller off the ball, and with that fielder inside the circle, it's always a free hit. And that's what he does. He puts it away on 2 occasions, so 55 for free. Still a couple of deliveries to come in the over. 14 have come off Safi. Let's see if he tries to go a little bit wider outside the off. That's where he needs to be trying to be. No, he doesn't. It's at the stumps again. This time, Kari just stops the shot. Eyes up, going down the ground, but he's quite happy just to see this one out. This one is wide. He does try to play around with that offside corridor. Don't mind that. It's a good idea after being whacked away for two boundaries on the leg side. A lovely shot, delightful. I think he anticipates this Paraskari that is going to be outside the off. He knows what the bowler Safi is trying to do. So he's he's on the move already. He gets there, hits it on the up, clears the fielder, and gets another 6 to his name. And, well, he puts him in the driving seat here, the end of the over. 60 on the board after 5 overs.
Yeah, it's really one they shouldn't lose from here. Just a reminder that you can send us a message at European Cricket. And don't forget, you'll catch lots of highlights there. Of course, we had quite an interesting incident yesterday. You were alluding to it earlier, where Chima didn't run out one of the batters, Wickramasinghe, when he collided with his partner. That's, I'm sure, has got a few more comments and thoughts. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We're edging towards 350. I'm pretty sure by the time I come back, Rico, if we haven't done it today, that we'll get there by the time I come back.
What were you on? Give us a count. Does it give us to the...
I only got to the nearest
number?
1,000, so I'm still in the 349s.
Come on, folks. Come on. So let's click it over. Come and tell everybody you know to go and sign up, subscribe. Let's do it today. Come on. I want to hear by the end of today that we're there. Let's send Vinny away on a happy note. Asking the question here, the umpire is shaking his head.
So wide or out?
Yeah, well, so what does it... It catches something then. So what does
I
it
don't know.
catch?
I didn't feel it hitting the pad.
I think it does just catch the top of the thigh pad.
Seemed wide of the pad to me.
Let's have a look. Yeah, just hits the... Just
you
hits
reckon?
Yeah, just hits the top of the pad.
Okay, I trust you. I suppose there's doubt there, so we know it hits something. When I first saw it straight on, I thought it was outside the pad. Yeah, still think it might have been outside the pad. Yeah. Maybe just hits the hip on the way through. Hard to tell with those ones. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's about to survive, and now he thrives. As he goes on the upper out here, Bouillon will get 4, but most importantly, gets into a gap. Mark Desfontaine, he's trying that Bouillon-style tactic, isn't he?
Yeah.
But I suppose gives a bit too much width that time. It's smacked away to the boundary.
Yeah, a little bit too much width. A little bit too short, and the Bouillon goes booyaka as he smashes this away for 6. So all of a sudden, that acceleration just starting to come in. You see Bouillon, he goes for 4 actually, doesn't quite go all the way, but still a boundary. Yeah, and he muscles this to the leg side. Get just a single, but that's not a bad result. It's a Kari. Goes back on strike, 28 of 14. I mentioned that before the start of this match, he was around about the 160. So I reckon he's gone past 200 runs now here. You know,
down to about a run of ball required, or exactly run of ball now. Check it. Czech Republic cruising in this chase. Yeah, it's called a wide. It was close. I suppose Mark just needs to make sure he gets off the pitch as well. He doesn't do himself any favours on these marginal ones. Again, to judge that one when it passes the crease. Not an easy call for the umpire. I'll say at the rate that Mark's going through that hair product, I hope he stocks up. A little bit short, and you see Kari seeing him like footballs at the moment. Because this pitch is outside the leg stump. This is the negative kind of aspect of that attack. If you do get straight, the batter has a really good look at it, and that side of the field we know it's very hard to protect.
Thing is, though, I think that's probably 3 or 4 times he's gone in that area. You can see that Mark just having a chat with him, saying, hey, you can't be bowling short, don't bowl on the legs. But it's a shot that he has, so one thing you can do outside of power play is maybe try and get a player there. You may say, well, maybe that's negative fielding, but it's a shot that he executes really well, Kari. So maybe give the bowler a bit of protection, perhaps move the man that you got at square all the way around, so moving behind square. And they're looking there. Well, nice to see Lennon gets a little bit of help from the fielder, but he's not able to find it. Well, Lennon, it's all over to you again. Lennon will find this. I guarantee you'll find it. You know what he's going to do? He's sneaky, Lennon. He'll go onto his phone, he'll go to the highlights, and he'll have a look. He'll track it down, and he'll find it. That's for sure. He's been superb out there. Big shout out to Lennon and all the guys and girls that have been working hard behind the scenes to retrieving balls and all the other good work that's been done around the ground.
They've been really great, honestly. People probably don't realise how much work goes behind the scenes to make this happen. You know, a lot of volunteers working very hard just to keep things ticking. And obviously the result is tremendous opportunities for young cricketers like Mark Desfontaine out here. Obviously, you're seeing right now. And it's been a very, very successful 2 weeks here in Austria. Last ball of the over coming up. Probably not a great one. Almost gets a wicket. Sazib, but Billy loved that one back as they attempt to run out because Curry's not watching, and we'll go to the 7th over at 71 for 3.
Yeah, and I think Curry at the other end is probably hoping that one was bowled at him because it was right in the zone where he likes it. But they're going away nice and easy here. They can do it with quite easily with a run of ball. Is there going to be a final twist in this, the last international that we're seeing here on this international Sunday? And Kari, though, I reckon, by my calculations, Vinny, I reckon a few more runs and he'll be over 200 runs. And that would just be 2 players that have achieved that, him and Dara Peretti. So certainly he is putting a strong case for himself or Dara Peretti for that MVP.
For sure. I'll tell you why this weekend's been super interesting for all three teams is I can really think of three big positives for each of the three teams here.
Okay.
And I'll list them right now.
Yep.
In this over from Dara Peretti. First one, cracked away. Bit of a task for the field, but he does well. Welly he loves to fly. Keeps it to 1. So Austria, positives. They're going to win the trophy. That's a big positive, right? Hungary, big positive with the wins over Austria, and we're in a position to win the trophy. You know, I think they've outperformed the expectations. Czech Republic, positive. The way things are looking, they've beaten Hungary twice. They've got two wins out of their 3 games against Hungary. Well, it looks that way, and obviously the form of a couple of new guys in Riaz Afridi and Paras Kari. But, you know, other side of the coin, I think there's 3 things that the teams will be disappointed with as well. It's pretty unusual you'd have that in the one tournament. Austria, I think they'll be disappointed in a couple of those clashes against Hungary. They underperformed. I know they rotated, but their whole thing is they've got depth. They'll be disappointed that they dropped those games. And they're in a position where they wouldn't win the trophy and win it comfortably, especially after having 2 weeks of cricket under their belt. Hungary will be disappointed, I think, that they got into a position, but then they needed their batting to click well in this game, and they weren't able to. And they look like the negative for them is that they didn't have a winning record against Czech Republic, who'll finish below them. Couple to come from Ashrith. Really slows this one down. Kari works it away for 1. And the Czech Republic, well, they'll be disappointed that their big 3, the tall poppies, didn't do that well with the bat. With the Shokin, again, not in the 11 this game. Just gave himself an opportunity today a couple of times, didn't click. Davitsi, I think, has been disappointing at the top of the order. Needs to go back and work out, I think, a few more ways to score runs against good attacks. And obviously the Beast, there's been signs of it, but it's only been flashes. So, I mean, this weekend's been so useful, I think, in ECC preparations for all these 3 teams. They all have things that I think they can say, yeah, we're happy about that. But then also there's the other side, and there's definitely things they can work on and things they can hope to do better. Anyway, 7 overs down. It's the walking stick, 77 for 3. We'll turn our attention back to the domestic T10 in Bulgaria tomorrow morning. Nice and early. Set those alarms, people. 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. And Rico, you'll be there for day 2, I'm sure, but Charlie will take you through day 1, starting with MU Sofia versus MU Plovdiv, a battle of the medical universities.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be good. And look, all of those things that you mentioned, you're absolutely right. Highlights for the teams, negatives for the team. But remember one other thing. After we see this delivery, and I'm liking this. This is what it's all about, isn't it? It's about teams going out there, performing, working well as a team, improving, and getting the young players coming, like the likes of Mark Desfontaine, for example. And also, you get your home talent showing up as well. And I think this is a fantastic moment for Gabor Torok. And I think seeing this, there's only one thing to say, is this one gets smashed away in the sunshine of the late afternoon Austrian Seabarn Cricket Ground. That at the end of all of this, cricket is definitely the winner.
It is. And in a more correct way, Czech Republic looks like they'll be winners of this game. Yeah, Gabor, great to see him out there. Probably a few nerves when you haven't had an opportunity, then you come in this situation. You're just trying to get it right. I think he drags that one down. Probably tries to bowl a bit too fast. I mean, it's actually quite an accurate off-spinner. Now he overcompensates. This will be a no ball, and it's going to go for 4. So, Kari is in touch of perhaps another half century. Yeah, I think that's high. And you can just tell by the way he played it. Yes, he's a step out of his crease, but it's not coming back down below the waist. So, yeah, well, like I say, probably a lot of storylines. We'll keep an eye on these teams during the year. I'm not sure if we'll see Austria again in the ECIs. Hopefully we do at some point. But I know we'll definitely see the Czech Republic and Hungary in July at their home ECIs. And we'll see if there's any other players perhaps used. Kari needs a boundary to bring up a 50 here. He's got the free hit to do so he can finish it right here. And he will. So congratulations to Paras Kari. He'll finish on 52 off 22 balls. You got to feel for Torok a little bit. It was put in a difficult situation. And Czech Republic, they do win the mini-series against Hungary 2-1. So they can take that away. I know they'll be disappointed that they dropped those games to Austria and weren't a bit more competitive. Paras Kari, again, fantastic series from him. Very tidy behind the stumps as well. Probably a player of the match effort. Again, we'll have to see with the MVP. That'll be coming up shortly. If you stay with us, I'll have a quick A quick trophy ceremony to wrap things up here. But, you know, Hungary, congratulations to them. Again, didn't go their way in the 9th game, but they certainly did very well. They locked down second with another win against Austria, and they can take a lot away from this. I know slightly different look in the side. Some other players been given opportunities and responsibilities. Yeah. And like I said, let's think about the positives. I think each of the 3 teams get a lot out of this weekend.
They certainly do. And don't forget, Vinny, early season. I know that from the likes of the Czech Republic and from the likes of Hungary, these guys haven't played much cricket outside. They haven't been able to. They're coming out of the winter months, so all the training that they've done so far has been indoor. And you know as well as I do, you know, you can do several things indoor, but it's not the same as going out there and playing the game. So they're going to get better. This is a good test for them, a good start. And I'm just going to say, look, Paras Kari, I've just been so excited by him. I think he's a huge talent. And another half century for him. Well done. I reckon he's the highest run scorer. I reckon he finishes above the likes of Dara Peretti. I think my calculations is 217 compared to 211. Also, we're talking about Dara Peretti. What a find he is for Hungary as well. We're seeing good players, top quality players coming in to the sides as well. Yeah. It just means that these teams are going to get better all the time. You know what? I know it starts on the 25th of September, but I'm looking forward to seeing these teams in the European Cricket Championship.
100%. Trophy ceremony. Quick one will follow at the end of the broadcast today. And, of course, congratulations to Austria because they are the winners of this series, and they do it by a game in the end, as Hungary weren't able to overcome the Czech Republic in match 9. But I'm going to step out of here. I'll see you a little bit later. And, of course, keep watching ECN because there's plenty more coming up starting tomorrow in Bulgaria. But let's roll the highlights right now. It was 92, the victory target, Czech Republic. Their bats haven't been clicking, haven't they? And probably still the case for a few of them, but still, I think Kari, he's had a wonderful weekend. He's the one that gets them over the line. With Tomar, the tank, sent out there. He'll be a bit disappointed at how he got out, but still, again, the Czechs, they set up with a good holding performance, I think, in the first innings, with those 4 overs from Bujan and Chagi just restricting Hungary and taking some key wickets.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's been good stuff, good work. I think you can see Hungary there. They probably did miss the pace there of Prasad, who wasn't playing. That meant that Zishan had to come in and bowl the second over. But unlike this, Zishan, unfortunately, once again, because of issues with his action, had to come off. And, well, he came off, but that gave another opening to somebody like Shankar Wilagamage, and didn't he take it? And I love the fact that he picks up a wicket there, and how excited he was as well. Dara Peretti, well, we've talked about him. What a shining star that he's been in this series. I know yesterday he was quite easily the player of the day. Today is between him and I think the man that we saw there, unbeaten at the end, Paras Kari. He also has been absolutely superb in this series. Both those guys have scored over 200 runs. And whereas Paras Kari is not a bowler, his work behind the stumps has been exceptional. Dara Peretti has been good in the field as well. He's been bowling well, taking wickets, and also his catching has been brilliant. And Mike Desfontaine is another success story really for Hungarian cricket. He's a youngster, a homegrown talent. He'll get stronger and better. Only 17 years old, and what an experience and a moment this is for him as well, to be out there learning, and he'll mature all the time. And I think also someone like Gabor Thorok, we saw him briefly today, but he's been out there, he's part of the team, and I know he's a huge part of the team. He's an amazing character as well. And at the end of it, though, we've seen a fantastic series. We really have. And Austria has not disappointed. We saw a brilliant European Cricket Series here, and that followed by this European Cricket International Series as well. So let's have a look at the scorecard here. Paras Kari, fantastic from him, wasn't it? I think Sabuwundi Vatsi, he'd be disappointed the way he got out, the same as Rickett Tomar. But Paras Kari made no mistake, gets his opportunity, he takes it, he gets a very, very good half century. So well done to him. Plenty of bowlers used to try and get the breakthrough. This time, Sandeep Mohandas couldn't quite do it. He's been exceptional all the way through this series. Zishan, well, we know he's got things there to work on because the umpires and tournament referees will have their little eye on him. Wilagamage, well, he does have a highlight there towards the end. And Ashraf Peretti, once again, 2 catches, and he picks up a wicket as well. I think he has been key. And top of my mind, I think is going to be a difficult decision. The MVP, it could be Dara Peretti or it could be Paras Kari as well, who notches up another half a century. Well done to the Czech Republic. Look, everybody was talking about Hungary and if Hungary could win by this much, if they can get this many on the board. Of course, all excited by that fantastic run chase that we saw them pull off against Austria. But really, you got to take each match as it comes. And I knew that the Czech Republic were probably sitting there pretty silently and thinking, we like all of this. We like being the underdogs because we got a point to prove as well, and they do prove it. They go out there and they are victorious in that match. So they have a little personal triumph themselves. They make it 2-1 to them in those matches against Hungary. It's been a fantastic series, and I, like a lot of people on the chat, are going to feel, well, a little bit disappointed to be leaving Austria tonight, because really the cricket here has been sensational. I think the European Cricket Series was great, and of course congratulations to Donnerstad once more, who were victorious in that series. I think they played really well, and they were led really well, weren't they, by their captain Rasmus Shiguel, who also incidentally was the captain of Austria. So double celebrations for him, as it is Austria also that win this international series. But he knows himself that there's work to do, but that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's about playing these games, playing against good competition, and learning and getting better. So he's got things to work out there. And I think the other teams that we saw as well, there's been plenty of highlights that we said already from the Hungarian side and also from the Czech Republic. They'll take a lot away from these matches and they'll improve. And I'm sure by the time that we see them again, they'll be even stronger and even better. It's been a great day. The sun has been there. The entertainment has been thrilling. We've seen some fantastic run chases and we've seen some close matches as well. It's been thoroughly exciting. I want to just take this opportunity to thank everybody involved around the ground. The ground staff have been absolutely fantastic. Just remember those early days that we had when it was raining and it was windy. The work and the effort put in by everybody around the ground and all of the people behind the scenes, part of the federation here in Austria, was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, of course, to our production guys, and I think Andres, Kiriolis and Revis have been absolutely fantastic. Well done, guys. You were top draw. And of course, a big shout out to the Blue Army, the European Cricket Network team. They were superb as well, and the umpires as well. We can't play this game without the umpires. They were top draw, led of course by Tyrone Peters. And of course, I've had a fantastic time stood next to Vinny Sandu, who's going to take a little bit of a break, so you'll see me over the series in Bulgaria. Might see me tomorrow, or certainly will see me on Tuesday with Charlie Hunt, as preparations are on the way to bring you another 2 weeks of action from Bulgaria. And don't forget, there'll be the ECIs there as well. Vinny Sandu will take a break, but you'll see him one more time as we get ready for the trophy presentation for the winners of this ECI, and that is, of course, Austria. So well played, Austria, but of course, well played to all the three teams. They were outstanding, and we saw some really good individual performances as well. So don't go away. We're going to see some of the highlights of the day first, and then we'll go over to that short trophy presentation ceremony.
Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. Head out, batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for six. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Another one, that's that big one.
to the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier. That's supercharged. 6 runs. That's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.
Hi guys, Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network. I'm here for the trophy ceremony of this fan code ECI Austria. Look, it's always a quick one to finish off a series like this, but I've got to say it was so entertaining. We saw lots of competitive cricket, and I think all 3 countries involved got a lot out of it. Quickly, big thank you to our sponsors, HCL Software, as well as Dream 11 and fan code, of course, Local Lifestyle for these fantastic trophies. They also are pretty handy if someone invades your house, but you know, we couldn't do it without the partnerships that we've got, also to Grizzly Bear Sports. So just quickly, I want to congratulate Austria for their win this weekend. Fantastic effort. And they ended up 2 points clear at the top of the table, but they were challenged, that's for sure. Umar Tariq is going to come up and receive the trophy for Austria. Congratulations. There you go. Congratulations. Well played. Wishing you all the best for a big summer ahead. Of course, we know Austria are going to the World Cup qualifiers pretty soon, and they're Certainly wishing you guys all the best in your preparations. Finally, just big thank you to everyone that helped out around the ground this weekend and everyone that's helped us over the last couple of weeks. I acknowledge you guys at the end of the ECS, but I just want to say it again. Thank you so much for taking the time to make things run so smoothly. Thank you to the weather gods as well for providing us some sunshine. We also have this trophy, which is the MVP. Quinton Norris from Cricket Austria isn't the MVP of this weekend. It was very close in the end. You know, it didn't quite get the votes in the end, but honourable mention to Paras Kari of Czech Republic for a fantastic effort. But there was one man we thought, you know, first time wearing the national colours, and he played out of his skin. The MVP for this tournament, Ashrith Daraparetti from Hungary. Once again, big thank you to you guys. All the best with your ECC preparations. Have a great domestic season, and we'll see you soon. That's it for now. We'll see you tomorrow for more action from Bulgaria on the European Cricket Network.